Section 19 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the Basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 13. Island Peoples. Part 1. Physical relationship between islands and peninsulas. The characteristics which mark peninsulas, namely, ample contact with the sea, small area as compared with that of the continents, peripheral location, more or less complete isolation, combined, however, with the function of bridge or passway to yet remoter lands, are all accentuated in islands. A list of the chief peninsulas of the world, as compared with the greatest islands, shows a far larger scale of areas for the former, even if the latter be made to include the vast ice-capped landmass of Greenland, 2,170,000 square kilometers, or 846,000 square miles. New Guinea, the largest habitable island, has only 1/4 the area of Arabia, the largest of the peninsulas. Therefore, both the advantages and disadvantages incident to a restricted area may be expected to appear as an intensified degree in islands. Peninsulas are morphologically transition forms between mainland and islands. By slight geological changes, one is converted into the other. Great Britain was a peninsula at the end of the Tertiary period, but subsidence and the erosion of Dover Channel combined to sever it from the continent. It bears today in its flora and fauna the evidence of its former broad connection with the mainland. In Pliocene times, Sicily and Sardinia were united by a land bridge with the Tunisian projection of North Africa, and they too, in their animal and plant life, revealed the old connection with the southern continent. Sometimes man himself, for his own purposes, converts a peninsula into an island. Often he constructs a canal, like that of Kiel or Corinth, to remove and dismiss obstruction to navigation, but occasionally he transforms his peninsula into an island for the sake of greater protection. William of Robriquis tells us that in 1253 he found the neck of the Crimea cut through by a ditch from sea to sea by the native Comanians, who had taken refuge in the peninsula from the Tartar invaders, and in this way had sought to make their asylum more secure. The reverse process in nature is quite as common. The Shantung Peninsula rises like a mountainous island from the sea-like level of alluvial plains about it, suggesting that remote time, when the plains were not yet deposited, and an arm of the Yellow Sea converted the space between Shantung and the highlands of Shanxi. The deposition of silt, aided often by slight local elevation of the coast, is constantly tying continental islands to the mainland. The Echinades archipelago off the southwest coast of ancient Arcanaria, opposite the mouth of the Achilles River, Strabo tells us, was formerly farther from shore than in his time, and was gradually being cemented to the mainland by Achilles silt. Some islets had already been absorbed in the advancing shoreline, and the same fate awaited others. Farther up this western coast of Greece, the island of Leucas has been converted into a peninsula by a sickle-shaped sandbar extending across the narrow channel. Nature is working in its leisurely way to attach Sakhalin to the Siberian coast. The strong marine current which sets southward from the Okhotsk Sea through the Strait of Tartary carries silt from the mouth of the heavy-laden Amur River and deposits it in the narrows of the straits between Capes Luzarev and Pogobi, building up sandbars that come dangerously near the surface in mid-channel. Here the water is so shallow that occasionally after long prevailing winds the ground is left exposed and the island natives can walk over to Asia. The close proximity of Sakhalin to the mainland and the ice bridge covering the strait in winter robbed the island of much of its insular character and caused it to pass as a peninsula until 1852. Yet that 5-mile wide stretch of sea on its western coast determined its selection as a great penal station of the Russian Empire. The fact that peninsular India accords in so many points of flora, fauna, and even primitive ethnic stock with Madagascar and South Africa indicates its former island nature, which has been geographically cloaked by its union with the continent of Asia. Character of insular flora and fauna. Islands, because of their relatively limited area and their clearly defined boundaries, are excellent fields for the study of floral, faunal, and ethnic distribution. Small area and isolation cause in them poverty of animal and plant forms and fewer species than are found in an equal continental area. This is the curse of restricted space which we have met before. The large island group of New Zealand, with its highly diversified relief and long zonal stretch, has only a moderate list of flowering plants, in comparison with the numerous species that adorn the equal areas in South Africa and southwestern Australia. Ascension possesses originally less than 6 flowering plants. The 4 islands of the Greater Antilles form together a considerable area and have all possible advantages of climate and soil, but there are probably no continental areas equally big and equally favoured by nature which is so poor in all the more highly organised groups of animals. Islands tend to lop off the best branches. Darwin found not a single indubitable case of terrestrial mammals native to islands situated more than 300 miles from the mainland. The impoverishment extends, therefore, to quality as well as quantity, to man as well as to brute. In the island continent of Australia, the native mammalia, excepting some bats, a few rodents, and a wild dog, all belong to the primitive marsupial subclass. Its human life, at the time of the discovery, was restricted to one retarded Negroid race, showing in every part of the island a monotonous early Stone Age development. The sparsely scattered oceanic islands of the Atlantic, owing to excessive isolation, were all except the near-lying Canaries uninhabited at the time of their discovery, and the Canary Islanders showed great retardation as compared with their parent stock of northern Africa. See map page 105. Endemic forms. Despite this general poverty of species, island life is distinguished by a great proportion of peculiar or endemic forms, and a tendency toward divergence, which is the effect of isolation, and which becomes marked in proportion to the duration and effectiveness of isolation. Isolation, by reducing or preventing the intercrossing which holds the individual true to the normal type of the species, tends to produce divergences. Hence, island life is more or less differentiated from that of the nearest mainland, according to the degree of isolation. Continental islands, lying near the coast, possess generally a flora and fauna to a large extent identical with that to the mainland, and show few endemic species and genera, whereas remote oceanic islands, which isolation has claimed for its own, are marked by intense specialization and a high percentage of species and even genera found nowhere else. Even a narrow belt of dividing sea suffices to loosen the bonds of kinship. Recent as are the British Isles and near the continent, they show some biological diversity from the mainland and from each other. Paradoxical influences of island habitats upon man. The influence of an island habitat upon its human occupants resembles that upon its flora and fauna, but is less marked. The reason for this is twofold. The plant and animal life are always the older and therefore have longer felt the effects of isolation. Hence they bear its stamp in an intensified degree. Man, as a latter comer, shows closer affinity to his kin in the great cosmopolitan areas of the continents. More than this, by reason of his inventiveness and his increasing skill in navigation, he finds his sea boundary less strictly drawn, and therefore evades the full influence of his detached environment, though never able wholly to counteract it. For man in lower stages of civilization, as for plants and animals, the isolating influence is supreme. But, with higher development and advancing nautical efficiency, islands assume great accessibility because of their location on the common highway of the ocean. They become points of departure and destination of maritime navigation, at once centre of dispersal and goal, the breeding place of expansive national forces seeking an outlet, and a place of hospitality for wanderers passing those shores. Yet all the while, that other tendency of islands to segregate their people, and in this aloofness to give them a peculiar and indelible national stamp, much as it differentiates its plant and animal forms, is persistently operative. Conservative and radical tendencies. These two antagonistic influences of an island environment may be seen working simultaneously in the same people, now one, now the other being dominant, or a period of undisturbed seclusion or exclusion may suddenly be followed by one of extensive intercourse, receptivity or expansion. Recall the contrast in the early and later history of the Canaries, Azores, Malta, England, Mauritius and Hawaii, now a lonely half-inhabited waste, now a busy market or teeming way station. Consider the pronounced insular mind of the globe-trotting Englishman, the deep-seated local conservatism characterizing the world-colonizing nation, at once the most provincial and cosmopolitan on earth. Emerson says with truth, every one of these islanders is an island himself, safe, tranquil, incommunicable. Hating innovation, glorifying their habitudes, always searching for a precedent to justify the countenance each step forward, they have nevertheless led the world's march of progress. Scattered by the colonial and commercial enterprises over every zone, in every clime, subjected to the wildest range of modifying environments, they show in their ideals the dominant influence of the home country. The trail of the Oxford education can be followed over the Empire, east to New Zealand and west to Vancouver. High school students of Jamaica take Oxford examinations in botany, which are based upon English plant life and ignore the Caribbean flora. School children in Ceylon are compelled to study a long and unfamiliar list of errors in English speech current only in the London streets, in order to identify and correct them on the Oxford papers, distributed with Olympian impartiality to all parts of the empire. Such insularity of mind seems to justify Bernard Shaw's description of Britain as an island whose natives regard its manners and customs as laws of nature. Yet these are the people who in the Nile Valley have become masters of education, unsurpassed even by the ancient Egyptians, who in their snow-wrapped forests of Hudson Bay are trappers and hunters unequalled by the Indians, who in the arid grasslands of Australia pasture their herds like nomad shepherd or American cowboy, and in the tropics loll like the natives, but somehow manage to do a white man's stint of work. The case of Japan. In Japan, isolation has excluded or reduced to controllable measure every foreign force that might break the continuity of the national development or invade the integrity of the national ideal. Japan has always borrowed freely from neighboring Asiatic countries and recently from the whole world, yet everything in Japan bears the stamp of the indigenous. The introduction of foreign culture into the empire has been a process of selection and profound modification to accord with the national ideals and needs. Buddhism, coming from the continent, was Japanized by being grafted onto the local stock of religious ideals, so that Japanese Buddhism is strongly differentiated from the continental forms of that religion. The 17th century Catholicism of the Jesuits, before it was hospitably received, had to be adapted to Japanese standards of duty and ritual. Modern Japanese converts to Christianity wish themselves to conduct the local missions and teach a national version of the new faith. But all the while, Japanese religion has experienced no real change of heart. The core of the national faith is the indigenous Shinto cult, which no Lateran interloper has been permitted to dislodge or seriously to transform, and this has survived, wrapped in the national consciousness, wedded to the national patriotism, lifted above competition. Here is insular conservatism. Japan's sudden and complete abandonment of a policy of seclusion, which had been rigidly maintained for 250 years, and her entrance upon a career of widespread intercourse synchronously with one of territorial expansion and extensive emigration, from one of those apparently irreconcilable contradictions constantly springing from the isolation and worldwide accessibility of an island environment. Yet underlying Japan's present receptivity of new ideas and her outwardly indiscriminate adoption of Western civilization is to be detected the deep primal stamp of the Japanese character and an instinctive determination to preserve the core of that character intact. Islands as nurseries and disseminators of distinctive civilizations. It is a smart national individuality, developed by isolation and accompanied often by a precocious civilization, in combination with the opposite fact of the imminent possibility of an expansive unfolding, a brilliant efflorescence followed by a wide dispersal of its seeds of culture and of empire, which is assigned to islands in all times, a great historical role. Rarely do these wholly originate the elements of civilization, for that their area is too small. But whatever seed ripen in the wide fields of the continents, the islands transplant to their own forcing houses. There they transform and perfect the flower. Japan borrowed freely from China and Korea, as England did from continental Europe, but these two island realms have brought Asiatic and European civilization to their highest stage of development. Now the borrowers are making return with generous hands. The islands are reacting upon the continents. Japanese ideals are leaving the whole Orient, from Manchuria to Ceylon. English civilization is the standard of Europe. The Russian in his snows is aiming to be English, says Emerson. England has inculcated all nations with her civilization, intelligence, and tastes. Ancient Cretan Civilization. The recent discoveries in Crete show beyond doubt that the school of Aegean civilization was in that island. Ancient Phoenicia, Argos, even Mycenae, and Tyrians put off the mask of age and appear as rosy boys, learning none too aptly of their great and elderly master. Borrowing the seeds of culture from Asia and Egypt, Crete nursed and tended them through the Neolithic and Bronze Age, transformed them completely, much as scientific tillage has converted the cotton tree into a low shrub. The precocity of this civilization is clear. At early as 3000 BC, it included the impressive style of architecture and a decorative art naturalistic and beautiful in treatment as at modern Japan. From this date to the zenith of its development in 1450 BC, Crete became a great artistic, manufacturing and distributing centre for stone carving, frescoes, pottery, delicate porcelain, metalwork and gems. By 1800 BC, 7 centuries before Phoenician writing is heard of, the island had matured a linear script out of an earlier pictographic form. This script, partially indigenous, partially borrowed from Libya and Egypt, gives Crete the distinction of having invented the first system of writing ever practiced in Europe. Yet all this wealth of achievement bore the stamp of the indigenous. Nearly every trace of its remote Asiatic or Egyptian origin was obliterated. Here the isolation of an island environment did thoroughly its work of differentiation, even on this Thalassic isle, which maintained constant intercourse with Egypt, the Cyclades, the Troad, and the Greek peninsula. Minoan art has a freshness, vivacity, and modernity that distinguishes it fundamentally from the formal products of its neighbours. Many of the favourite subjects, like the crocus and wild goat, are native to the islands. Even where a motive was borrowed from Egyptian life, it was treated in a distinctive way, made tender, dramatic, vital. In religion, as in art generally, Crete translated its loans into indigenous terms and contributed as much as it received. The curator of Egyptian antiquities in the New York Metropolitan Art Museum examined 500 illustrations of 2nd and 3rd millennium antiquities from Gornia and Vasiliki in Crete, made by Mrs. Harriet Boyd Hawes doing her superintendence of the excavations there, and pronounced them distinctly un-Egyptian, except one vase, probably an importation. All this was achieved by a small insular segment of the Mediterranean race, in their Neolithic and Bronze Age, before the advent of those northern conquerors who brought in Aryan speech and the gift of iron. It was in Crete, therefore, that Aegean civilization arose. On this island it had a long and brilliant pre-Hellenic career, and thence it spread to the Greek mainland and other Aegean shores. Limitation of small area in insular history. A small cup soon overflows. Islands may not keep. They are forced to give, live by giving. Here lies their historical significance. They dispense their gifts of culture in levying upon the resources of other lands. But finally, more often than not, the limitation of too small a home area steps in to arrest the national development, which then fades and decays. To this rule, Great Britain and Japan are notably exceptions, owing partially to the unusual size of their insular territory, partially to a highly advantageous location. Minoan Crete, in that grey antiquity when Homeric history was still unborn, gave out of its abundance in art, government, laws, and maritime knowledge to the eastern Mediterranean world. till the springs of inspiration in its own small land were exhausted, and its small population was unable to resist the flood of northern invasion. Then the dispenser of gifts had to become an alms taker from the younger, larger, more resourceful Hellenic world. The same story of early but short-lived preeminence comes from other Aegean islands. Before the rise of Athens, Samos, under the great despot Polycrates, became the first of all cities, Hellenic or barbaric, a centre of Ionian manners, luxury, art, science, and culture, the seat of the first great thalassocracy, or sea power, after that of Crete and Minos, a distributing point for commerce and colonies. Much the same history and distinction attached to the island of Rhodes long before the first Olympiad, and to the little island of Virginia. If we turn to the native races of America, we find that the Haida Indians of the Queen Charlotte Archipelago are markedly superior in that Tlingit and Tishiam kinsmen of the nearby Alaskan and British Columbian coast. In their many and varied arts, they have freely borrowed from their neighbours, but they have developed these learns with such marvellous skill and independence that they greatly surpass their early masters and are accredited with possessing the creative genius of all this coast. Far away on the remote southeastern outskirts of the island world of the Pacific, a parallel is presented by Little Easter Isle. Once was densely populated and completely tilled by a people who had achieved singular progress in agriculture, religion, masonry, scripture in stone and wood carving, even with obsidian tools, and who alone of all the Polynesians had devised a form of hieroglyphical writing. Easter Isle today shows only abandoned fields, the silent monuments of its huge stone idols, and the shrunken remnant of a deteriorated people. Sources of ethnic stock of islands. Isolation and accessibility are recorded in the ethnic stock of every island. Like its flora and fauna, its aboriginal population shows an affinity to that of the nearest mainland, and this generally in proportion to geographical proximity. The long line of deposit islands, built of the offscourings of the land, and fringing the German and Netherland coast from Texel to Wangaroo, is inhabited by the same Frisian folk which occupies the nearby shore. The people of the Channel Islands, though long subject to England, belong to the Franco-Gallic stock and the Languedoc linguistic family of northern France. The native Canary Islanders, though giving no evidence of previous communication with any continental land at the time of their discovery, could be traced through their physical features, speech, customs and utensils to a remote origin in Egypt and the Berber regions in North Africa prior to the Mohammedan conquest. Sakhalin harbors today, besides the immigrant Russians, 5 different peoples: Ainos, Gilyaks, Orochons, Tangus, the Yakuts, all of them offshoots of tribes now formerly found on the Siberian mainland a few miles away. Ethnic divergence with increased isolation. Where the isolation of the island is more pronounced, owing either to a broader and more dangerous channel, as in the case of Madagascar and Formosa, or to the nautical incapacity of the neighbouring coast peoples, as in the case of Tasmania and the Canary Islands, the ethnic influence of the mainland is weak, and the ethnic divergence of the insular population therefore more marked, even to the point of total difference in race. But this is generally a case of survival of a primitive stock in the protection of an unattractive island, offering to a superior people fewer allurements to conquest, as illustrated by the ethnic history of the Andaman and Kuril Isles. Differentiation of peoples and civilization on islands. The sea forms the sharpest and broadest boundary. It makes, in the island which it surrounds, the condition for differentiation. Thus, while an insular population is allied in race and civilization to that of the nearest continent, it nevertheless differs from the same more than the several subgroups of its continental kindred differ from each other. In other words, isolation makes ethnic and cultural divergence more marked on islands than on continents. The English people, despite their close kinship and constant communication with the Teutonic peoples of the European mainland, deviate from them more than any of these Germanic nations deviate from each other. The Celts of Great Britain and Ireland are sharply distinguished from the whole body of continental Celts in physical features, temperament, and cultural development. In Ireland, the primitive Catholic Church underwent a distinctive development. It was closely bound up in the tribal organization of the Irish people, lacked the system, order, and magnificence of the Latinized Church, had its peculiar tonsure for monks, and its own date for celebrating Easter for nearly 300 years after the coming of St. Patrick. The Japanese, in their physical and mental characteristics, as in their whole national spirit, are more strikingly differentiated from the Chinese than the agricultural Chinese from the nomadic Burate shepherds living east of Lake Baikal. Though Chinese and Japanese are located much nearer together and are in the same stage of civilization. The Eskimo, who form one of the most homogeneous stocks, and display the greatest uniformity in language and cultural achievement of all the Native American groups, have only one differentiated offshoot, the Aleutian Islanders. These, under the protection and isolation of their insular habitat from a very remote period, have developed to a greater extent than their Eskimo brethren of the mainland. The difference is evident in their language, religious ceremonies, and in detail of their handiwork, such as embroidery and grass fibre weaving. The heydays of the Queen Charlotte Archipelago shows such a divergence in physique and culture from the related tribes of the mainland that they have been accredited with a distinct origin from the other coast Indians. Differentiation of language in islands. The differentiating influence is conspicuous in the speech of island people, and tends to form a distinct language or dialect, or, in an archipelago, a group of dialects. The Channel Isles, along with their distinctive breeds of cattle, has each its own variant of the langue d'oil. According to Boccaccio's narrative of a Portuguese voyage to the Canaries in 1341, the natives of one island could not understand those from another, so different were their languages. The statement was repeated by a later authority in 1455 in regard to the inhabitants of Lanzarote, Fuerteventura, Gomera, and Ferro, who had then been Christianized. A partial explanation is supplied by the earlier visitors, who found the Canary Gaunches with no means of communication between these several islands except by swimming. In the Visayan group of the Philippines, inhabited exclusively by the civilized Visayan tribes, except for the Negritos in the mountainous interior, the people of Cebu cannot understand their brethren in the adjacent islands. The Cuyus and Calmanians dialects of the Visayan are spoken. See map page 147. The differentiation of language from the nearby continental speech may be due to a higher development, especially on large islands affording very advantageous conditions, such as Great Britain and Japan. Japanese speech has some affinity with the great Atlantic linguistic family, but no close resemblance to any subgroup. It presents marked contrast to the Chinese because it has passed beyond the agglutinate stage of development, just as English has sloughed off more of its inflectional forms than the continental Teutonic languages. Archaic forms of speech in islands. More often the difference is due to the survival of archaic forms of speech. This is especially the case on very small or remote islands, whose limited area or extreme isolation, or both factors in conjunction, present conditions for retardation. The speech of the Sardinians has a strong resemblance to ancient Latin, retains many inflectional forms now obsolete in the continental Romance languages, but it has also been enlivened by an infusion of Catalan words, which came in by the bridge of the Balearic Islands during the centuries of Spanish rule in Sardinia. Again, it is in Minorca and Majorca that the Catalan speech is found in its greatest purity today. On its native soil in eastern Spain, especially in Barcelona, it is gradually succumbing to the official Castilian, and probably in a few centuries will be found surviving only in the protected environment of the Balearic Isles. Icelandic and the kindred dialects of the Shetland and Faroe Islands had their origin in the classic Norse of the 9th century, and are divergent forms of the speech of the Viking explorers. The Old Frisian tongue of Holland, sister speech to Anglo-Saxon, survives today only in West Friesland, beyond the Great Marshlands, and in the long-drawn belt of coastal islands from Terschelling through Helgoland to Sylt, and also on the neighbouring shores of Schleswig-Holstein. This region of linguistic survival, insulated partially by the marshes or completely by the shallow Wattenmeer of this lowland coast, reminds us of the protected life of the archaic Lithuanian speech within a circle of sea and swamp in Baltic Russia, and the survival of the Celtic tongue in Peninsula Brittany, Cornwall, Wales, in Ireland, and the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. Unification of race in the islands. Islanders are always coast dwellers with a limited hinterland. Hence their stock may be differentiated from the mainland race in part for the same reason that all coastal folk in regions of maritime development are differentiated from the people of the back country, namely because contact with the sea allows an intermittent influx of various foreign strains, which are gradually assimilated. This occasional ethnic intercrossing can be proved in greater or less degree of all island people. Here is accessibility operating against the underlying isolation of an island habitat. The English today represent a mixture of Celts with various distinct Teutonic elements, which had already diverged from one another in their separate habitats: Jutes, Angles, Saxons, Danes, Norse, and Norman French. The subsequent detachment of these immigrant stocks by the English Channel and North Sea from their home people and their arrival in necessarily small bands enabled them to be readily assimilated, a process which was stimulated further by the rapid increase of population, the intimate interactive life and unification of culture which characterizes all restricted areas. Hence islands like peninsulas, despite ethnic admixtures, tend to show a surprising unification of race. They hold their people aloof from others and hold them in a close embrace, shut them off and shut them in, tend to force the amalgamation of race, culture, and speech. Moreover, their relatively small area precludes effective segregation within their own borders, except where a mountainous or jungle district affords a temporary refuge for a displaced and antagonized tribe. Hence there arises a preponderance of the geographic over the ethnic and linguistic factors in the historical equation. The uniformity in cranial type prevailing over all the British Isles is amazing. It is greater than in either Spain or Scandinavia. The Savalic indices range chiefly between 77 and 79, a restricted variation as compared with the 10 points which represent the usual range for Central Europe, and the 13 between the extremes of 75 and 88 found in France and Italy. Japan stands in much the same ethnic relation to Asia as Britain to Europe. She has absorbed Aino, Mongolian, Malay, and perhaps Polynesian elements, but by reason of her isolation has been left free to digest these at her leisure, so that her population is fairly well assimilated, although evidences of the old mixture can be discerned. In Corsica and Sardinia, a particularly low cephalic index, dropping in some communes to 73, and a particularly short stature point to a rare purity of the Mediterranean race, and indicate the maintenance here of one ethnic type, despite the intermittent intrusion of various less pure stocks from the Italian mainland, Africa, Phoenicia, Arabia, and Spain. The location of the islands off the main routes of the basin, their remoteness from shore, and the strong spirit of exclusiveness native to the people, bred doubtless from their isolation, have combined to reduce the amount of foreign intermixture. Remoter sources of island populations. Islands do not necessarily derive their population from the land that lies nearest to them. A comparatively narrow strait may effectively isolate if the opposite shore is inhabited by a nautically inefficient race, whereas a wide stretch of ocean may fail to bar the immigration of a seafaring people. Here we find a parallel for the imperfect isolation of oceanic islands for life forms endowed with superior means of dispersal, such as marine birds, bats, and insects. Iceland, though relatively near Greenland, was nevertheless peopled by faraway Scandinavians. These bold sailors planted their settlements even in Greenland nearly 2 centuries before the Eskimo. England received the numerically dominant element of its population from across a wide expanse of the North Sea, from the bare but seaman-breeding coasts of Germany, Denmark, and Norway, rather than from the nearest shores of Gaul. So the Madeira and Cape Verde Isles had to wait for the coming of the nautical Portuguese to supply them with a population, and only later, owing to the demand for slave labour, did they draw upon the human stock of nearby Africa, but even then by means of Portuguese ships. Double sources. Owing to the power of navigation to bridge the intervening spaces of water, and hence to emphasize the accessibility rather than the isolation of these outlying fragments of land, we often find islands facing 2 or 3 ways, as it were, tenanted on different sides by different races, and this regardless of the width of the intervening seas where the remote neighbours excel in nautical skill. Formosa is divided between its wild Malay aborigines, found on the eastern mountainous side of the island, and Chinese settlers who cultivate the wide alluvial plain on the western side. Fukien Strait, though only 8 miles wide, sufficed to bar Formosa from the land-loving northern Chinese till 1644, when the island became an asylum for refugees from the Manchu invaders, but long before, the widest stretches of sea to the south and north were mere passways for the seafaring Malays, who were the first to people the island, and the Japanese who planted considerable colonies on its northern coasts at the beginning of the 15th century. See map page 103. In a similar way, Madagascar is divided between the Malayan Hovas, who occupy the eastern and central part of the island, and the African Sakalavas, who border the western coast. See map page 105. The distribution of the ethnic elements corresponds to that of the insect life, which is more African on the western side and more Indo-Malayan on the eastern. Though the population shows every physical type between Negro and Malayan, an ethnic diversity still predominates over ethnic unity in this vast island. Nevertheless, the close intercourse of an island habitat has even in Madagascar produced unification of language. Malayan speech of an ancient form prevails everywhere, and though diversified into dialects, is everywhere so much alike that all Malagasese can manage to understand one another. The first inhabitants were probably African, but the wide Mozambique current, 230 miles, with its strong southward flow, was a serious barrier to fresh ascensions from the mainland, especially as the nautical development of the African tribes was always low. Meanwhile, however, successive relays of sea-bred Malay Polynesians crossed the broad stretch of the Indian Ocean, occupied the island, and finally predominated over the original Negro stock. Then in historic times came Arabs, Swahilis, and Eastern Indians to infuse an Asiatic element into the population of the coasts, while Portuguese, English, Dutch, and French set up short-lived colonies on its shores. But despite this intermittent foreign immigration, the fundamental isolation of Madagascar, combined with its large area, enabled it to go its own slow historical gait, with a minimum of interference from outside, till France in 1895 began to assume control of the island. Mixed population of small thalassic isles. Small thalassic islands, at an early date in their history, lose their ethnic unity and present a highly mixed population. The reasons for this are 2. The early maritime development characterizing enclosed seas covers them with a network of maritime routes, on which such islands serve as way stations and mid-sea markets for the surrounding shores. Sailors and traders, colonists and conquerors flock to them from every side. Such a nodal location on commercial routes ensures the 2 islands a cosmopolitanism of race, as opposed to the ethnic differentiation and unity which follows an outlying or oceanic situation. Here the factor of many-sided accessibility predominates over isolation. The prevailing small areas of such thalassic islands, moreover, involve a population so small that it is highly susceptible to the effects of intercrossing. Too restricted to absorb the constant influx of foreign elements, the inhabitants tend to become a highly mixed polyglot breed. This they continue to be, and by the constant addition of foreign strains, so long as the islands remain foci of trade or strategic ports for the control of the maritime highways. Diomede Island in Bering Strait is the great marketplace of the polar tribes. Here Siberian Chukches and Alaskan Eskimos make their exchanges. The Eskimos of St. Lawrence Island in Bering Sea, from long intercourse, have adopted certain articles of dress and boats and part of the vocabulary of the Chukches. Kilwaru, located on a sandbank in the eastern end of Sanam, on the border between Malayan and Papuan Island districts, is a metropolis of native traders in the Far East. Here gathered the proas, of the seafaring Portuguese bringing manufactured goods from Singapore and boats laden with the natural products of New Guinea. The smaller these islands, marts, and the wider their circle of trade, the more mixed is their population. Thursday Isle, an English coaling station in Torres Strait, is a port of call for all steamers bound from Europe or China for East Australian ports, besides being a centre of big local trade in pearl shell and trepang. Hence its population of 526 souls comprises 270 Europeans of various nationalities, including British, Germans, Scandinavians, Danes, Spanish, Portuguese, French and Australians of European origin, besides 256 South Sea Islanders, Papuans, Africans, Filipinos, Chinese and other Asiatics. Mixed population of island markets. Antiquity shows the same thing on a smaller scale, which grew, however, with the expansion of the circle of commerce. Ancient Aegina in the Saronic Gulf received inhabitants from Crete, Argos, Epidaurus in eastern Argolis and Athens. It became a central maritime market, and its people sea traders, whose goods of a certain small kind became known as Aegina wares. Delos, at the crossroads of the Aegean, was a centre of a long radii. It became the inn for travellers and merchants sailing from Asia and Egypt to Italy and Greece, and hence drew to itself the trade and people of the whole Mediterranean basin. The northwestern Indian Ocean had a similar emporium in the ancient Dioscorides, Socotra, which focused on itself the trade between Arabia and Eastern Africa. Ceylon's location made it in ancient and medieval times the common meeting place for Arab traders from the west and Chinese merchants from the east. It thus became the Sicily of the semi-enclosed North Indian Ocean. Today its capital, Colombo, is the Clapham junction of the eastern seas, where passengers change steamers for China, India and Australia, a port of call for vessels passing from the Straits of Malacca to the Persian Gulf or Mediterranean. Hence Ceylon's solid nucleus of Singhalese and Tamil population, protected against absorption by a large area of the island, 25,365 square miles, is interspersed in the coastal districts with Arabs, Portuguese, Eurasians dating from the old Portuguese occupation, and some 10,000 Europeans. The island of Gotland, located at the crossroads of the Baltic, was early adopted by the Hansenic merchants as their maritime base for the exploitation of Swedish, Finnish, and Russian trade. Here were peoples of diverse tongues, so the old chroniclers say, while the archaeological finds of Byzantine, Gothic, Roman, Anglo-Saxon, and German coins testify to the wide circle of trade whose red eye focused at this nodal point of the Baltic. Significant location of island-way stations. The great importance of such islands has been due solely to their location. Their size and resources are negligible quantities, but their natural position as way stations lent them premises so long as navigation held to short laps and was restricted to enclosed seas. In the wide expanse of the open ocean, similar sparsely scattered isles like Ascension, St. Helena, the Canaries, and Hawaii assumed importance in proportion to their scarcity. Though never the centres of rife intercourse with Delos and Gotland, those lying conspicuously in the track of commerce have succeeded in drawing to themselves a typical polyglot nodal population. Mauritius, located at the southwestern entrance of the Indian Ocean, about equally distant from Aden, Ceylon, Bombay, Singapore, and West Australia, and possessing the best harbour within many hundred miles, has been held successively by Dutch, French, and English, and today has a dense population of French, English, and Hindus. A situation at the northeast entrance to the Caribbean Sea, keystone of the vast arch formed by the Greater and Lesser Antilles, made the island of St. Thomas a natural distributing point for the whole basin. Facing that much-travelled Virgin Passage, and forming the first objective of vessels bound from Europe to Panama, it became a great ship rendezvous, and assumed strategic and commercial importance from early times. We find the same political owners here as in Mauritius, and the same order, Dutch, French, and English, though in 1671 the island was occupied by the Danes, then from 1807 to 1815 by the English again, and finally secured by the Danes. The history of the Falkland Islands is a significant reflection of their location on the Southern Oceanic Trade Road, where they command the entrance to the Magellan Straits and the passage round the Horn. Here in the outskirts of the world, where they form the only break in the wide bank surface of the South Atlantic, they have been coveted and held in turn by the chief European powers having colonies in the Orient, by France, Spain, England again, by Argentina in 1820, and finally by England since 1833. Their possession was of a special advantage to Great Britain, which had no other base in this part of the world intermediate between England and New Zealand. Thalassic islands as goals of expansion. Islands located in enclosed seas display the transitional character of border districts. They are outposts of the surrounding shores, and become therefore the first objective of every expanding movement, whether commercial or political, setting out from the adjacent coasts. Such islands are swept by successive waves of conquest or colonization, and they carry in their people the language evidences of the wrack left behind on their shores. This has been the history of Aegina, Cyprus, Rhodes, Crete, Malta, Corfu, Sicily, and Sardinia. That of Cyprus is typical. It was the first island base for the ancient Tyrian fleets, and had its Phoenician settlements in 1045 BC. From that time it was one of the many prizes in the Mediterranean grab bag for the surrounding nations. After the decline of Tyre, it was occupied by Greece, then passed in turn to Assyrians, Egyptians, Persians, Romans, Saracens, Byzantines, and in 1191 was seized by the Crusaders. Later it fell to Egypt again, but in 1373 was taken by Genoa, in 1463 by Venice, in 1571 by the Turks, and finally in 1878 was consigned to England. All these successive occupants have left their mark upon its people, speech, culture, and architecture. In the same way, Sicily, located at the waist of the Mediterranean, has received the imprint of Greeks, Carthaginians, Romans, Saracens, Normans, Spaniards, and Italians. Its architectural remains bear the stamp of these successive occupants in every degree of purity and blending. The Sicilians of today are a mixture of all these intrusive stocks and speak a form of Italian corrupted by the infusion of Arabic words. In 1071, when the Normans laid siege to Palermo, 5 languages were spoken on the island: Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Arabic, and Vulgar Sicilian, evidence enough that it was the meeting ground of the nations of Europe, Asia, and North Africa. Polyglot Malta today tells the same story of successive conquests, the same shuttlecock history. Almost every language of Europe is spoken here, but the native Maltese speech is a corrupted form of Arabic mixed with modern Italian and ancient Phoenician words. The whole island is ethnographically a border hybrid of Europe and North Africa. The Channel Isles are today the only spot in Europe where French and English survive side by side as official and commercial languages. French and Italian mate on equal terms in Corsica. Chinese, Japanese, and Malays have traded and warred and treated on the debatable land of Formosa. The Aru, Ki, and other small archipelagos of the Banda Sea link together the pure Malay and the pure Papuan districts between which they lie. From the border character of many islands, there follow often far-reaching historical effects. Like all border regions, they are natural battlegrounds. Their historical episodes are small, often slow and insidious in their movement, but large in their final content, for they are prone to end in a sudden dramatic denouement that draws the startled gaze of all the neighbouring world. It was the destiny of Sicily to make and unmake the fortunes of ancient Carthage. Ceylon, from the dawn of history, lured traders who enriched and conquerors who oppressed peninsular India. The advance of Spain to the Canary Isles was the drowsy prologue to the brilliant drama of American discovery. The island of Tsushima in the Korean Strait was seized by the forces of Kublai Khan in 1280 as the base of their attacks upon Japan, and when in 1857 the Russian Bear tried to plant a foot on this island, Japan saw danger in the movement and ordered him off. Now we find Japan newly established in Sakhalin, the Elliot Islands, and Formosa, by means of which her own archipelago she blankets the coast of Asia for 2,200 miles. This geographical situation may be productive of history. Political detachability of islands. Islands are detached areas physically and rarely detached politically. Their insularity gives them some measure of protection. Their relatively small size and consequently small population makes them easy victims for a conquering sea power and easy to hold in subjection. The security of an island habitat against aggression, therefore, increases with its size, its efficiency in naval warfare, and its degree of isolation, the last of which factors depend in turn upon its location as the less oceanic. Islands of enclosed seas, necessarily small and ever far from the closed encircling lands, are engulfed by every tide of conquest emanating from the nearby shores. Orsel and Dago have been held in succession by every Baltic power, by the Teutonic Orders, Denmark, Sweden, and Russia. Gotland has acknowledged allegiance to the Hanseatic League, to Denmark and Sweden. Sardinia, occupying the centre of the western Mediterranean, has figured in a varied series of political combinations, with ancient Carthage, Rome, the Saracens in North Africa, with Sicily, Pisa, Aragon, Piedmont, and finally now with united Italy. To the land-bred Teutonic hordes which swept over Western Europe in the early centuries of our era, a narrow strip of sea was some protection for Sicily, Corsica, Sardinia, Malta, and the Balearic Isles. Hence we find these islands slow in succumbing to their non-maritime conquerors, and readily regained by the energetic Justinian. Later they fell victim to the sea-wise Saracens, but again gravitated back to their closer and more natural European connections. Insular weakness due to small area. More often, the small area of an island facilitates its retention in bondage, where the large and less isolated continental districts have thrown off an unwelcome yoke. Athens, with a strong navy, found it an easy task to whip back into the ranks of the Delian Confederacy her recalcitrant island subjects like Naxos, Samos, and Thessos, but her mutinous cities in Peninsula Chalcides and Isthmian Megara, incited to revolt and aided by their neighbours, were less at her mercy. This principle was recognized by Thucydides and taken advantage of by the Lacedaemonians during the Great War for Spartan supremacy. England has been able to hold Ireland in a vise. Of all her former French territory, she retains only the Channel Islands. Cuba and Puerto Rico remained in the crushing grasp of Spain 64 years after Mexico and the continental states of Central and South America, by mutual help and encouragement, had secured independence. The islands found that the isolation which confers protection from outside aggression meant for them detachment from friendly sources of succor in the mainland. The desultory help of filibuster expeditions, easily checked at the port of departure or landing, availed little to supplement the inadequate forces of rebellion pent up on their relatively small areas. By contrast, Mexico's larger area and population, continually stirred by American example and encouragement, reinforced by American volunteers and even by United States Army officers, found revolt from 1812 to 1824 a comparatively easy task. Cuba suffered from its geographic aloofness. So did little Crete, which submitted to Turkish oppression 60 years after the continental Greeks had made good their claim to freedom. Nor was this the first time that Cretan liberty had suffered from the detachment of an island environment. Aristotle recognized the principle when he wrote, "The people of Crete had hitherto submitted to the rule of the leading families as Cosmi, because the insular situation of Crete cuts off the interference of strangers or foreigners which might stir up rebellion against the unjust or partial government." And then he adds that this insular exclusion of outside incitement long rendered the fidelity of the Perioeci or serf-like peasants of Crete a striking contrast to the uneasy spirit of the Spartan helots, who were constantly stirred to revolt by the free farmers of Argos, Messina, and Arcadia. Thus ancient, like modern Crete, missed those beneficent stimuli which penetrate the land frontier, but are cut off by the absolute boundary of the sea. Island remains of broken empires. Island fragments of broken empires are found everywhere. They figure conspicuously in that scattered location indicative of declining power. Little St. Pierre and Miquelon are the last geographical evidences of France's former dominion in Canada. The English Bermudas and Bahamas point back to the time when Great Britain held the long-drawn opposite coast. The British, French, Dutch, Danish, and once even Swedish holdings in the Lesser Antilles are island monuments to lost continental domains, as recently were Cuba and Puerto Rico to Spain's once vast American empire. Of Portugal's widespread dominion in the Orient, there remain to her only the island fragments of Timor, Cambing, Macao, and Diu, besides 2 coastal ports on the western face of peninsular India. All the former continental holdings of the Sultan of Zanzibar have been absorbed by the neighbouring German and British territories, and only the islands of Zanzibar and Pemba remain to him by the temporary indulgence of his strong neighbours. The Sheikh of the Bahrain Islands originally held also the large kingdom of El Hassa on the nearby Persian Gulf Lilt of Arabia, but he lost this to the Turks in 1840, and now retains the Bahrain Islands as a residuum of his former territories. Security of such remnants merely passive. The insular remnants of empires are tolerated because their small size, when unsupported by important location, usually renders them innocuous, and their geographic isolation removes them from international entanglements, unless some far-reaching anthropo-geographic readjustment lends them a new strategic or commercial importance. The construction of the Suez Canal gave England a motive for the acquisition of Cyprus in 1878 as a nearer base than Malta for the protection of Port Said, just as the present Panama Canal project led the United States to reopen negotiations for the purchase of the Danish Isles. One cannot get away from the impression that the law of political detachability will operate again to make some new distribution of the party-coloured political holdings in the Lesser Antilles. The small size of these islands and their thalassic location commanding approaches to a large region of only partially developed resources, and to the interoceanic passageway across it, will pitch them into the dice box on the occasion of every naval war between their sovereign powers. The shifting fate of political detachability becomes moderated in islands of the open ocean, because of the remoteness from the colonizing or conquering movements emanating from the continents. In contrast to the changing political connections of thalassic isles, consider the calm or monotonous political history of outlying islands like the Shetland, Faroes, Iceland, Canaries, Madeira, Cape Verde, Azores, St. Helena, Ascension, and Hawaii. The Norse colony of Iceland, as a republic, maintained loose connection with its mother country from 874 to 1264, then for nearly 6 centuries it followed the political fate of Norway till 1814, when an oversight left it in the hands of Denmark on the dissolution of the Union of Denmark and Norway. The Azores have known no history except that which came to them from Portugal. Even their discovery goes back to a Saracen navigator who, in 1147, sailed from the mouth of the Tagus 1,000 miles straight into the sunset. For 200 years thereafter, extreme isolation kept them outside the pale of history till their rediscovery by Prince Henry, the navigator. Political autonomy of islands based upon area and location. Landmasses, as we have found, are independent by location or independent by size. Large islands, especially where they occupy an outskirt location, may long succeed in maintaining an independent national existence, but to render this permanent, they must supplement their area by the acquisition of continental lands, according to the law of increasing territorial aggregates. Great Britain and Japan, though ethnically and culturally appendages of the nearby mainland, were large enough aided by the dividing sea to maintain political autonomy. They absorbed all the insular fragments lying about them to extend their area, and then each in turn entered upon a career of continental expansion. To Japan this movement as a detrimental policy came late, only when she faced the alternative of absorbing territory or being absorbed by all-devouring Russia. The isolation of Madagascar resulted in only slight community of race with Africa, and combined with a large area, has kept the island to a great extent distinct from the political history of Africa. The impulses which swept the eastern coast of the continent reached the outlying island with abated force. Arab, Portuguese, Dutch, and English only scratched its rim. The character of its western coasts, of its vigorous Malayan population, and of the intervening Mozambique current rendered conquest difficult from the African shore. Its large size, with the promise of abundant resources, offered a bait to conquest. It put a barrier in its way. Hence we find that not till 1895, when the partition of continental Africa was almost accomplished, did the French conquest of Madagascar occur. By contrast, the closely grouped East Indies, long coveted for their tropical products, suffered a contagion of conquest. The large sides of these islands, so far from granting them immunity, only enabled the epidemic of Portuguese and Dutch dominion to pass from one to the other more readily, and that even when the spice and pepper trade languished from a plethora of products. But even here, the size of the islands, plus a sub-equatorial climate which bars genuine white colonization, has reached the effective political dominion of Europeans to the coasts, and thus favoured the survival of the natives undisturbed in the interior with all their primitive institutions. The largest islands, like Borneo and Sumatra, have vast inland tracts still unexplored and devoted to savagery. When Australia, the largest of all the Pacific Island group, became an object of European expansion, its temperate and subtropical location adapted it for white colonization, and the easy task of conquering its weak and retarded native tribes encourages appropriation by the natural autonomy which belongs to large area, and detached location asserted itself in the history of British Australia. The island continent is now erected into a confederation of states, enjoying virtual independence. In New Zealand, we find the recent colonists taking advantage of their isolation to work out undisturbed certain unique social theories. Here again a background of arrested Aboriginal development. Another race invices a radical spirit of progress, and to these contrast the results equally the detached island environment has contributed its share. Historical effects of island isolation, primitive retardation. The historical development of island peoples bears always in greater or less degree the stamp of isolation, but this isolation may lead to opposite cultural results. It may mean in one case retardation, in another accelerated development. Its geographical advantages are distinctly relative, increasing rapidly with the rising scale of civilization. Therefore, in an island habitat, the race factor may operate with or against the geographic factor in producing a desirable historical result. If the isolation is almost complete, the cultural status of the inhabitants low, and therefore their need of stimulation from without very great, the lack of it will sink them deeper in barbarism and their kinsmen on the mainland. The Negroes of Africa, taken as a whole, occupy a higher economic and cultural rank than the black races of Africa and Melanesia, and for this difference, one cause at least is to be found in the difference of their habitats. The knowledge of iron, stock raising, and many branches of agriculture were continental achievements, which belonged to the great eastern land mass, and spread from Egypt over Africa even to the Hottentot country. The lack of them among the Australians must have attributed to their insularity, which barred them from this knowledge, just as the ignorance of iron and other metals among the native Canary Islanders can only be ascribed to a sea barrier 52 miles wide. The scant acquaintance of the Balearic Islanders with Ireland in Roman days points to insular detachment. The lack of native domesticable animals in the Pacific archipelagos illustrates another limitation incident to the restricted fauna of islands, though this particular lack also retarded the cultural development of primitive North America. Later stimulation of development. On the other hand, people who have already secured the fundamental elements of civilization find the partial seclusion of an island environment favorable to their further progress, because it permits their powers to unfold unhindered, protects them from the friction of border quarrels, from the disturbance and desolation of invading armies, to which continental peoples are constantly exposed. But even here the advantage lies in insulation, but not in isolation. In a location like that of England or Japan, near enough to a continent to draw thence culture, commerce, and occasional new strains of blood, but detached by sea-girt boundaries, broad enough to ward off overwhelming aggressions. Such a location shows enough segregation for protection, but also opportunity for universal contact over the vast commons of the sea. Excessive isolation. Excessive isolation may mean impoverishment in purse and progress even for an advanced race. Ireland has long suffered from its outskirt location. It lies too much in the shadow of England, as being barred by the larger island from many warring rays of immigration, culture, commerce, that would have vitalized its national existence. The round-barrow men of the Bronze Age, the Romans and the Normans, never carried thither their respective contributions to civilization. The Scandinavians infused into its population only inconsiderable strains of their vigorous northern blood. In consequence, the Irish are today substantially the same race as in Caesar's time, except for the small, unassimilated group of antagonistic English and Lowland Scotch, both Teutonic in Ulster. Barred by Great Britain from direct contact with the continent and all its stimulating influences, suffering from unfavourable conditions of climate and topography, Ireland's political evolution progressed at a snail's pace. It tarried in the tribal stage till after the English conquest, presenting a primitive social organisation such as existed nowhere in continental Europe. Property was communal till the time of the Tudors, and all law was customary. Overprotected by excessive isolation, it failed to learn the salutary lesson of political cooperation and centralisation of defence, such as Scotland learned from England's aggressions, and England from her close continental neighbours. Great Britain, meanwhile, intercepted the best that the continent had to give, both blows and blessings, and found an advantage in each. The early prosecution of her continental wars demanded the gradual erection of a standing army, which weakened the power of feudalism, and the voting of funds for the conduct of these same wars put a whip into the hand of Parliament. The case of Iceland. The history of Iceland illustrates the advantage and subsequently the drawback of isolation. The energetic spirits who, at the end of the 9th century, resented the centralization of political power in Norway and escaped from the turmoil and oppression of the home country to the remote asylum offered by Iceland, maintained there till 1262 the only absolutely free republic in the world. They had brought with them various seeds of culture and progress, which grew and flowered richly in this peaceful soil. Iceland became the centre of brilliant maritime and colonial achievements, the home of a native literature which surpassed that of all its contemporaries except Dante's Italy. But after the decay of Greenland, colonies converted Iceland from a focal into a remote terminal point, and after the progress of the world became based upon complex and far-reaching commercial relations, the blight of extreme isolation settled upon the island. Peace became stagnation. Protection of an island environment. The concomitant of isolation is protection. Though this protection, if the result of extreme isolation, may mean an early cessation of development, history shows that in the lower stages of civilization, when the social organism is small and weak, and its germs of progress easily blighted, islands offer the sheltered environment in which imported flowers of culture not only survive but improve. In this protected fields they deteriorate or disappear. When learning and Christianity had been almost wiped out on the continent of Europe by the ravages of barbarian invasion between 450 and 800 AD, in Ireland they grew and flourished. In the 7th and 8th centuries, the high scholarship of the Irish monks and their enthusiastic love of learning for its own sake drew to their schools students of the noblest rank from both England and France. It was from Irish teachers that the Picts of Scotland and the Angles of northern England received their first lessons in Christianity. These fixed their mission stations, again on islands, on Iona off southwestern Scotland, and on Lindisfarne or Holy Isle near the east coast of Northumbria. It was in this protected environment of the medieval Iceland that Scandinavian literature reached its highest development. Insular protection was undoubtedly a factor in the brilliant cultural development of Crete. The progress of the early civilization from the late Stone Age to the Bronze Age was continuous. It bears no trace of any strong outside influence or sudden transition, no evidence of disturbance like an invasion or a conquest by an alien people till 1200 BC, when the latest stage of Minoan art was crushed by barbarian incursion from the north. Factor of protection in Ceylon and Japan. The early history of the Singhalese monarchy in Ceylon, from 250 BC to 416 AD, when even the narrow moat of Polk Strait discouraged Tamil invasions from the mainland, shows a brilliant development possible under even a slight degree of protection. However, in the case of these Ceylonarians, as in that of the Icelandic Norse, we must keep in mind the fact that the bearers of this culture were picked men, as are early maritime colonists the world over. The sea selects and then protects its island folk. But the seclusion of Ceylon was more favourable to progress than the mainland of India, with its incessant political and religious upheavals. Japan, in contrast to China's long list of invasions, shows the peace of an insular location. She never suffered any overwhelming influx of alien races or any foreign conquest. The armada sent by Kublai Khan in 1281 to subdued the islands paralleled the experience of the famous Spanish fleet 3 centuries later in English waters. This is the only attempt to invade Japan that recorded history shows. In the original peopling of the island by the Mongolian stock at the cost of the Ainu Aborigines, there is evidence of 2 distinct and perhaps widely separated immigrations from the mainland, one from Korea and another from more northern Asia. Thus Japan's population contained 2 continental elements, which seem to have held themselves in the relation of governing and governed class, much as Norman and Saxon did in England, while the Ainos lingered in the geographical background of mountain fastness and outlying islands, as the primitive Celts did in the British Isles. In the case both of England and Japan, the island location made the occupation by continental races a fitful piecemeal process, not an indonation, because only small parties could land from time to time. The result was gradual or partial amalgamation of the various stocks, but nowhere annihilation. Character of the invaders as factor. But island location was not the sole factor in the equation. Similarity of race and relative parity of civilization between the successive immigrants and the original population, as well as the small numbers of the invaders, made the struggle for the ownership of the island not wholly one-sided, and was later favourable to amalgamation in England as in Japan, whereas very small bands of far-coming Spaniards in the Canaries, Cuba, and Puerto Rico resulted in the extinction of the original inhabitants, by the process operating now in New Zealand and Australia. Prior to the arrival of the Europeans in the Antilles, the conquest of these islands by South American Caribs had resulted in race intermixture. These sea marauders brought no women with them in their small boats from the distant mainland, so they killed off the men and married the Arawak women of the islands. Here again, insular location plus similarity of race and culture produced amalgamation as opposed to extermination of the vanquished by oversea invaders. While the insular security of a primitive folk like the Tasmanians, Hawaiians, and Malagasies is only passive, that of a civilized people like the English and modern Japanese is active, consciously utilized and reinforced. It is therefore more effective and produces more varied political and cultural results. Such people can allow themselves extensive contact with other nations because they know it is in their power to control or check such contact at will. Japan took refuge in its medieval period in a policy of seclusion suggested by its island habitat, relying on the passive protection of isolation. England, on the other hand, from the time of King Alfred, built up a navy to resist invasion. The effect after the political unification of Great Britain was a guarantee of protection against foreign attack, and concentration of the national defences in the navy. The elimination of the standing army which despotic monarchs might have used to crush the people, the consequent release of a large working force from military service, and the application of these to the development of English industry. End of section 19. Section 20 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the Basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 13, Island Peoples, Part 2. Islands as places of refuge. Islands, as naturally protected districts, are often sought as places of refuge by the weak or vanquished, and thus are drawn into the field of historical development. We find this principle operating also in the animal world. The fur seals of the North Pacific have fled from the American coasts and found an asylum on the Pribilof Islands of Bering Sea, where their concentration and isolation have enabled them to become wards of the United States government, though this results they did not foresee. The Las Rhytina, or Arctic sea cow, was found on an island in Bering Strait. So the Veneti of northern Italy in the 5th century sought an asylum from the desolating Huns, and a century later from the Lombards in the deposit islands at the head of the Adriatic, and there found the geographic conditions for a brilliant commercial and cultural development. Formosa got its first contingent of Chinese settlers in the 13th century and refugees seeking a place of safety from Kublai Khan's armies, and its second in 1644 in a Chinese chief and his followers who had refused to submit to the victorious Manchus. In 1637, Formosa was an asylum also for Japanese Christians who escaped thither from the persecutions attending the discovery of Jesuit conspiracies against the government. The Azores, soon after their rediscovery in 1431, were colonized largely by Flemish refugees, just as Iceland was peopled by rebellious Norwegians. To such voluntary exiles, the dividing sea gives a peculiar sense of security, this by a psychological law. Hence England, owing to its insular location and also to its free government, has always been an asylum for the oppressed. The large body of Huguenot refugees who sought her shores after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes added a valuable element to her population. Convict islands. Islands find their population enriched by the immigration of this class who refuse to acquiesce in oppression and injustice. But the geographic conditions which make islands natural asylums make them also obvious places of detention for undesirable members of society. These conditions render segregation complete, escape difficult or impossible, and control easy. Hence we find that almost all the nations of the world owning islands have utilized them as penal stations. From the grey dawn of history to the Isles of the Blessed have been bounced by the Isles of the Cursed. The radiant garden of Hesperides has found its antithesis in the black hell of Norfolk Isle, peopled by the doubly condemned criminals, whom not even the depraved convict citizens of Botany Bay could tolerate. There is scarcely an island of the Mediterranean without this sinister vein in its history. The archipelagos of the ancient Aegean were constantly receiving political exiles from continental Greece. Augustus Caesar confined his degenerate daughter Julia, the wife of Tiberius, on the island of Pandateria, one of the Ponza group, and banished her paramour, Sempronius Gracchus, to Cercina, in the Syrtis Minor of the African coast. Other Roman matrons of high degree but low morals and corrupt officials were exiled to Corsica, Sardinia, Seriphos, and Morgos, and other of the Cyclades. Today Italy has prisons or penal stations in Ischia, the Ponza group, Procida, Nisida, Elba, Pantellaria, Lampedusa, Ustucia, and especially in the Lipari Isles, where the convicts are employed in mining sulfur, alum, and pumice from the volcanic cones. Penal colonies on uninhabited islands. In modern times, many remote oceanic islands have gotten their first or only white settlers from this criminal class. Such are the citizens whom Chile has sent to Easter Island 2,500 miles away out in the Pacific. The inhabitants of Fernando Noronha, 125 miles off the eastern point of South America, are convicts from Brazil, together with the warders and troops who guard them. In 1832, Ecuador began to use the uninhabited Galapagos Islands lying 730 miles west of its coast as a penal settlement. The history of St. Helena is typical. Its first inhabitants were some Portuguese deserters, who in punishment were marooned here from a Portuguese ship with a supply of seed and cattle. They proved industrious and had cultivated a good deal of the land, when 4 years later they were removed to Portugal. The next inhabitants were a few slaves of both sexes, who escaped from a slave ship that had stopped here for wood and water. These multiplied, worked, and restored the overgrown plantations of their predecessors, till the Portuguese vessel about 20 years later was sent to exterminate them. A few escaped to the woods, however, and were found there in prosperity in 1588. From 1815 till 1821, St. Helena was the prison of Napoleon. Many of these penal islands seemed chosen with a view to their severe or unhealthy climate, which would forever repel free immigration and therefore render them useless for any other purpose. This is true of the French Isles du Salut off the Guinea coast, of Spanish Fernando Po in the Gulf of Guinea, of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, notoriously unhealthy, which received the criminals of British India, and of numerous others. A bleak climate and unproductive soil have added to the horror of exiled life in Sakhalin, as they overshadowed existence in the Falkland Islands, when these were a penal colony of Spain and later of Argentine. Island prisons for political offenders. In the case of political offenders and incorrigibles, the island prison is as remote and inescapable as possible. The classic example is Napoleon's consignment to Elba and subsequently to St. Helena, when escape was impossible. Spain has sent its rebellious subjects, even university professors of independent views, to Fernando Po in the Gulf of Guinea and Tenerife in the Canaries. Russian political offenders of the most dangerous class are confined first in the Schlüsselburg prison, situated on a small island in Lake Ladoga near the effluence of the Neva. There they languish in solitary confinement or are transferred to far-off Sakhalin, whose very name is taboo in St. Petersburg. During our Civil War, one of the dry Tortugas, lying 100 miles west of the southern point of Florida, and at that time the most isolated island belonging to the American government, was used as a prison for dangerous Confederates, and here later 3 conspirators in the assassination of President Lincoln were incarcerated. Far away to the southeast, off the coast of South America, are the Isles du Salut, a French penal station for criminals of the worst class. The Isle du Diable, ominous of name, lies farthest out to sea. This was for 5 years a prison of Dreyfus. Its other inhabitants are lepers. Isle of the Cursed indeed. Islands as places of survival. What islands have they tend to hold, to segregate secret from meddling hands, preserve untouched and unaltered? Owing to this power to protect, islands show a large percentage of rare archaic forms of animal and plant life. The insular fauna of Australia, Tasmania, New Guinea, and Madagascar display a succession of strange ancestral forms going back to the biological infancy of the world. The Canaries in the Atlantic and Celebes in the Pacific are museums of living antiquities, some of them dating probably from Miocene times. Such survivals are found elsewhere only in high mountains, whose inaccessible slopes also offer protection against excessive competition. Yet some of the antiquated species of insular Celebes, Formosa, Japan, and Hainan occur again on the Asiatic mainland only in the Himalayas. For man too, islands and their sister areas of isolation, mountains, are areas of survivals. The shrinking remnants of that half-dwarfed Negrito stock which may have formed the aboriginal population of southern Asia are found today only in the mountains of peninsular India and in island groups like the Andaman and the Philippines. But even in the Philippines they are confined either to the mountainous interiors of the larger islands or to little coastal islets like Polillo, Alabat, Jomaling, and others. See map page 147. Yezo, Sakhalin, and the Kuril Isles harbour the least feeble remnants of the Ainos, a primitive people who formerly occupied a long stretch of the Asiatic coast south of the Amur mouth. The protected environment of these islands has postponed the doom of extinction towards which the Ainos are hastening. With insular conservative they dress, live and seek their food on the sea today, just as depicted in Japanese art and literature at the dawn of history. See map page 103. Insert survivals of manners and customs. It is chiefly on islands of harsh climatic conditions, like Sakhalin, or of peculiarly restricted resources and area, like the Andaman, or a remote side-tracked location like Iceland, Sardinia, and Cape Breton, that the stamp of the primitive or antiquated is strongest. Even when not apparent in race stock, owing to the ubiquitous colonization of maritime peoples, it marks the language and customs of even these late-coming occupants, because the island environment asserts always some power to isolate. This is due not only to the encircling moat of sea, but also to the restricted insular area, too small to attract to itself the great currents of human activity, which infuse cosmopolitan ideas and innovations, and too poor to buy the material improvements which progress offers. If the tourist in Sicily finds the women of Taormina or Girgenti spinning with their hand spindle, and the express trains moving only 12 miles an hour, he can take these two facts as a product of a small, detached area, although this island lies at the crossroads of the Mediterranean. Corsica and Sardinia, lying off the main routes of travel in this basin, are two of the most primitive and isolated spots of Europe. Here the old wooden plough of Roman days is still in common use, as it is in Crete, and feudal institutions of the Middle Ages still prevail to some extent, a fact which recalls the long survivalism of feudalism in Japan. The little Isle of Man, almost in sight of the English coast, has retained an old Norse form of government. Here survives a primitive custom of orally proclaiming every new law from the Tynwald Hill before it can take effect, and the other ancient usage of holding the court of justice on the same hill under the open sky. The Faroe Islands and Iceland are museums of Norse antiquities. The stamp of isolation and therefore conservatism is most marked in the remoter northern islands. Surnames are rare in Iceland, and such as exist are mostly of foreign origin. In their place, Christian names followed by the patronymic prevail, but in the Faroes, these patronymics have in a great many cases become recognized as surnames. So again, while the Faroese women still use a rude spinning wheel introduced from Scotland in 1671, in Iceland this spinning wheel was still an innovation in 1800, and even today competes with spindles. Hand querns for grinding wheat, stone hammers for pounding fish and roots, the wooden weighing beams of the ancient Northmen, and quaint marriage customs give the final touch of aloofness and antiquity to life on these remote islands. Effects of small area in islands. As all island life bears more or less the mark of isolation, so it betrays the narrow area that is served as its base. Though islands show a wide variation in size from the 301,000 square miles, 771,900 square kilometers of New Guinea, or the 291,000 square miles, 745,950 square kilometers of Borneo, to the private estates like the Scilly Isles, Gardiner and Shelter Islands off Long Island, or those small sea-fenced pastures for sheep and goats near the New England coast and the Aegean. Yet small islands predominate. The large ones are very few. Islands comprise a scant 7% of the total land area of the earth, and their number is very great, 900, for instance, in the Philippines group alone. Therefore, small area is a conspicuous feature of islands generally. It produces in island people all those effects which are characteristic of small, naturally defined areas, especially early or precocious social, political, and cultural development. The value of islands in this respect belongs to the youth of the world, as seen in the ancient Mediterranean or in the adolescence of modern primitive races. It declines as the limitations rather than the advantages of restricted territory predominate in later historical development. Political dominion of small islands. This early maturity, combined with the power to expend the concentrated national or tribal forces in any given direction, often results in the domination of a very small island over a large group. In the Society Islands, Cook found little Balboa ruling over Ulatia, Ratia, and Otaha, the former of these alone being over twice the size of Balboa, whose name command respect as far as Tahiti. The Fiji archipelago was ruled in pre-Christian days by the little island of Mabao, scarcely a mile long, which lies like a pebble beside massive Viti Levu. It was the chief centre of political power, and supremacy was owned by nearly all the group. The next important political centre was Rewa, no larger than Mabao, which had for its subject Big Mabenga. In the same way, the Solomon group was ruled by Bonguzay and Simbo, just as tiny New Lowenberg lorded it over the larger islands of the Bismarck archipelago. When the Dutch in 1613 undertook the conquest of the converted Spice Isles, they found there two rival sultans seated in the two minute islets of Ternate and Tidor off the west coast of Gilolo. Their collective positions, which the Dutch took, comprised all the Moluccas, the Key and Banda groups, and the whole of northwestern New Guinea, the Mindanao of the Philippines. It was no unusual thing for classic Aegean isles to control and exploit goodly stretches of the nearest coast, or to exercise dominion over other islands. Aristotle tells us that Crete's location across the southern end of the Aegean Sea confirmed to it by nature the early naval empire of the Hellenic world. Minos conquered some of the islands, colonized others, and according to the story of Theseus and the Minotaur, laid Athens under tribute. But his suppression of piracy in these waters and his conspicuous leadership in the art of navigation point to a yet more significant supremacy. So insular Venice ruled and exploited large dependencies. The island of Zealand, strategically located at the entrance to the Baltic, had been the heart and head and strong right arm of the Danish dominion, through all its long history of fluctuating boundaries. England's insularity has been the strongest single factor in the growth of the vast colonial empire and the maintenance of its loyal allegiance and solidarity. The widely strewn plantation of her colonies is a result of that teeming island seabed at home, while the very smallness of the mother country is the guarantee of its supremacy over its dependencies, because it is too small either to oppress them or to get along with them. Now, an Asiatic variant of English history is prominent by the growing Japan. Economic limitations of their small area. Though political supremacy is possible even to an island of insignificant size, both the advantages and the grave disadvantages of small area are constantly asserting themselves. Some developments peculiar to large territory are here eliminated at the start. For instance, robbery and brigandage, which were so long as scourge in peninsular Greece, were unheard of on the small Aegean islands. Sheep raising was, at an earlier date, safer in England than on the continent, because wolves were earlier exterminated there. Biogeography shows an increasing impoverishment of the flora and fauna of small islands with distance from the mainland. In the Pacific Ocean, this progressive impoverishment from west to east has had great influence upon human life in the islands. In Polynesia, therefore, all influences of the chase and a pastoral life are wanting, while in Melanesia, with its larger islands and larger number of land animals, hunting still plays an important part, and as a chief source of subsistence for many New Guinea villages. Therefore, a corresponding decay of projectile weapons is to be traced west to east, and is conspicuous in those crumbs of land constituting Polynesia and Micronesia. The limit of the bow and arrow includes the northeastern portion of the Philippine group, cuts through the Malay archipelago so as to include the Moluccas and Flores, including Melanesia as far as Tonga or the Friendly Isles, but excludes Micronesia, Polynesia, and Australia. Even in Melanesia, however, bows and arrows are not universal. They are lacking in peripheral islands like New Caledonia and New Ireland. The restriction of trees also, with the exception of the cocoa palm and pandanus, has had its effect upon boat making. This general impoverishment is unmistakably reflected in the whole civilization of the small islands of Polynesia and Micronesia, especially in the Paumotu and Pelu groups. In the countless Coral islands which strew the Pacific, another restricting factor is found in their monotonous geological formation. Owing to the lack of hard stone, especially of flint, native utensils and weapons have to be fashioned out of wood, bones, shells, and shark's teeth. Poverty of alluvial lowlands and islands. Nor does the geographical limitation end here. Islands have proportionally a scantier allowance of fertile alluvial lowlands than have continents. This follows from their geological history, except in the case of those low deposit islands built up from the waste of the land. Most islands are summits of submerged mountain ranges, like Corsica and Sardinia, the Aegean archipelagos, the Greater Antilles, Vancouver, and the countless fjord groups, or they are single or composite volcanic cones, like the Canaries, Azores, Lipari, Kurile, Fiji, Ascension, St. Helena, and the Lesser Antilles, or they are a combination of highland subsistence and volcanic outthrust, like Japan, the Philippines, the Long Sunda chain, and Iceland. Both geologic histories involve high reliefs, steep slopes, a deep surrounding sea, and hence really a shallow continental shelf for the accumulation of broad alluvial lowlands. Among the Aegean Isles, only Naxos has a floodplain. All the rest have steep coasts with a few sand or gravel beaches, and only small deposit plains at the head of deep and precipitous embayments. Japan's area of arable soil is today only 15.7% of its total surface, even after the gentler slopes of its mountains have been terraced up to 2,000 feet. Some authorities put the figure lower at 10 and 12%. Dense populations of islands. Yet in spite of the limited area and this paucity of local resources, islands constantly surprise us by their relatively dense populations. More often than not, they show a density exceeding that of the nearest mainland, having the same zonal location, often the same geological structure and soil. Along with other small, naturally defined areas, they tend to a closer packing of the population. Yet side by side with this relative overpopulation, We find other islands uninhabited or tenanted only by sheep, goats, and cattle. In the wide Pacific world comprising Australia and Oceanica, islands take up 15% of the total land area, but they contain 44% of the population. The insular empire of Japan, despite the paucity of its arable soil, has a density of population nearly twice that of China, nearly 3 times that of Korea, and exceeding that of any political subdivision of continental Asia. But Japan, in turn, is surpassed in congestion only by Java, with a density of 587 to the square mile, which almost equals that of Belgium, 643, and England, 600. Great Britain has a density of population, 453 to the square mile, only exceeded in continental Europe by that of Belgium, but surpassed nearly threefold by that of Little Channel Isles, which amounts to 1,254 to the square mile. If the average density of the United Kingdom is greatly diminished in Ireland, just as Italy's is in Sardinia and France's in Corsica, this fact is due primarily to the sidetracked or overshadowed location and adverse topography combined with misgovernment. If we compare countries which are partially insular, partially continental, the same truth emerges. The Kingdom of Greece has 15% of its territory in islands. Here again population reaches its greatest compactness in Corfu and Zante, which are nearly thrice as thickly inhabited as the rest of Greece. Similarly, the islands which constitute so large a part of Denmark has an average density of 269 to the square mile as opposed to the 112 of Jutland. The figures rise to 215 to the square mile in the Danish West Indies, but drop low in the bleak subarctic insular dependencies of Greenland, Iceland, and the Faroes. Portugal's density is tripled in the Madeires and doubled in the Azores, but drops in the badly placed Cape Verde Island, exposed to tropical heat and the desiccating trade winds blowing off the Sahara. Spain's average rises 25% in the Canary Islands, which she has colonized, and France's nearly doubles in the French West Indies. The British West Indies also, with the exception of the broken coral bank constituting the Bahamas, shows a similar surprising density of population, which in Bermuda and Barbados surpasses that of England and approximates the teeming human life of the Channel Isles. Density of population in Polynesia. This general tendency toward a close packing of the population in the smaller areas of land comes out just as distinctly in islands inhabited by natural peoples in the lowest stages of development. Despite the retarded economic methods peculiar to savagery and barbarism, the Polynesian islands, for instance, often show a density of population equal to that of Spain and Greece, 100 to the square mile, and exceeding that of European Turkey and Russia. Over the whole extent of the South Sea, says Robert Louis Stevenson, from one tropic to another, we find traces of a bygone state of overpopulation, when the resources of even a tropical soil were taxed, and even the improvident Polynesian trembled for the future. He calls the Gilbert Atolls warrens of men. One of them, Drummond's Island, with an area of about 20 square miles, contained a population of 10,000 in 1840, and all the atolls were densely populated. Today they count 35,000 inhabitants in less than 200 square miles. The neighbouring Marshall Group has 15,000 on its 158 square miles of area. The Caroline and Pelew archipelagos show a density of 69 to the square mile. The Tonga or Friendly Group harbour about 60, and the French holdings of Futuna and Wallis, or Uia, the same. So the Bismarck Archipelago, Solomon, Hawaiian, Samoan, and Marianne Islands have today populations by no means sparse, despite the blight that everywhere follows the contact of superior with primitive peoples. Various causes of this density. In all these cases, if economic status be taken into account, we have a density bordering on congestion, but the situation assumes a new aspect if we realize that the crowded inhabitants of small islands often have the run of the cocoa plantations and fishing grounds of an entire archipelago. The smaller, less desirable islands are retained as fish and cocoa palm preserves to be visited only periodically. Of a low, cramped, monotonous coral group, often only the largest and most productive is inhabited, but that contains a population surprising in view of the small base, restricted resources, and low cultural status of its inhabitants. The population of the wide-strewn Paumotu atolls was estimated as about 10,000 in 1840. Of these, fully one-half lived in Ana or Chain Island, and one-fourth on Gambier, but they levied on the resources of the other islands for supplies. The Tonga Islands at the same time were estimated to have 20,000 inhabitants, about half of whom were concentrated on Tonga Tabu, while Hapai and Varro held about 4,000 each. Crowded and vacant islands. This is one of the sharp contrasts in island life. Here, density akin to congestion. There, a few miles away, a deserted reef or cone rising from the sea, tenanted only by sheep or goats or marine birds, its solitude broken only by the occasional crunching of a boat's keel upon its beach, as some visitant from a neighbouring isle comes to shear wool, gather coconuts, catch birds, or collect their eggs. All the 500 inhabitants of the Western Isles of the southern coast of Iceland live in one village on Heimaey, and support themselves almost entirely by fishing and fouling birds on the wild crags of the archipelago. An oceanic climate, free contact with the Gulf Stream, and remoteness from the widespread ice fields of Iceland give them an advantage over the vast island to the north. Only 27 of the 90 islands composing the Orkney group are inhabited, and about 40 smaller ones afford natural meadows for sheep and their old red sandstone soil. But Pomona, the largest Orkney, has 17,000 inhabitants on its 207 square miles of territory, or 85 to the square mile. The Shetlands tell the same story, 29 cut off 100 islands inhabited. Some of the homes are smaller islets serving as pastures for the sturdy ponies and diminutive cattle, and mainland, the largest of the group, showing 53 inhabitants to the square mile. This is a density far greater than is reached in the nearby regions of Scotland, where the county of Sutherland can boast only 13 to the square mile, and Inverness-shire 20. Here again insularity and contracted area do their work of compressing population. The causes of this insular density of population are not far to seek. Islands can always rely on the double larder of land and sea. They are moreover prone to focus in themselves the fishing industry of a large continental area, owing to their ample contact with the sea. Shetland is now the chief seat of the Scotch herring fishery, a fact which contributes to its comparatively dense population. The concentration of the French export trade on Newfoundland fish in Little St. Pierre and Miquelon accounts for the relatively teeming population, 70 to the square mile, and the wealth of those scraps of islands. So the Lofoten Islands of Norway, like Iceland, Newfoundland, and Sakhalin, balance the generous sea against the ungenerous soil, and thus support a population otherwise impossible. Oceanic climate as factor. For these far northern islands, the moderating effect of an oceanic climate has been a factor in making them relatively populous, just as it is on tropical isles by mitigating heat and drought. The prosperity and populousness of the Bermuda Islands are to be explained largely by the mild, equitable climate which permits the raising of early vegetables and flowers for English and American markets. Like climatic conditions and a like industry account for the 2,000 souls living on the inhabited islands of the Sicily group. Here intensive horticulture supports a large force of workmen and yields a profit to the lord proprietor. Syros in the Cyclades fattens on its early spring vegetable trade with Athens and Constantinople. In the Mediterranean islands, where drought and excessive heat during the growing season offer adverse conditions for agriculture, the small islands, especially those of fertile volcanic soil, show the greatest productivity and hence marked density of population. Though the rainfall may be slight, except where a volcanic peak rises to condense moisture, heavy dews and thick mists of spring quicken vegetation. This is the case in Malta, which boasts a population of 2,000 to the square mile, exclusive of the English garrison. Little Limosa and Pantelleria, the merest fragments of land out in the mid-channel of the Mediterranean, have a population of 200 to the square mile. The Lipari group north of Sicily average nearly 400 on every square mile of their fertile soil, but this average rises in Salina to 500, and in Lipari itself, as also in Ponza of the Pontine group, to nearly 1,300. Here fertile volcanic slopes of highly cultivated land lift vineyards, orchards of figs, and plantations of currants to the sunny air. But nearby Elikuri, almost uncultivated, has a sparse population of some 500 shepherds and fishermen. Panaria and Filicuri are in about the same plight. Here again we find those sharp island contrasts. Relation of density to area. The insular region of the Indian Ocean, which is inhabited by peoples quite different in race and cultural status from those in the Mediterranean, yet again demonstrates the power of islands to attract, preserve, multiply, and concentrate population. This is especially true of the smaller islands, which in every case show a density of population many times that of the neighbouring mainland of Africa. Only vast Madagascar, continental in size, repeats the sparsity of the continent. An oceanic climate increases the humidity of the islands as compared with the mainland lying in the same desiccating trade wind belt. Moreover, their small area has enabled them to be permeated by incoming Arab, English, and French influences, which have raised their status of civilization and therewith the average density of population. This culminates in English Mauritius, which shows 540 inhabitants to the square mile, occupied in the production of sugar, molasses, rum, vanilla, aloes, and copra. In Zanzibar, this density is 220 to the square mile. In Reunion, 230. In Mayotte, the Comores, and Seychelles, the average varies from 100 to 145 to the square mile. The Mahé in the Seychelles group has one town of 20,000 inhabitants. In the Malay Archipelago, an oceanic climate and tropical location have combined to stimulate fertility to the greatest extent. But this local wealth has been exploited in the highest degree in the smaller islands, having relatively the longest coastline and amplest contact with the sea. The great continent-like areas of Borneo, New Guinea, and Sumatra show a corresponding sparse population. Java, smaller than the smallest of these and coated with mud from its fertilizing volcanoes, supports 587 inhabitants to the square mile, but this exceptional average is due to rare local productivity. Java's little neighbours to the east, Bali and Lombok, each with an area of only about 2,100 square miles, have a density respectively of 333 and 195 to the square mile. The density rises suddenly in small Amboina, area 264 square miles. The isle of the famous clove monopoly to 1,000 drops in the other Moluccas, where Papuan influences are strong, even to 20, but rises again in the pure Malayan Philippines to 69. In the Philippines, a distinct connection is to be traced between the density of population and smallness of area. The explanation lies in the attraction of the coast for the seafaring Malay race, and the mathematical law of increase of shoreline with decrease of insular area, since 65% of the whole Philippine population inhabits coastline municipalities. It is not surprising that the 73 islands from 10 to 100 square miles in area count 127 inhabitants to the square mile, and those of less than 10 square miles, of which there are nearly 1,000, have a density of 238. This same insular density, supported by fertility, fisheries and trade, appears again in the West Indies, and also the contrast in density between large and small islands down to a certain limit of diminutiveness. The Greater Antilles increase in density from Cuba through smaller Haiti and Jamaica down to little Puerto Rico, which boasts 264 inhabitants to the square mile. In the same area of the Danish Indies and Guadeloupe, about this same density, 215 and 274, reappears, but amounts to 470 in Martinique and to 1,160 in Barbados. Island resorts. Climate advantages often encourage density of population on islands, by attracting to them visitors who make a local demand for the fruits of the soil and thereby swell the income of the islands. For instance, about the densely populated region of the Gulf of Naples, Procida has 14,000 inhabitants on its 1.5 square miles of area, while fertile Ischia and Capri have 1,400 to the square mile. Here a rich volcanic soil, peaks which attract rain by their altitude and visitors by their beauty, and a mild oceanic climate delightful in winter as in summer, all contribute to density of population. Sicily, Malta and Corfu also gain in the same way in winter. The Isle of Man owes some of its recent increase of population, now 238 to the square mile, to the fact that it has become the summer playground for the numerous factory workers of Lancashire in England. Density of population affected by a focal location for trade. Sometimes climatic advantages are reinforced by a favourable focal point, which brings the profits of trade to supplement those of agriculture. This factor of distributing and exporting centre has undoubtedly contributed to the prosperity and population of Reunion, Mahé, Mauritius, and Zanzibar, as it did formerly to that of ancient Rhodes and modern St. Thomas at the angle of the Antilles. Barbados, by reason of its southernmost location to the east of the Windward Isles, is the first to catch incoming vessels from England, and is therefore a focus of steamship lines and a distributing point for the southern archipelago, so that we find here the greatest density of any island in the West Indies. The 9,405 inhabitants of Charlotte Amalie on St. Thomas and the 15,000 of Willemstad on Curaçao give these also a characteristic insular density. Samos, blessed with good soil, an excellent position on Aegean maritime routes, and virtual autonomy, supports a population of 300 to the square mile. Focal location alone can often achieve this density. Sirius, one of the smallest and by nature the most barren of the Cyclades, though well-tilled, is a great commercial and shipping centre of the Aegean, and has in Hermopolis, with its 700 population, by far the largest town of the archipelago. This development has come since Greece achieved its independence. It reminds us of the distinction, and doubtless also population, that belonged to Delos in ancient days. Advantageous commercial location, density of population characterize Kilauea and Singapore at the east and west extremities of the Malay archipelago. The Bahrain Islands, which England has acquired in the Persian Gulf, serve as an emporium of trade with Eastern Arabia and as a local wealth in their pearl fisheries. These facts account for the 68,000 inhabitants dwelling on their 240 square miles, 600 square kilometers of sterile surface. Overflow of island population to the mainland. The concentration of population in these favoured spots of land with inelastic boundaries, and the tendency of that population to increase under the stimulating interactive life mark the restriction of area soon felt. For this reason, so many colonies which are started on inshore islets from motives of protection had to be transferred to the mainland to ensure a food supply. A settlement of Huguenots made in 1555 on an island in the harbour of Rio Janeiro found space too small for cultivation, but feared the attack of the hostile Indians and Portuguese on the mainland. After 3 years of a struggling existence, it fell prey to the Portuguese. De Mont's short-lived colony on an island in the mouth of the St. Croix River in 1604 had an excellent site for defence, but was cut off by the drifting ice in winter from mainland supplies of wood, water, and game, while no cultivation was possible in the sandy soil. Such sites suffice for mere trading posts, but are inadequate for the larger social group of a real colony. The early Greek colonists, with their predilection for insular locations, recognized this limitation and offset it by the occupation of a strip to the nearest mainland, cultivated and defended by fortified posts, as an adjunct to the support of the islands. Such a subsidiary coastal hem was called the Paria. The ancient Greek colonies on the island of Thasos and Samothrace each possessed such a Paria. The Aeolian inhabitants of Tenedos held a strip of the opposite Troad coasts north of Cape Lecron, while those of Lesbos appropriated the south coast of the Troad. In the same way, Tarentum and Syracuse began on inshore islands, soon overflowed on the mainland. Sometimes the island's site is abandoned altogether and the colony transferred to the mainland. The ancient Greek colony of Cyrene had an initial existence on the island of Plataea, just off the Libyan coast, but not flourishing there, was moved after an interval of several years to the African mainland, where the sky was perforated by the mountains of Barca. De Mont's colony was removed from its island to Port Royal in Nova Scotia. Precocious development of island agriculture. While an island offers in its climate and soil conditions favourable to agriculture, tillage begins early to assume an intensive scientific character to supply the increasing demand for food. The land, fixed in the amount of area, must be made elastic in its productivity by the application of intelligence and industry. Hence, in island habitats, an early development of agriculture, accompanied by a parallel skill in exploiting the food resources of the sea, is a prevailing feature. In Oceanica, agriculture is everywhere indigenous, but shows greatest progress in islands like Tonga and Fiji, where climate and soil are neither lavish nor niggardly in their gifts, but yield a due return for the labour of tillage. The Society and Samoan Islands, where nature has been more prodigal, rank low in agriculture, though George Foster found in Tahiti a relatively high degree of cultivation. The small rocky coralline Pomotus rank lower still, but even here plantains, sugarcane, sweet potatoes, yams, taro, and solanum were raised. The crowded atolls of the Gilbert group show painstaking tillage. Here we find cocoa palms with their roots fertilized with powdered pumice, and taro cultivated in terraces excavated for the purpose and location near the lagoons, so that the water may percolate through the coral sand to the thirsty roots. To lonely Easter Isle, nature has applied a relentless lash. At the time of Cook's visit, it was woodless and boatless except for one rickety canoe, and therefore was almost excluded from the food supplies of the sea. Hence its destitute natives, by means of careful and often ingenious tillage, made its pasture and rocky slopes support excellent plantations of bananas and sugarcane. The islands of Melanesia show generally fenced fields, terraced farming on mountain sides, irrigation canals, fertilized soils, well-trimmed shade trees, and beautiful flower gardens, proof that the cultivation of the ground has advanced to the aesthetic stage as it has in insular Japan. In Tonga, the cocoa palm plantations are weeded and manured. Here, after a devastating war, the victorious chief devotes his attention to the cultivation of the land, which soon assumes a beautiful and flourishing appearance. In Tonga-Tabo, which is described by the early visitors as one big garden, Cook found officials appointed to inspect all produce of the island and to enforce the cultivation of a certain quota of land by each householder. Here agriculture is a national concern. Melanesian agriculture. In the minute land fragments which constitute Micronesia, fishing is the chief source of subsistence. Agriculture, especially for the all-important taro, is limited to the larger islands like the Pelvoux. In the vast islands of western Melanesia, agriculture is on the whole less advanced. New Guinea, where the chase yields support to many villages, has large sections still a wilderness, though some parts are cultivated like a garden. In the smaller Melanesian islands, such as New Hebrides, New Britain, and the Solomon Group, we find extensive plantations laid out on irrigation terraces. In New Hebrides and the Banks Islands, every single village has its flowers and aromatic herbs. But it is in Fiji that native island agriculture seems to culminate. Here are race of dark, frizzy-haired savages, addicted to cannibalism, having the art of tillage taken a spurt forward in civilization, till in this respect they stand abreast of the average European. The German asparagus bed is not cultivated more carefully than the yam plants of Fiji. These also are grown in mounds made of soil which had been previously pulverized by hand. The variety and excellence of their vegetable products are amazing, and find their reflection in an elaborate national cuisine, strangely at variance with the otherwise savage life. Western Melanesia, the Malay archipelago, shows a high average of tillage. The inhabitants of Java, Madura, Bali, Lombok, and Sumbawa are skilled agriculturalists and employ an elaborate system of irrigation. But the natives of Timor, on the other hand, have made little progress. In the Philippines, a rich and varied agriculture has been the chief source of wealth since the Spanish conquest early in the 16th century, proving a native aptitude which began to develop long before. Intensive tillage. The dense population of the Mediterranean islands is a concomitant of an advanced agriculture. The connection between elaborate tillage and scant insular area is indicated in the earliest history of classic Aegina. The inhabitants of this island were called Myrmidons, Strabo tells us, because by digging like ants they covered the rocks with earth to cultivate all the ground, and in order to economize the soil for this purpose, lived in excavations underground and abstained from the use of bricks. Today, terrace slopes, irrigation, handmade soils, hoe and spade tillage, rotation of crops and a rich variety of field and garden products characterize the economic history of most Mediterranean islands, whether Elba, the Lipari, Ponza, Procida, Capri, Ischia, Pantellaria, Lampedusa, or the Aegean groups. The sterile rock of Malta has been converted for 2/3 of its area into fertile gardens, fields, and orchards. The upper stratum of rock has been pulverized and enriched by manure. The surface has been terraced and walled to protect it against high winds. In consequence, the Maltese gardens are famous throughout the Mediterranean. In the Cyclades, every patch of tillable ground is cultivated by the industrious inhabitants. Terrace slopes are green with orchards of various southern fruits, and between the trees are planted melons and vegetables. Fallow land and uncultivated hillsides, as well as the limestone islands fit only for pastures, are used for flocks of sheep and goats. Japanese agriculture. It is in Japan that agriculture has attained a national and aesthetic importance reached nowhere else. Of the 150,000 square miles constituting Japan proper, 2/3 are mountains. Large tracts of lowlands are useless rock wastes owing to the detritus carried down by inundating mountain torrents. Hence today arable land forms only 15.7% of the whole area. During the 250 years of exclusion when emigration and foreign trade were forbidden, a larger growing population had to be supplied from a small insular area, further restricted by reasons of the configuration of the surface. Here the geographical effects of a small, naturally defined area worked out to their logical conclusion. Consequently, agriculture progressed rapidly and gave the farmer a rank in the social scale such as he attained nowhere else. His methods of tillage are much the same as in overcrowded China, but his national importance and hence its rankings in society is much higher. In Japan today, farming absorbs 60% of the population. The system of tillage, in many respects primitive, is yet very thorough, and by means of skillful manuring makes one plot of ground yield 2 or 3 crops per annum. Every inch of arable land is cultivated in grain, vegetables, and fruits. Mountains and hills are terraced and tilled far up their slopes. Meadows are conspicuously absent, as are also fallow fields. Land is too valuable to lie idle. Labour is chiefly manual, and it shared by the women and children. Mattock and hoe are more common than the plough. Such elaborate cultivation and such pressure of population eventuate in small holdings. In Japan, 1 hectare, 2.5 acres, is the average farm per family. The case of England. While Japan's agriculture reflected the small area of an island environment, and under its influence reached a high development, England's from the beginning of the 15th century declined before the competition of English commerce, which gained ascendancy owing to the easy accessibility of Great Britain to the markets of Europe. The ravages of the Black Death in the latter half of the 14th century produced a scarcity of agricultural labourers and hence a prohibitive increase of wages. To economize labour, the great proprietaries resorted to sheep farming and the raising of wool, which, either in the raw state or manufactured into cloth, became the basis of English foreign trade. A distinct deterioration in agriculture followed this reversion to a pastoral basis of economic life, supplemented by a growing commerce which absorbed all the enterprise of the country. The steady contraction of the area under tillage threw out of employment the great mass of agricultural labourers, made them paupers and vagrants. Hence England entered the period of maritime discoveries with a redundant population. This furnished the raw material for her colonies and made her territorial expansion assume a solid permanent character, unknown to the flimsy trading stations which marked the mere extension of a field of commerce. Emigration and colonization from islands. Even when agriculture, fisheries, and commerce have done their utmost in the various stages of civilization to increase the food supply, yet insular populations tend to outgrow the means of subsistence procurable from their native base. Hence islanders, like peninsular peoples, are prone to emigrate and colonize. This tendency is encouraged by their mobility, born of their natural skill and maritime location. King Minos of Crete, according to Thucydides and Aristotle, colonized the Cyclades. Greece, from its redundant population, peopled various Aegean and Ionian islands, which in turn threw off spores of settlements to other isles and shores. Corcyra, which was colonized from the Peloponnesus, sent out a daughter colony to Epidemos on the Illyrian coast. Andros, one of the Cyclades, as early as 644 BC, colonized Acanthus and Stygirdus in Chalcidice. Paros, settled first by Cretans and then by Ionians at a very early date, sent colonies to Thasos and to Parium on the Propontis, while Samos was a perennial fountain emitting streams of settlement to Thrace, Cilicia, Crete, Italy, and Sicily. Map page 251. This moving picture of Greek emigration is duplicated in the Malay archipelago, especially in the smaller eastern islands. Almost every Malay tribe has traditions based upon migrations. The southern Philippines derived the considerable Mohammedan element of their population from the Samao Laut, who came from Sumatra and the islands of the Strait of Malacca. A Malayan strain can be traced through Polynesia to far-off East Isle. Sometimes the emigration is a voluntary exile from home for a short period and a definite purpose. The inhabitants of Buton, Binangul, and the neighbouring islets, all of them located southeast of Celebes, have for the past 25 years come in great numbers to the larger islands of Seram, Buru, and Buyona, and Banda, where they have laid out and carefully cultivated plantations of maize, tobacco, bananas, and cocoa palms. Generally, only the men come, work 2 years, save their profits, and then return home. These ambitious tillers look like savages, are shy as wild things of the woods, and work naked to the waist. Polynesia, Melanesia, and Micronesia, where every condition of land and sea tends to develop the migratory spirit, form a region of extensive colonization. Settlements of one race are scattered among the island groups of another, making the ethnic boundaries wide penumbras. In some smaller islands of Melanesia, the Polynesian colonists have exterminated or expelled the original inhabitants, and are found there now with all their distinctive race characteristics. But in the larger islands, they have been merged in the resident population, and their presence is only to be surmised from the existence of Polynesian customs, such as father rite and new hair brides, and Solomon Islands side by side with the prevailing Melanesian mother rite. In small islands like Tongatabu, Samoa, and Fiji, emigration becomes habitual, a gradual spilling over of the redundant population, and hence not a formidable inundation. In all this insular region of the Pacific, the impulse to immigration is so persistent that the resulting inter-insular colonization obliterates sharp distinctions of race. It annuls the segregation of an island environment and makes everywhere for amalgamation and unification rather than differentiation. Modern immigration from islands. Among highly civilized peoples, where better economic methods bring greater density of population and set them at the same time a higher standard of living, emigration from islands is especially marked. Japan has seen a formidable exodus since an end was put to its long period of concentration. This has taken the form of widespread emigration to various foreign lands, notably the Hawaiian Islands and the United States, and also of internal colonization in its recently acquired territory in Formosa and Korea. The Maltese have spread from their congested island, and are found today as gardeners, sailors, and traders along all the Mediterranean coasts. Majorca and the more barren Cyclades tell the same story. The men of Capri go in considerable numbers to South America, but generally return home again. The Icelanders often pull themselves out of the stagnation of their lonely, ungenerous island to become thrifty citizens of Western Canada. Maritime enterprise as outlet. Emigration from islands readily throws itself into the channel of navigation and foreign trade. The northern Sporades, especially Skiathos and Skopelos, are the home of sailors who can be found over all the world. In this appetency for a nautical career, small inshore islands are often distinguished from the nearby mainland. Nearly all the masculine population of the Frisian Islands were seamen prior to 1807. In the 18th century, a third of the Hamburg vessels were commanded by captains from the little Isle of South, and a third of the Greenland fleet of the Netherlands by natives of Four. In England, the exodus took the form of trading expeditions, and the foundation of commercial colonies long before the food resources of the island had been even considerably developed. The accessible sea offered lines of least resistance, while the monopoly of the land by a privileged aristocracy and the fiercely defended corn laws made the limitations of a small area more oppressive. In Ireland, a landless peasantry in a grainless land, dulled by deprivation of opportunity, found in emigration an escape from insupportable evils. Artificial checks to population. While emigration draws off the surplus population, they tend to develop in islands, as also in barren highlands where population early reaches the point of saturation, various devices to restrict natural increase. The evils of congestion are foreseen and guarded against. Abe Raynal, writing of islanders in general, remarked as far back as 1795, "It is among these peoples that we trace the origin of that multitude of singular institutions which retards the progress of population. Anthropophagy, the castration of males, the infibulation of females, late marriages, the consecration of virginity, the approbation of celibacy, the punishments exercised against girls who become mothers at too early an age," he enumerates as such checks. Malthus, in his essay on population, commenting on this statement, notes that the bounds to the number of inhabitants on islands, especially small ones, are so narrow as so obvious that no one can ignore them. The checks to population practiced on islands are either preventive or positive. The extreme measure to restrict marriage is found among the wretched Budamas who inhabit the small marshy islands of Lake Chad. Tribal custom allows only the chiefs and headmen to have wives. A brass crescent inserted into the ear of a boy indicates the favoured one among the chief's sons destined to carry on his race. For his brothers this is made physically impossible. They become big, dull, timid creatures, contributing by their fishing to the support of the thinly populated villages. The natives of the Shari River Delta on the southern shore of Lake Chad use Budama as a term of contempt for a man. Polyandry. In islands, as in unproductive highlands where hunger stalks abroad, marriage readily takes the form of polyandry. On the Canary Islands, at the time of their conquest in 1402, polyandry existed in Lanzarote, and possibly in Fuerteventura, often assigning one woman to 3 husbands, but in the other islands of the group monogamy was strictly maintained. In Oceanica, polygamy, monogamy, or polyandry prevails according to a man's means, the poverty of the island, and the supply of women. A plurality of wives is always the privilege of the chiefs and the wealthy, but all 3 forms of marriage may be found on the same island. Scarcity of women gives rise to polyandry in Tahiti, and consigns one woman to 4 or 5 men. In old Hawaii, where there were 4 or 5 men to one woman, a kind of incipient polyandry arose by the addition of a countenanced paramour to the married couple's establishment. Robert Louis Stevenson found the same complaisant arrangement a common one in the Marquesas, where the husband's deputy was designated by the term of piccio in the native vocabulary. Polyandry existed in Easter Isle, among whose stunted and destitute population the men far exceeded the women, and children were few, according to reports of the early visitors. Numerous other instances make this connection between island habitat, deficiency of women, need of checking increase, and polyandrous marriages an obvious one. Infanticide. This disproportion of the sexes in Oceanica is due to the murder of female infants, too early childbearing, overwork, privation, licentiousness, and the violence of the men. The imminence of famine dictates certain positive checks to population, among whose infanticide and abortion are widespread in Oceanica. In some parts of the New Hebrides and the Solomon groups, it is so habitual that in some families all children are killed, and substitutes purchased at will. In the well-tilled Fiji Islands, a pregnant girl is strangled and her seducer slain. The women make a practice of drinking medicated waters to produce sterility. Failing in this, the majority kill their children either before or after birth. On the island of Vanuatu, infanticide reaches from 1/2 to 2/3 of all children conceived. Here it is reduced to a system and gives employment to professional murderers of babies, who hover like vultures over every child bed. All destroyed after birth are females. And yet here, as on many other islands of Melanesia and Polynesia, such offspring as spared are treated with foolish fondness and indulgence. The two facts are not incompatible. Approved by the state. Geographic conditions made infanticide a state measure in these crowded communities. On the small coral atolls where the food supply was scantest, it was enforced by law. On Vaitupu, in the Ilias group, only 2 children were allowed to a couple. On Nuku'whelauo, only 1. Any violation of this unique Sampoetri law was punished by a fine. On the congested Gilbert atolls, a woman rarely had more than 2 children, never more than 3. Abortion produced by a regular midwife disposed of any subsequent offspring. Affection for children was very strong here, and infanticide of the living was unknown. In Samoa also, Turner found the practice restricted to the period before birth, but in Tahiti and elsewhere it was enforced by the tribal village authorities on the born and unborn. In pre-Christian Hawaii, 2/3 of all children, and especially girls, were killed by their parents either before or after birth. The result was a decay of the maternal instinct and the custom of farming out children to strangers. This contributed to the excessive infant mortality, the degeneration of morals, and the instability of the family. So in Japan, the pressure of population led to infanticide and the sale of daughters to a life of ignominy, which took them out of the childbearing class. Nor was either custom under the ban. The result is a deterioration of morals, an invasion of the family bond, and a decay of the finer sentiments therewith connected. Captain Cook in 1770 found in Tahiti Eriore or Erios societies, which were free love associations, including in their number over half of the better sort of the inhabitants. The children begotten of these promiscuous unions were smothered at birth. Obscene conversations, indecent dances, and frank unchastity on the part of girls and women were the attendant evils of these loose morals. Cook was sure that these societies greatly prevent the increase of the superior classes of people of which they are composed. Malthus reports a similar association in the Marianne Islands, distinguished by a similar name devoted to race suicide. Everywhere in Oceanica, marriage is unstable, and with few exceptions, unchastity prevails. Stevenson thinks it chiefly accountable for the decline of population in the islands. However, in the detailed taboos laid upon women in Fiji, Marquesas, and other Polynesian islands, we have the survival of an early measure to increase reserve between the sexes, long after regard for chastity is vanished. Low valuation of human life. The constant pressure of population upon the limits of subsistence throughout Oceanica has occasioned a low valuation of human life. Among natural peoples, the helpless suffer first. The native Hawaiians, though a good-natured folk, were relentless towards the aged, weak, sick, and insane. These were frequently stoned to death or allowed to perish of hunger. In Fiji, the aged are treated with such contempt that when decrepitude or illness threatens them, they beg their children to strangle them, unless the children anticipate the request. In Vaut, or Ifet, of the New Hebrides, old people are buried alive, and their passage to another world duly celebrated by a feast. Moreover, in the Tonga Islands and in New Zealand, great respect and consideration is shown to the aged as embodying experience. The harsher custom recalls an ancient law of Aegean Chios, who ordained that all persons over 60 years of age should be compelled to drink hemlock in order that there might be sufficient food for the rest. Cannibalism in the islands. Many customs of Oceanica can be understood only in the light of the small value attached to human life in this island world. The overpopulation which lies back of their colonization explains the human sacrifices in their religious orgies and funeral rites, as also the widespread practice of cannibalism. This can be traced in vestigial forms, or as an occasional or habitual custom from one end of the Pacific to the other, from the Marquesas to New Guinea, and from New Zealand to Hawaii. All Melanesia is tainted with it, and Micronesia is not above suspicion. The cause of this extensive practice Stevenson attributes to the imminence of famine and the craving for flesh as food in these small islands, which are destitute of animals except fowls, dogs, and hogs. In times of scarcity, cannibalism threatens all. It strikes from within or without the clan. Ratzel leans to the same opinion. Captain Cook thought the motive of a good full meal of human flesh was often back of the constant warfare in New Zealand, and was sometimes the only alternative of death by hunger. Cannibalism was not habitual in the Tonga Islands, but became conspicuous during periods of famine. In faraway Tierra del Fuego, where a peculiarly harsh climate and the low cultural status of the natives combined to produce a frightful infant mortality and therefore to repress population, cannibalism within the clan is indulged in only at the imperious dictate of the midwinter hunger. The same thing is true in the nearby Chonos archipelago. There are the darker effects of the island habitat, the vices of its virtues. The same excessive pressure of population which gives rise to infanticide also stimulates agriculture, industry and trade. It develops ingenuity in making the most of local resources, and finally leads to that widespread immigration and colonization which has made islanders the great distributors of culture, from Easter Isle to Java and from ancient Crete to modern England. End of section 20. Section 21 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the Basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 15. Plains, Steppes, and Deserts. Part 1. Relief of the sea floor. Anthropo-geography has to do primarily with the forms and relief of the land. The relief of the sea floor influences man only indirectly. It does this by affecting the forms of the coast, by contributing to the action of tides in scouring out river estuaries, as on the flat beaches of Holland and England, by determining conditions for the abundant littoral life of the sea, the fisheries of the continental shelf, which are factors in the food quest and the distribution of settlements. Moreover, the ocean floor enters into the problem of laying telegraph cables, and thereby assumes a certain commercial and political importance. The name of the telegraph plateau of the North Atlantic, crossed by 3 cables, points to the relation between these and submarine relief. So also does the erratic path for the cable from southwestern Australia to South Africa via Keeling Island and Mauritius. Submarine reliefs have yet greater significance in their relation to the distribution of the human race over the whole earth, for what is now a shallow sea may in geologically recent times have been dry land, on which primitive man crossed from continent to continent. It is vital to the theory of the Asiatic origin of the American Indian that in Miocene times a land bridge spanned the present shallows of Bering Sea. Hence the slight depth of this basin has the same biogeographical significance as that of the British seas, the waters of the Malay archipelago, and the Melanesian submarine platform. The impressive fact about Wallace's Line is the depth of the narrow channel which it follows through Lombok and Makassar Straits, and which, in recent geological times, defined the southeastern shore of Asia. In all these questions of former land connecting anthropogeography follows the lead of biogeography, whose deductions, based upon the dispersal of countless plant and animal forms, points to the paths of human distribution. Mean elevations of the continents. The mean elevation of the continents above sea level indicates the average life conditions of their populations as dependent upon relief. The 1,010 meters, 3,313 feet, of Asia indicate its prominent highland character. The 330 meters, 1,080 feet, representing the average height of Europe, and the 310 meters, 1,016 feet, of Australia indicate the preponderance of lowlands. Nevertheless, anthropogeography rarely attends itself to a mathematical statement of physical conditions. Such a statement only obscures the facts. The 660 meters, 2,164 feet, mean elevation of Africa indicates a relief higher than Europe, but gives no hint of the plateau character of the dark continent, in which lowlands and mountains are practically negligible features, while the almost identical figure, 650 meters, or 2,132 feet, for both North and South America, is the average derived from extensive lowlands in close juxtaposition to high plateaus capped by lofty mountain ranges. Such mathematical generalizations indicate the general mass of the continental upheaval, but not the way this mass is divided into low and high reliefs. The method of Anthropo-Geography is essentially analytical, and therefore finds little use for general orometric statements, which may be valuable to the science of geomorphology with its radically different standpoint. For instance, geomorphology may calculate from all the dips and gaps in the crest of a mountain range the average height of its passes. Anthropo-Geography, on the other hand, distinguishes between the various passes according as they open lines of greater or less resistance to the historical movement across the mountain barriers. It finds a one deep breach in the mountain wall, like the Mohawk Depression and Cumberland Gap in the Appalachian system. Truckee Pass in the Sierra Nevada and the Brenner in the Alps has more far-reaching and persistent historical consequences than a dozen high-laid passes that only notch the crest. Pack trail, road, and railroad seek the former, avoid the latter. One draws from a wide radius, while the other serves a restricted local need. Therefore, Anthropo-Geography, instead of clumping the passes, sorts them out and notes different relations in each. Distribution of reliefs. In continents and countries, the anthropogeographer looks to see not what reliefs are present, but how they are distributed. Whether highlands or lowlands appear in unbroken masses, as in Asia, or alternate in close succession, as in Western Europe, whether the transition from one to the other is abrupt, as in Western South America, or gradual, as in the United States. A simple and massive land structure lends the same trait of the simple and massive to every kind of historical movement, because it collects the people into large groups and starts them moving in broad streams, as it were. This fact explains the historical preponderance of lowland peoples and especially of steppe nomads over the small scattered groups inhabiting isolated mountain valleys. The island of Great Britain illustrates the same principle on a small scale in the turbid, dismembered history of independent Scotland, with its highlanders and lowlanders, its tribes and clans separated by mountains, gorges, straits, and fjords, in contrast to the smoother, unified course of history in the more uniform England. Carl Ritter compares the dull uniformity of historical development and relief in Africa with the variegated assemblage of highlands and lowlands, nations and peoples, primitive societies and civilized states in the more stimulating environment of Asia. Homologous relief and homologous histories. The chief features of mountain relief reappear on a large scale in the continents, which are simply big areas of upheaval lifted above sea level. The continents show, therefore, homologous regions of lowlands, uplands, plateaus, and mountains, each district sustaining definite relations to the natural terrace above or below it, and displaying a history corresponding to that of its counterpart in some distant part of the world, due to a similarity of relations. This appears first in a specialization of products in each tier, and hence in more or less economic interdependence, especially where civilization is advanced. The tendency of conquest to unite such obviously complementary districts is persistent. Hence the central highlands of Asia is fringed with low peripheral lands like Manchuria, China, India, and Mesopotamia, into whose history it has repeatedly entered as a disturbing force. All the narrow Pacific districts of the Americas, from Alaska to Patagonia, are separated by the Cordilleras from the lowlands on the Atlantic face of the continent. All reveal in their history the common handicap arising from an overwhelming preponderance of plateau and mountain, and a paucity of lowlands. Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru have in the past century been stretching out their hands eastward to grasp sections of the bordering Amazon lowlands, which today is the world's great field of conflicting boundary claims. Chile would follow its geographical destiny if it should supplement its high, serrated surface by the plateaus and lowlands of Bolivia, as Cyrus and Persian married the plateau of Iran on the plains of the Tigris and Euphrates, and Romulus joined the Alban hills to the alluvial fields of the Tiber. Anthropo-Geography of lowlands. Well-watered lowlands invite expansion, ethnic, commercial, and political. In them the whole range of historical movements meet few obstacles beyond the waters gathering in their runnels, and forests nourished in their rich soils. Limited to 200 meters, 660 feet, elevation, lowlands develop no surface features beyond low hills and undulating swells of land. Uniformity of life conditions, monotony of climate as a relief, except where grades of latitude intervene to chill or heat, an absence of natural boundaries, and constant encouragement to intercourse, are the anthropo-geographical traits of lowlands, as opposed to the arresting, detaining grasp of mountains and highland valleys. Small isolated lowlands like the mountain-rimmed plains of Greece and the Aegean coast of Asia Minor, the Nile floodplain, Portugal, and Andalusia in Spain may achieve precocious short-lived historical importance, owing to the fertility of their alluvial soils, their character as naturally defined districts, and their advantageous maritime location. But while in these restricted lowlands, the telling feature has been their barrier boundaries of desert, mountains, and sea, the vast level plains of the earth have found their distinctive and lasting historical importance in the fact of their large and unbounded surface. Such plains have been both source and recipient of every form of historical movement. Owing to their prevailing fitness for agriculture, trade, and intercourse, they are favoured regions for the final massing of a sedentary population. The areas of greatest density of population in the world, harbouring 150 or more to the square kilometre, 385 to the square mile, are found in the lowlands of China, the alluvial plains of India, and similar level stretches of the Neapolitan plain and Po Valley, the lowlands of France, Germany, Holland, Belgium, England, and Scotland. Such a density is found in upland districts, 660 to 2,000 feet or 200 to 600 meters, bordering agricultural lowlands, only where industries based upon mineral wealth cause a concentration of population. See maps, page 8, 9, 559. Extensive plains unfavourable to early development. The level or undulating surface of extensive lowlands is not favourable to early development of civilization. Not only do their wide extent and absence of barriers postpone the transition from nomadism to sedentary life, but their lack of contrasting environments and contrasted developments, which supplement and stimulate, puts chains upon progress. A flat, monotonous relief produces a monotonous existence, necessarily one-sided, needing a complement in upland or mountain. To the pioneer settlers in the lowlands of Missouri, the Ozark Plateau was a boon, because its streams furnished water power for much-needed saw and flour mills. Treeless Egypt, even before 2500 BC, depended upon the cedars of the Lebanon mountains for the construction of its ships, so that the conquest of Lebanon began by Thutmose I and completed by Thutmose III in about 1470 BC, had a sound geographical basis. Similarly, the exploitation of the copper, malachite, turquoise, and lapis lazuli of Mount Sinai, minerals not found in the Nile plain, led the ancient Egyptians into extensive mining operations there before 3000 BC, and resulted in the establishment of Egyptian political supremacy in 2900 BC. As a measure to protect the mines against the depredations of the neighbouring Bedouin tribes, lowlands lack the distinctive advantages of highlands found in diversity of climate, water power, generally in more abundant forests, and minerals. The latter are earlier discovered and worked in the tilted strata of mountains and uplands. Plain countries suffer particularly from a paucity of varied geographic conditions and a resulting contrasts in their population. Their national characters tend to be less richly endowed. Their possibilities for development are blighted or retarded because even racial differences are rapidly obliterated in the uniform geographic environment. A small diversified country like Crete, Great Britain, Italy, Portugal, Saxony, or Japan is a geographical multum in parvo. The western half of Europe bears the same stamp, endowing each country and nation with marked individuality born of partial isolation and a varied combination of environment. The larger eastern half of the continent embraced in the plains of Poland and Russia shows a monotony in every aspect of human life. This comes out anthropologically in the striking similarity of head form found everywhere north and east of the Carpathian Mountains, except in the secluded districts of Lithuania, Crimea, which shelter remnants of distinct races. Over all this vast territory, the range of cephalic variation is only 5 units or 1/3 that in the restricted but diversified territory of Western Europe. Italy, only 1/18 the size of European Russia, has a range of 15 units, reflecting in the variety of its human types and diversity of its environment. Conditions for fusion in plains. In the plains, geography makes for fusion. Russia shows this marked homogeneity, despite a motley collection of race ingredients which have entered into the makeup of the Russian people. Without boundary or barrier, the country has stood wide open to invasion, but the intruders found no secluded corners where they could entrench themselves and preserve their national individuality. They dropped in a vast melting pot which has succeeded in amalgamating the most diverse elements. The long-drawn Baltic North Sea plain of Europe shows the same power of fuse. Here is found a prevailing blonde, long-headed stock from the Gulf of Finland to the Somme River in France. Yet this natural boulevard has been a passway for races. Prehistoric evidences show that the dark, broad-headed Celtic folk once overspread this plain east to the Weser. It still tends to trickle down from the southern uplands into the Baltic lowland and modify the Teutonic type along its southern margin throughout Germany. The Slavs in historic times reached as far west as the Weser, where the expansion of the Teutons has embraced the whole maritime plain from Brittany to the Finnish Gulf. Here it is difficult to draw an ethnic boundary on the basis of physical differences. The Eastern Prussians are Slavonized Teutons, and the adjacent Poles seem to be Teutonized slaves, while the purest type of Litto-Lithuanian in the eastern corner of the Baltic coast approximates closely to the Anglo-Saxon type which sprang from the western corner. A similar amalgamation of races and peoples has taken place in the lowlands of England and Scotland, while diversity still lingers in the Highlands. In the lowlands of Scotland, Picts in small numbers, Britons, Scots from Ireland, Angles, Frisians, Northmen and Danes have all been blended and assimilated in habits, customs and speech. Retardation due to monotonous environment. This uniformity is advantageous to early development in a small plain because of the juxtaposition of contrasted environments, but is stultifying to national life in an immense expanse of monotony like that of Russia. Here sameness leaves its stamp on everything. Language is differentiated with only 2 dialects, that of the Great Russians of the north and Little Russians of the southern steppes, who were so long exposed to Tatar influences. Most other languages of Europe, though confined to much smaller areas, show far greater diversity. While the Russians of Kazan or Archangel can converse readily with the citizens of Riga or St. Petersburg, Germans from Highland Bavaria and Swabia are scarcely intelligible to Prussian and Mecklenburger, and whereas Germany a few decades ago could count over 100 different kinds of national dress or tract, Great Russia alone, with 6 times the area, had only a single type with perhaps a dozen slight variations. Leroy Belliau comments upon this eternal sameness. The cities are all alike. So are the peasants, in looks, habits, in mode of life. In no country do people resemble one another more. No other country is so free from political complexity. Those oppositions in type and character, which even yet we encounter in Italy and Spain, in France and Germany. The nation is made in the likeness of the country. It shows the same unity, we might say the same monotony, as the plains on which it dwells. Influence of soils in low plains. The more flat and featureless a lowland is, the more important become even the slightest surface irregularities, which can draw faint dividing lines among the population. Here a gentle land swell, river, lake, forest or water-soaked moor serves as boundary. Especially apparent is the differentiating influence of difference of soils. Gravel and alluvium, sand and clay, chalk and more recent marine sediments emphasize small geographical differences throughout the North German lowland and its extension through Belgium and Holland. Here various soils differentiate the distribution of population. In the Netherlands, we find the Frisian element of the Dutch people inhabiting chiefly the clay soils and low fens of the west and northwest, the Saxon in the diluvial tracts of the east, and the Frankish in the river clays and diluvium of the south. All the types have maintained their differences of dialect, styles of houses, racial character, dress and custom. The only distinctive region in the great western lowland of France, which comprises over half of the country, is Brittany, individualized in its people and history by its peninsular form, its remote western location, and its infertile soil of primary rocks. Within the sedimentary trough of the Paris Basin, a slight Cretaceous platform like the meadowland of Perche, 200 to 300 meters elevation, introduces an area of thin population devoted to horse and cattle raising in close proximity to the teeming urban life of Paris. The eastern lowland of England also can be differentiated economically and historically, chiefly according to differences of underlying rocks: Carboniferous, Triassic, Jurassic, chalk, boulder clays, and alluvium, which also coincide often with slight variations of relief. In Russia, the contrast between the glaciated surface of the north and the black mold belt of the south makes the only natural divisions of that vast country, unless we distinguish also the arid southeastern steppes on the basis of a purely climatic difference. See map page 484. The broad coastal plain of our South Atlantic states contains only low reliefs, but it is diversified by several soil belts which exert a definite control over the industries of the inhabitants, and thereby over the distribution of the Negro population. In Georgia, for instance, the rich alluvial soil of the swampy coast is devoted to the culture of rice and sea island cotton, and contains over 60% of Negroes in its population. This belt, which is only 25 miles wide, is succeeded inland by a broader zone of sandy pine barrens, where the proportion of Negroes drops to only 20 or 30% of the total. Yet further inland is another fertile belt, devoted chiefly to the cultivation of upland cotton, and harbouring from 35 to over 60% of Negroes in its population. Alabama shows a similar stratification of soils and population from north to south over its level surface. Along the northern border of the state, the cereal belt coincides with the deep calcareous soil of the Tennessee River Valley, where Negroes constitute from 35 to 60% of the inhabitants. Next comes the mineral belt, covering the low foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. It contains the densest population of the state, less than 17% of which is Negro. South of this is a broad cotton belt of various rich soils, chiefly deep black loam of the river bottoms, which stretches east and west across the state and includes over 60% of Negroes in its population. This is succeeded by the low coastal timber belt, marked by decline in the quality of the soil and the proportion of Negro inhabitants. Value of slight elevations. In the dead level of extensive plains, even slight elevations are seized upon for special uses or acquire peculiar significance. The kurgans or burial mounds of the prehistoric inhabitants of Russia, often 20 to 50 feet high, serve today as watchtowers for herdsmen tending their flocks. Similarly, the Bobos, inhabiting the flat grasslands of the French Congo between the Chara and the Ubangui rivers, use the low knolls dotted over their country, probably old anthills, as looking points against raiders. The sandhills and ridges which border the southern edges of the North German lowland form districts sharply contrasted to the swampy wooded depressions of the old deserted river valleys just to the north. Early occupied by a German stock, they furnished the first German colonists to displace the primitive Slav population, surviving those unattractive, inaccessible regions, as seen in the Spreewald near Cottbus today. Plains and political expansion. The boundless horizon which is unfavourable to a nascent people endows them in their belated maturity with the power of mastering large areas. Political expansion is the dominant characteristic of the peoples of the plains. Haxorson observed that handicapped and retarded Russia commands every geographic condition and national trait necessary for virile and expansive political power. Muscovite expansion eastward across the lowlands of Europe and Asia is paralleled by the rapid spread of American settlement and dominion across the plains and prairies of the Mississippi Valley, and Hungarian dominion of the wide Danubian levels from the foothills of the Austrian Alps to the far Carpathian watershed. It was the closely linked lowlands of the Seine and Loire which formed the core of political expansion and centralization in France. Nearly the whole northern lowland of Germany has been gradually absorbed by the Kingdom of Prussia, which now comprises in its territory about 2/3 of the total area of the empire. Prussian statesmen formulated the policy of German unification and colonial expansion, and to Prussia fell the hereditary headship of the empire. Lowland states tend to stretch out and out to boundaries which depend more upon the reach of the central authority than upon physical features. We have seen American settlement and dominion overleap one natural boundary after another between the Mississippi River and the Pacific, from 1804 to 1848. Russia, in an equally short period, has pushed forward its Asiatic frontier at a dozen points, despite all barriers of desert and mountain. Argentina, blessed with extensive plains, fertile soil, and temperate climate, which have served to augment its population both by natural increase and steady immigration, 1/4 of its population is foreign, has expanded across the Rio Negro over the grasslands of the Patagonian plain, and thereby enlarged its area by 259,620 square miles since 1881. The statesman of the plains is a nature-made imperialist. He nurses wide territorial policies and draws his frontiers for the future. To him, a far-flung battle line is significant only as a means to secure the far-flung boundary line. Arid plains. From these low accessible plains of adequate rainfall, which at first encourage primitive nomadism, but finally make it yield to sedentary life and to dense populations spreading their farms and cities farther and farther over the unresisting surface of the land, we turn to those boundless arid steppes and deserts which nature has made forever the homes of restless, rootless peoples. Here quiescence is impossible. Their Volkwanderung is habitual. Migration is permanent. The only change is this eternal restlessness. While the people move, progress stands still. Everywhere, the sun-scorched grasslands and waterless waste have drawn the deadline to the advance of indigenous civilization. They permit no accumulation of productive wealth beyond increasing flocks and herds, and limit even their growth by the food supply of scanty, scattered patronage. The meagre rainfall eliminates forests, and therewith a barrier to migrations. It also restricts vegetation to grasses, sedges, and those forms which can survive a prolonged summer drought and require a short period of growth. Distribution and extent of arid plains. The union of arid plains and steppe vegetation is based upon climate, and is therefore a widely distributed phenomenon. These plains, whether high or low, are found in their greatest extent in the dry, trade wind belts, as in the deserts and steppes of Arabia, Persia, Sudan, the Sahara, South Africa, and Central Australia, and in vast continental interiors, where the winds arrive robbed of their moisture in passing intervening highlands, as in the grasslands of our western plains, the Illinois and Pampas of South America, and the steppes of Central Asia. But wherever they occur, whether in Argentina or Russian Turkestan or the higher plains of Mongolia and Tibet, they present the same general characteristics of land surface, climate, flora and fauna, and the same nomadic populations of pastoral or hunting tribes. In them the movement of peoples reaches its culminating point, permanent settlement its nil point. Here the hunting savage makes the widest sweep in pursuit of buffalo or antelope, and pauses least to till the field. Here the pastoral nomad follows his systematic wandering in search of pasturage, and his hardly less systematic campaigns of conquest. It is the vast and wide distribution of these arid plains, combined with an ability which they impose on native human life, that has lent them historical importance, and reproduced in all sections of the world that significant homologous relation of arid and well-watered districts. A map is displayed on the previous page. Annual rainfall of the world. Pastoral life. The grasslands of the Old World developed historical importance only after the domestication of cattle, sheep, goats, asses, horses, camels, and yaks. This step in progress resulted in the evolution of peoples who renounced the precarious subsistence of the chase to escape the drudgery of agriculture to devote themselves to pastoral life. It was possible only where domesticable animals were present, and where the intelligence of the native or the peculiar pressure exerted by an environment suggested the change from a natural to an artificial basis of subsistence. Australia lacked the type of animal, though North America had the reindeer and buffalo, and South America the guanaco, llama, and alpaca. Only the last two were domesticated in the Andean highlands, but as these were restricted to altitudes from 10,000 to 14,000 feet, where pasturage was limited, stock raising in primitive South America was merely an adjunct to the sedentary agriculture of the high intermontane valleys, and never became the basis for pastoral nomadism on the grassy plains. However, when the Spaniards introduced horses and cattle into South America, the Indians and half-breeds of the Illinois and Pampas became regular pastoral nomads, known as llaneros and gauchos. They are a race of horsemen wielding javelin and lasso and bola, living on meat, often on horse flesh like the ancient Huns, dwelling in leather tents made on a cane framework, like those of the modern Kyrgyz and medieval Tatars, dressed in cloaks and horse-hide sewn together, and raiding the Argentinian frontier of white settlement for horses, sheep and cattle, with the true marauding instincts of all nomads. Pastoral nomads of Arctic plains. Aridity is not the only climatic condition condemning a people to nomadic life. Excessive cold producing the tundra wastes of the far north has the same effect. Therefore, throughout Arctic Eurasia, from the Lapp district of Norway to the inland Chukches of eastern Siberia, we have a succession of Hyperborean peoples pasturing their herds of reindeer over the moss and lichen tundra, and supplementing their food supply with hunting and fishing. The reindeer Chukches once confined themselves to their peninsula so long as the grazing grounds were unexhausted, but they now range as far west as Yakutsk on the Lena River. The Orokons of the Kolyma River district in eastern Siberia, who live chiefly by their reindeer, have small herds. A well-to-do person will have 40 to 100 animals, and the wealthiest only 700, while the Chukches with herds of 10,000 often seek the pasture of the Kolyma tundra. Farther west, the Samoyeds of northern Siberia and Russia, and the Zyrians of the Pechora River range with their large herds northward to the Yalma Peninsula and Vaigat's Isle in summer, and southward in winter. See map pages 103-225. Here a herd of 50 head, which just suffices for the support of one family of 4 souls, requires 10 square versts, or 4.44 square miles of tundra pasturage. Hence population must forever remain too sparse even to attain historical significance. See map page 8. The Russian Lapps, too, lead a semi-nomadic life. Each group has a particular summer and winter settlement. The winter village is located usually inland in the Kola Peninsula, where the forests lend shelter to the herds, and the summer one near the tundra of the coast, where fishing is accessible. In winter, like the nomads of the deserts, they add to their slender income by the transport of goods by their reindeer and by service at the post stations. Historical importance of steppe nomads. These nomads of the frozen north, scattered sparsely over the remote periphery of the habitable world, have lacked the historical importance which, in all times, has attached to the steppe nomads, owing to their central location. The broad belt of deserts and grasslands which cross the old world diagonally between 10 degrees and 60 degrees north latitude from the Atlantic in Africa to the Pacific in Asia, either borders or encompasses the old domains of culture found in river oases, alluvial lowlands or central plains of the torrid and temperate zones. The restless, mobile, unbound shepherds of the arid lands have never long been contained by the country which bred them. They have constantly encroached upon the territory of their better-placed neighbours, invading, conquering, appropriating their fields and cities, distributing but at the same time acquiring their culture, lording it over the passive agriculturalists, and at the same time putting iron into their weaker blood. It is the geographical contact between arid steppes and moist river valley, between land of poverty and land of plenty, that has made the history of the two inseparable. A map is displayed on the page. Cultural regions of Africa and Arabia. Mobility of pastoral nomads. Every aspect of human life in the steppes bears the stamp of mobility. The nomad tolerates no clog upon his movements. His dwelling in the tent of skin or felt, as among Kalmaks or Kyrgyz, or the tent wagon of the modern Boer, and the ancient Scythian, as described by Herodotus. This device has been contrived by them as the country is fit for it, he says, level, grassy, treeless. The temporary settlement of shepherd tribes in the group of tents, or the ancient Carago camp of the nomadic Visigoths, or the lager of the pastoral Boers, both a circular barricade or corral of wagons. Tendency to trek. Constant movement reduces the impediment to a minimum. The Orokons, a Tungus nomadic tribe of eastern Siberia, have no furniture in their tents, and keep their meagre supply of clothing and utensils neatly packed on sleds, as if to start at a moment's notice. The only desirable form of capital is that which transports itself, namely flocks and herds. Beyond that, wealth is limited to strictly portable forms, preferably silver, gold, and jewels. It was in terms of these, besides their herds, that the riches of Abraham and Lot were rated in the Bible. That the Israelites, when travelling through the wilderness, should have had the gold to make the golden calf, accords strictly with the verisimilitude of pastoral life. Moreover, that these enslaved descendants of the Sheikh Abraham, with their traditions of pastoral life, should have simply trekked, ruptured the frail ties of recently acquired habit which bound them to the Nile soil, is also in keeping with the inborn nomadic spirit. Similar instances occur among modern peoples. The great trek of the South African Boers in 1836, by which they renounced not only their unwelcome allegiance to England, but also their land, was another exodus in accordance with the instinct of a pastoral people. They adopted no strange or difficult course, but travelled with their families as they were wont in their everyday life of cattle tenders, took all their chattels with them, and headed for the thin pastures of the far-reaching veldt. The Russian government has had to contend with the like fluidity in her Cossack tribes of the steppes, who had been up and off when imperial authority became oppressive. In the summer of 1878, West Siberia lost about 9,000 Kyrgyz, who left the province Semipalatinsk to seek Mongolia. Seasonal migrations. Environment determines the nomadic habits of the dweller of desert and steppe. The distribution of pasture and water fixes the scope and the rate of his wandering. These in turn depend upon geographic conditions and vary with the season. The Papago Indians of southern Arizona range with their cattle over a territory 100 by 150 miles in extent and wander across the border into Mexico. When their main water supply derived from wells or artificial reservoirs near their summer villages is exhausted, they migrate to the waterholes, springs or streams in the canyons. There the cattle graze out on the plains and return to the canyons to drink. Every Mongol tribe and clan has its seasonal migration. In winter, the heavier precipitation and fuller streams enable them to collect in considerable groups in protected valleys, but the dry summer disperses them over the widest area possible, in order to utilize every waterhole and grass spot. The hotter regions of the plains are abandoned in summer for highlands, where the short period of warmth yields temporary pastures and where alone water can be found. The Kyrgyz of Russian Turkestan resort in summer to the slopes and high valleys of the Altai Mountains, where their oils or tent villages may be seen surrounded by big flocks of sheep, goats, camels, horses, and cattle. The Pamir in the warm months is a gathering place for the nomads of Central Asia. The naked desert of Arabia yields a rare herbage during the rainy season, when the Bedouin tribes resort to it for pasturage. But during the succeeding drought they scatter to the hills of Yemen, Syria, and Palestine, or migrate to the valley of the Nile and Euphrates. The Arabs of the northern Sahara, followed by small flocks of sheep and goats, fire about between the summer pastures on the slopes of the Atlas Mountains and the scant wiry grass tufts found in winter on the borders of the desert. When the equatorial rains begin in June, the Arabs of the Atbara River follow them northwestward into the Nubian desert and let their camel herds graze on the delicate grass which the moisture has conjured up from the sandy soil. The country about Kassala, which is flooded during the monsoon rains by the rivers from the Abyssinian mountains, is reserved for the dry season. In the same way, the Tatar tribes of the Dnieper, Don, Volga, and Ural rivers on the 13th century moved down these rivers in the winter to the sea coast, and in summer upstream to the hills and mountains. So for the past 100 years, the Boers of the South African grasslands have migrated in their tent wagons from the higher to the lower pastures, according to the season of the year, invading even the Karoo Desert after the short summer rains. Marauding expeditions. This systematic movement of nomads within their accepted boundaries leads, on slight provocation, to excursions beyond their own frontiers into neighbouring territories. The growing herd alone necessitates the absorption of more land, more waterholes, because the grazed pastures renew their grass slowly under the prevailing conditions of drought. An area sufficient for the support of the tribe is inadequate for the subsistence of the herd, whose increase is a perennial expansive force. Soon the pastures become filled with feeding flocks, and then herdsmen and herds spill over into other fields. Often a season of unusual drought, reducing the existing herbage, which is scarcely adequate at best, gives rise to those irregular temporary expansions which enlarge the geographical horizon of the horde and eventuate in widespread conquest. Such incursions, like the seasonal movements of nomads, result from the helpless dependence of shepherd tribes upon variations of rainfall. The nomad's basis of life is at best precarious. He and want are familiar friends. A pest among his herds, diminished pasturage, failing wells, all bring him face to face with famine and drive him to robbery and pillage. Marauding tendencies are ingrained in all dwellers of the deserts and steppes. Since the days of Job, the Bedouins of Arabia have been a race of marauders. They have reduced robbery to a system. Predatory excursions figure conspicuously in the history of all the tribes. Robber is a title of honor. Pliny said that the Arabs were equally addicted to theft and trade. They pillaged caravans and held them for ransom, or gave them safe conduct across the desert for a price. Formerly, the Turkoman tribes of the Trans-Caspian steppes levied on the bordering districts, notably the northern part of Khorasan, which belonged more to the Turkomans, Yomut and Goklan tribes of the adjoining steppe than to the resident Persians. The border districts of Herat, Khiva, Merv, and Bukhara used to suffer in the same way from the raids of the Turks, while the Russians checked the evil. The Turks had depopulated whole districts, invaded Persian towns of considerable size, and carried off countless families into slavery. Both Turkomans and Kyrgyz tribes prior to 1873 raided caravans and carried off the travellers to the slave markets of Bukhara and Samarkand. See map, page 103. Among these tribes, no young man commanded respect in his community till he had participated in the baranta, or cattle raising. For centuries, the nomadic hordes of the Russian steppes systematically pillaged the peaceful agricultural Slavs who were threatening to encroach upon their pasture lands. The sudden swift ascent and swift retreat of the mountain marauders with the booty into the pathless grasslands, where the pursuit was dangerous. Their tendency to rob and conquer, but never to colonize, involved Russia in a long struggle which ceased only with the extension of Muscovite dominion over the steppes. Depredation and conquests of African nomads. All the Saharan tribes are marauders, whether Arabs, Berber Tuaregs, or Negroid Tibbus. The desert has made them so. The Tuaregs are chronic freebooters. They keep the Sahara and especially the caravan routes in constant insecurity. They stretch a cordon across the routes from Ghadames and Gat in the east to the great oasis of Insala and the Twat in the west, and from the oasis and hills forming their headquarters, they spread for pasturage and blackmail over the desert. They exact toll over and over again from a caravan, provided with a military escort of their own tribesmen, and then pillage it on the way. This has been the experience of Barth and other explorers. Caravans have not been their only prey. The agricultural peoples in the Niger floodplain, the commerce on the river, and the markets of Timbuktu long suffered from the raids of the Tuaregs of the Sahara. They collected tribute in the form of grain, salt, garments, horses, and gold, typical needs of a desert people, imposed tolls on caravans and on merchant fleets passing down the Niger to Timbuktu. In 1770 they began to move from the desert and appropriate the fertile plains in the northern part of the Niger Valley, and in 1800 they conquered Timbuktu. But as soon as they had to yield to another tribe of pastoral nomads, the fall was from the Senegal, who in 1813 established a short-lived but well-organized empire on the ruins of the Tuareg dominion. See map, page 105. The other agricultural states of the Sudan have had the same experience. The Tibus, predatory nomads of the French Sahara, just north of Lake Chad and the River Yo, mounted on camels and ponies, cross the shrunken river in the dry season and raid Bornu for cattle, carrying off women and children to sell as slaves, pillage the weekly markets on the Yo, and plunder caravans of pilgrims moving eastward to Mecca. Nowhere can desert nomads and the civilized peoples of agricultural plains dwell side by side in peace. Raids, encroachments, reprisals, finally conquest from one side or the other is the formula for their history. See map, page 487. Forms of defense against nomad depredations. The raided territory, if a modern civilized state, organizes its border communities into a native mounted police, as the English have done in the Bornu, Sokoto, and the Egyptian Sudan, and as the Russians did with their Cossack riders along the successive frontiers of Muscovite advance into the steppes, or it takes into its employ, as we have seen, the nearest nomad tribes to repress or punish every hostile movement beyond. Among the ancient states the method was generally different. Since the nomad invaders came with their flocks and herds, a barrier often sufficed to block their progress. For this purpose, Sesostris built the long wall of 1,500 stadia from Pelusium to Heliopolis as a barricade against the Arabians. Ancient Carthage constructed a ditch to check the depredations of the nomads of Numidia. The early kings of Assyria built a barrier across the plains of the Euphrates above Babylon to secure their dominion from the incursions of the desert Medes. In the 5th century of our era, the Red Wall was constructed near the northern frontier of Persia as a bulwark against the Huns. It stretched for 150 miles from the Caspian Sea to the ancient port of Aboskan, eastward to the mountains, and thus enclosed the populous valley of the Gurgan River. In remote ages, the neck of the Crimean Peninsula was fortified by a wall against the eruptions of the Tauroscythians. The Russians, early in their natural history, used the same means of defense against Tatar incursions. One wall was built from Persia on the Sura River to Simbirsk on the Volga, just south of Kazan. Another, further strengthened by a fosse and palisades, extended from the fortress of Saritsyn at the northern elbow of the Volga across the 50-mile interval to the Don, and was still defended in 1794 by the Cossacks of the Don against the neighbouring Kyrgyz hordes. The classic example of such fortifications against pastoral nomads, however, is the Great Wall of China. Pastoral life as a training for soldiers. The nomad is economically a herdsman, politically a conqueror, and chronically a fighter. Strife over pasturage and wells meets us in the typical history of Abraham, Lot, and Isaac. It exists within and without the clan. The necessity of guarding the pastures, which are only intermittently occupied, involves a persistent military organization. The nation is a quiescent army, the army a mobilized nation. It carries with it a self-transporting commissariat in its flocks and herds. Constant practice in riding, scouting, and the use of arms, physical endurance tested by centuries of exertion and hardship, make every nomad a soldier. Cavalry and camel corps add to the swiftness and vigor of their onslaught, and make their military strategy that of sudden attack and swift retreat, to be met only by weariness and extreme mobility. The ancient Scythians of the lower Danubian steppes were all horse archers, like the Parthians. If the Scythians were united, there is no nation which couldn't compare with them, or would be capable of resisting them. I do not say in Europe, but even in Asia, said Thucydides. In this opinion Herodotus conquered. The nomad's whole existence breeds courage. The independent, hazardous life of the desert makes the Arab the bravest of mankind, but the settled agricultural Arab of Egypt and Mohammedan Spain lost most of his fighting qualities. Military organization of nomads. The daily life of a nomad horde is a training school for military organization. In the evening, the flocks and herds are distributed with a system around the camp to prevent confusion. The difficult art of a well-ordered march, of making and breaking camp, and of foraging is practiced almost daily in their constant migrations. The usual order of the Bedouin march could scarcely be surpassed by an army. In advance of the caravan moves a body of armed horsemen, 5 or 7 kilometers ahead. Then follows the main body of the tribesmen mounted on horses and camels, then the female camels, and after these the beasts are burdened with the women and children. The encampment of tents, which the places for men, arms and herds, is also carefully regulated. More than this, the horde is organized into companies with their superior and subordinate leaders. John D. Carpini describes Genghis Khan's military organization of his vast Tatar horde by tens, hundreds and thousands, his absolute dominion over his conquered subjects, and prompt absorption of them into his fighting force by the compulsory enlistment of soldiers out of every freshly subjugated nation. In the same way, the Hebrew tribes, when preparing for the conquest of Canaan, adopted from the desert Midianites the organization of the horde into tens, hundreds, and thousands under judges, who were also military leaders in time of war. Capacity for conquest and political consolidation. Thus, certain geographic conditions produce directly the habitual and systematic migration of the nomads, and through this indirectly that military and political organization which has given the shepherd races of the earth their great historical mission of political consolidation. Agriculture, though underlying all permanent advance in civilization, is handicapped by the lack of courage, mobility, enterprise, and large political outlook characterizing early tillers of the soil. All these qualities the nomad possesses. Hence the union of these two elements, imperious pasture superimposed upon a peaceful tiller, has made the only stable governments among savage and semi-civilized races. The politically invertebrate peoples of dark Africa have secured the backbone to erect states only from nomad conquerors. The history of the Sudan cannot be understood apart from a knowledge of the Sahara and its peoples. All the Sudanese states were formed by invaders from the northern desert, Hamitic or Semitic. See map page 487. The Galla, or Wahuma herdsmen of East Africa, founded and maintained the relatively stable states of Uganda, Gitara, Kareg, and Uzinza in the Equatorial District. The conquerors remained herders while they lorded it over the agricultural aborigines. In prehistoric times, when the various peoples of the Aryan linguistic family were spreading over Europe and southern Asia, the superiority of the shepherd races must have been especially marked, because in that era only the unobstructed surface of the steppes permitted the concentration of men on a vast scale for migration and conquest. Everywhere else, regions of broken relief and dense forests harbored small, isolated peoples to whom both the idea and the technique of combined movement were foreign. End of section 21. Section 22 of Influence of Geographic Environment on the Basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is a public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 14. Plains, Steppes and Deserts, Part 2. Scope of Nomad Conquests. The rapidity and wide scope of such conquests is explained largely by the fact that nomads try to displace only the ruling classes in the subjugated territory, leaving the mass of the population practically undisturbed. Thus they spread themselves thin over a wide area. How lasting are the results of such conquests depends upon the degree of social evolution attained by the herdsmen. Genghis Khan and Tamerlane, after the manner of overlords, organized their conquered nations, but left them under the control of local princes, while their tribute-gatherers annually swept the country like typical nomad marauders. The Turks are still only encamped in Europe. They too make taxation despoliation, and although their dominion has produced no assimilation between victor and vanquished, it has given political consolidation to a large area occupied by various peoples. The Hyksos conquests of Egypt found the Nile Valley divided into several petty principalities under a nominal king. The nomad conquerors possessed political capacity and gave to Egypt a strong centralized government, which laid the basis for the power and glory of the 18th dynasty. The Tatars in 1279 AD and the Manchus in 1664 conquered China, extended its boundaries, governed the country as a ruling class, and left the established order of things undisturbed. The Saracen conquest of North Africa and Spain showed for a time organization and preeminence due to the advanced cultural status of the sedentary Arabs drawn into the movement by religious enthusiasm. The environment of Spain tended to conserve the knowledge of agriculture, industry, architecture, and science, which they brought in and which might have cemented Spaniard and Moor had it not been for the intense religious antagonism existing between the two races. The history of nomad conquerors shows that they become weakened by the enervating climate and the effeminating luxury of the moist and fertile lowlands. They lose eventually their warlike spirit, like the Falata or Fulb founders of the Sudanese states, and are either displaced from their insecure thrones by the conquerors sprung from the same nomad breeding steppe as the Aryan princes of India by the Mongol emperor, and the Saracen invaders of Mesopotamia by the victorious Turkomans. Or they are expelled in time by their conquered subjects, as the Tartars were from Russia, the Moors from Spain, and the Turks from the Danube Valley. Centralization versus decentralization in nomadism. Nomad hordes unite for concerted action to resist encroachment upon their pastures, or for marauding expeditions, or for widespread conquest, but such unions are from their nature temporary, though a career of conquest may be sustained for decades. The geographically determined mobility which facilitates such concentration favors also dispersal, decentralization. This is the paradox in nomadism. Geographic conditions in arid lands necessitate sparse distribution of population and of herds. Pastoral life requires large space and small social groups. When Abraham and Lot went to Canaan from Egypt, the land was not able to bear them that they might dwell together, for their substance was great. Strife for the pasturage ensued between their respective herdsmen, so the two sheiks separated, Lot taking the plains of Jordan, and Abraham the hill pastures of Hebron. Jacob and Esau separated for the same reason. The encampment of the Kyrgyz shepherds rarely avenges over 5 or 6 tents, except the best grazing grounds at the best season of the year. The flow of spring, well or stream also helps to regulate their size. The groups of Mongol yurts or felt tents along the pavement margin of the Gobi Valley from 4 tents to a large encampment, according to water and grass. Przewalski mentions a population of 70 families or 300 Sioux in the Lobnor district, distributed in 11 villages, or less than 28 in each group. Barth noticed the smallness of all the oasis towns of the Sahara, even those occupying incredible locations for trade on the caravan routes. Spirit of independence among nomads. The nature-made necessity of scattering in small groups to seek pasturage induces in the nomad a spirit of independence. The Bedouin is personally free. The power of the sheikh is only nominal, and depends much upon his personal qualities. The gift of eloquence among the ancient Arabs has been attributed to the necessity of persuading a people to whom restraint was irksome. Political organization is conspicuously lacking among the Tibus of the Sahara and the Turkoman tribes of the Trans-Caspian steppes. We are a people without a head, they say. The title of sheikh is an empty one. Custom and usage are their rulers. Though the temporary union of nomadic tribes forms an effective army, their union is short-lived. Groups form, dissolve and reform, with little inner cohesion. The Boers in South African grasslands showed the same development. The government of the Dutch East India Company in Cape Colony found it difficult to control the wandering cattlemen of the interior plateau. They loved independence and isolation. Their dissociative instincts, bred by the lonely life of the thin pastured veldt, were overcome only by the necessity of defense against the Bushmen. Then they organized themselves into commandos and sallied out on punitive expeditions like the Cossack tribes of the Don against marauding Tartars. Scattered over wide tracts of pasture land, they were exempt from the control of either Dutch or English authority, and when an energetic administration pursued them into their widespread ranches, they eluded control by trekking. Here was the independent spirit of the steppe, reinforced by the spirit of the frontier. Resistance to conquest. Though the desert and steppe have bred conquerors, they are the last parts of the earth's service to yield to conquest from without. The untamable spirit of freedom in the shepherd tribes finds an ally against aggression in the trackless sands, meager water, and food supply of their wilderness. Pursuit of the retreating tribesmen is dangerous and often futile. They need only to burn off the pasture and fill up or pollute the waterholes to cripple the transportation and commissariat of the invading army. This is the way the Damaras have fought the German subjugation of southwest Africa. Moreover, the paucity of economic and political possibilities in deserts and grasslands discourages conquest. Conquest pays only where it is a police measure to check depredations on the bordering agricultural lands, or where such barren areas are transit lands to a desirable territory beyond. It is chiefly the gates of Herat and the lure of India which have drawn Russian dominion across the scorched plains of Turkestan. France has assumed the big task of controlling the Sahara to secure a safe passageway between French Tunisia and the rich Niger basin of the French Sudan. The recent British-Egyptian expansion southward across the Nubian steppe had for its objective the better watered districts of the Upper Nile above Khartoum. This desert advance is essentially a latter-day phenomenon. The outcome of modern territorial standards is attended or secured by the railroad. To this fact, the projected Trans-Saharan line is the strongest witness. Nature everywhere postpones, obstructs, jeopardizes the political conquest of arid lands. The unstable, fanatical tribesmen of the Egyptian Sudan, temporarily but effectively united under the Mahdi, made it necessary for Kitchener to do again in 1898 the work of subjugation which Gordon had done 30 years before. The body of the Arabian people is still free. The Turkish sovereignty over them today is nominal, rather an alliance with a people whom it is dangerous to provoke and difficult to attack. Only the coast provinces of Hijaz, Yemen, and Hassa are subject to Turkey, while the tribes of the interior and of the southeastern seaboard are wholly independent. The Turkoman tribes of Trans-Caspia have been subordinated to Russia largely by a process of extermination. China is satisfied with a nominal dominion over the roaming populations of Mongolia and Chinese Turkestan. The French pacification and control of northwest Africa meets a peculiar problem due to the extreme restlessness and restiveness of the dominant Arab race. The whole population is unstable as water. A disturbance or movement in one tribe is soon communicated to the whole mass. Curtailment of nomadism. The steppe or desert policy for the curtailment of nomadism and the reclamation of both land and people is to encourage or enforce sedentary life. The French, to settle the wandering tribes on the atlas border of the Sahara, have opened a vast number of artesian wells through the agency of skillful engineers, and thus created oases in which the fecund sands support abundant date palm groves. The method pursued energetically by the Russians is to compress the tribes into ever-narrowing limits of territory, taking away their area of plunder, and then so restricting their pasture lands that they are forced to the drudgery of irrigation and tillage. In this way, the Yormuts and Goklands occupying the Caspian border of Trans-Caspia have been compelled to abandon their old marauding nomadic life and become to some extent agriculturalists. The method of the Chinese is to push forward the frontier of agricultural settlement into the grasslands, dislodging the shepherd tribes into poorer pastures. They have thus reclaimed for grain and poppy fields considerable parts of the Ordos country in the great northern bend of the Hoangol, which used to be a nursery for nomadic invaders. A similar substitution of agriculture for pastoral nomadism of another type has in recent decades taken place in the semi-arid plains of the American West. Sheep grazing on open range was without difficulty dislodged from the San Joaquin Valley of California by expanding farms in the 60s. More recently, dry farming and scientific agriculture adapted to semi-arid conditions have pushed the desert off the map in Kansas and advanced the frontier of tillage across the previous domain of natural pastures to the western border of the state. Pastoral nomadism has been gradually dislodged from Europe, except in the salt steppes of the Caspian Depression, where a vast tract, 300,000 square miles in area, and wholly unfit for agriculture, still harbors a sparse population of Asiatic Kalmuk and Kyrgyz hordes, leading the life of the Asiatic steppes. In Asia, too, the regions of pastoral nomadism have been curtailed, but in Africa they still maintain, for the most part, the growing, expanding geographical forms which they once showed in Europe, when nomadism prevailed as far as the Alps and the Rhine. In Africa, shepherd tribes covered not only the natural grasslands, but lap over into many districts destined by nature for agriculture. Hence it is safe to predict that a conspicuous part of the future economic and cultural history of the Dark Continent will consist in the release of agricultural regions from nomad occupancy and dominion. Supplementary agriculture or pastoral nomads. Though agriculture is regarded with contempt and aversion by pastoral nomads as resorted to for a living only when they lose their herds by a pest or robbery, or find their pasture lands seriously curtailed, nevertheless, nomadism yields such a precarious and monotonous subsistence that is not infrequently combined with a primitive, shifting tillage. The Kalmaks of the Russian steppes employ men to harvest hay for the winter feeding. The Nogay Tatars practice a little haphazard tillage on the alluvial hem of the steppe streams. Certain Arab tribes living east of the Atbara and Gash rivers resort with their herds during the dry season to the fruitful regions of Kassala, which is inundated by the drainage streams from Abyssinia, and there they cultivate dhurra and other grains. The Bechuana tribes inhabiting the rich streamless grasslands of the so-called Kalahari Desert rear small herds of goats and cultivate melons and pumpkins. Among the other Bechuana tribes, on the eastern margin of the desert, the men hunt, herd the cattle, and milk the cows, while the women raise dhurra, maize, pumpkins, melons, cucumbers, and beans. Compare maps pages 105-487. Such supplementary agriculture usually shifts with the nomad group, but where high mountains border rainless tracts, their Piedmont districts regularly develop permanent cultivation. Here periodic rains or melting snows on the ranges fill the drainage streams, whose inundation often converts their alluvial banks into ready-made fields. The reliability of the water supply anchors here the winter vintage of the nomads, which becomes centers of a limited agriculture, while the pastoral lands beyond the irrigated strips support his flocks and herds. Where the Piedmont of the Quenlan Mountains draws a stone of vegetation around the southern rim of the Taklamakan Desert, Mongol shepherds raise some wheat, maize, and melons as an adjunct to their cattle and sheep, but their tillage is often rendered intermittent by the salinity of the irrigating streams. Along the base of the Tian Shan Mountains, the felt yurt of the Gobi nomad gives place to the Turkey houses with wheat and rice fields and orchards of various fruits, so that the whole Piedmont highway from Hami to Yarkand presents an alternation of desert and oasis settlement. Even the heart of arid Arabia shows fertile oases under cultivation, where the lofty Nejd Plateau, with its rain-gathering peaks over 5,000 feet high, varies its wide pastures with well-tilled valleys abounding in grain fields and date palm groves. Along the whole Saharan slope of the Atlas Piedmont, a series of parallel wadis, and further out in the desert, a zone of artesian wells, sunk to the underground bed of hidden drainage streams from the same range, form oases which are a seat of permanent agriculture and more or less settled populations. The Saharan highlands of Tibesti, whose mountains rise to 8,300 feet, condense a little rain and permit the Tibus to raise some grain and dates in the narrow valleys. Irrigation and horticulture. The few and limited spots where the desert or steppe affords water for cultivation require artificial irrigation, the importation of plants and careful tillage, to make the limited area support even a small social group. Hence they could have been utilized by man only after he had made considerable progress in civilization. Oasis agriculture is predominantly intensive. Gardens and orchards tend to prevail over field tillage. The restricted soil and water must be forced to yield their utmost. While on the rainy or northern slope of the Atlas, in Algiers and Tunis farms abound. On the Saharan Piedmont are chiefly plantations of vegetables, orchards, and palm groves. In Fezzan, on the oasis of Gat, Barth found kitchen gardens of considerable extent, large palm groves, but limited fields of grains, all raised by irrigation, and the flat hollow basin forming the oasis of Muzak, he found also fig and peach trees, vegetables, besides fields of wheat and barley cultivated with much labour. In northern Fezzan, where the mountains back of Tripoli provide a supply of water, saffron and olive trees are the staple articles of tillage. The slopes are terraced and irrigated, laid out in orchards of figs, pomegranates, almonds, and grapes, while fields of wheat and barley border the lower courses of the wadis. In the cup oases, or depressions of the Sahara, the village is always built on the slope, because the alluvial soil in the basin is too precious to be used for house sites. Effect of diminishing water supply. The water supply in deserts and steppes, on which permanent agriculture depends, is so scant that even a slight diminution causes the area of tillage to shrink. Here a fluctuation of snowfall or rainfall in that moist region would be negligible, has conspicuous or even tragic results. English engineers who examined the utilization of the Afghan streams for irrigation reported that the natives had exploited their water supply to the last drop, that irrigation converted the Kabul River and the Heri-Rud at certain seasons of the year into dry channels. In the Turkoman steppes it has been observed that expanding tillage by the multiplication of irrigation canals increased the loss of water by evaporation, and hence diminished the supply. Facts like these reveal the narrow margin between food and famine, which makes the uncertain basis of life for the steppe agriculturalist. Even slight desiccation contracts the volume and shortens the course of interior drainage streams. Therefore it narrows the pavement zone of vegetation and the hem of tillage along the river banks. The previous frontier of field and garden is marked by abandoned hamlets and sand-buried cities, like those which border the dry beds of the shrunken Kultan rivers of the Tarim Basin. The steppe regions in the New World, as well as the Old, show great numbers of these ruins. Barth found them in the northern Sahara, dating from Roman days. They occur in such numbers in the Syrian desert, in the Sistan of Persia, in Baluchistan, the Gobi, Talcamarkan Desert, Tarfan, and the Lopnor Basin, that they indicate a marked but irregular desiccation of Central and Western Asia during the historical period. Scant diet of nomads. If a scant water supply places sedentary agriculture in arid lands upon an insecure basis, it makes the nomad's sources of subsistence even more precarious. It keeps him persistently on low rations, while the drought that burns his pastures and dries up well and wadi brings him face to face with famine. The daily food of the Bedouin is meal cooked in sour camel's milk, to which bread and meat are added only when guests arrive. His moderation in eating is so great that one meal of a European would suffice for 6 Arabs. The daily food of the shepherd agriculturalists on the Ken Lun margin of the Talcamarkan Desert is bread and milk. Meat is indulged only 3 or 4 times a month. The Tartars, even in their days of widest conquest, showed the same habitual frugality. Their victuals are all things that may be eaten, for we saw some of them eat lice. The flesh of all animals dying a natural death is used as food. In summer it is sun-dried for winter use, because at that time the Tartars live exclusively on mare's milk, which is then abundant. A cup or 2 of milk in the morning suffices till evening, when each man has a little meat. 1 ram serves as a meal for 50 or 100 men. Bones are gnawed till they are burnished, so that no whit of their food may come to naught. Genghis Khan enacted that neither blood nor entrails nor any other part of a beast which might be eaten should be thrown away. Scarcity of food among the Tibetan and Mongolian nomads is reflected in their habit of removing every particle of meat from the bone when eating. A thin decoction of hot tea, butter and flour is their staple food. Many Turkoman nomads, despite outward appearance of wealth, eat only dried fish, and get bread only once a month, while for the poor, wheat is prohibited on account of its cost. The Saharan Tibus, usually on a starvation diet, eat the skin and powdered bones of their dead animals. The privations and hardships of life in the deserts and steppes discourage obesity. The Koko-Nor Mongols of the High Tibetan Plateau are of slight build, never fat. The Bedouin's physical ideal of a man is spare, sinewy, energetic, and vigorous, lean-sided and thin, as the Arab poet expresses it. The nomadic tribesmen throughout the Sahara, whether a Hamitic, Semitic, or Negro race, show this type and retain it even after several generations of settlement in the river valleys of the Sudan. The Bushmen who inhabit the Kalahari Desert have thin, wiry forms and are capable of great exertion and privations. Checks to population. Though the conquering propensities of nomadic tribes make large families desirable, in order to increase the military strength of the horde, and those shepherd folk acquiring new and rich pastures develop patriarchal families, as did the Jews after the conquest of Canaan, nevertheless the limited water and food supply of desert and grassland, as well as the relatively low-grade economy of pastoral life, impose an iron-bound restriction upon population, so that as a matter of fact patriarchal families are rare. When natural increase finds no vent in emigration and dispersal, marriage among nomads becomes less fruitful. Artificial limitation of population occurs frequently among desert dwellers. In the Libyan oasis of Farafeh, the inhabitants never exceed 80 males, a limit fixed by a certain Sheikh Murzouk. Poverty of food supply explains the small number of children in the typical Turkoman family. Among the Koko-Nor Tibetans, monogamy is a rule, polygamy the exception and confined to the few rich, while families never include more than 2 or 3 children. According to Burekart, 3 children constitute a large family among the Bedouins, much to the regret of the Bedouins themselves. Mohammedans, though they are, few practice polygamy, while polyandry and female infanticide exist in heathen times. Desert peoples seem to be naturally monogamous. Trade of nomads. The prevailing poverty, monotony, and unreliability of subsistence in desert and steppe, as well as the low industrial status, necessitate trade with bordering agricultural lands. The Bedouins of Arabia buy flour, barley for horse feed, coffee and clothing, paying for them largely with butter and male colts. The northern tribes resort every year to the confines of Syria, when they are visited by peddlers from Damascus and Aleppo. The tribes from Hassa and the Nejd pasture land bring horses, cattle, and sheep to the city of Kuwait, at the head of the Persian Gulf, to barter for dates, clothing, and firearms, and large encampments of them are always to be seen near this town. Arabia and the desert of Kedar sold lambs, rams, and goats to the markets of ancient Tyre. The pastoral tribes of ancient Judea in times of scarcity went to Egypt with grain, which they purchased either with money or cattle. The picture of Jacob's sons returning from Egypt to Canaan with their long lines of asses laden with sacks of corn is typical for pastoral nomads. So is their ultimate settlement, owing to the protracted famine in the delta land of Gushan. The Kyrgyz of the Russian and Asiatic steppes barter horses and sheep for cereals, fine articles of clothing, and coarse wooden utensils in the cities of Bukhara and the border districts of Russia. Occasionally the land of the nomad yields other products than those of the flocks and herds, which enter therefore into their trade. Such is the salt of the Sahara, secured at Teodeni and Bilma, the gums of the Indus Desert, and balm of Gilead from the dry plateau east of Jordan. Pastoral nomads as middlemen. The systematic migrations of nomads, their numerous beasts of burden, and the paucity desert and steppe products determine pastoral tribes for the offices of middlemen, and as such they appear in all parts of the world. The contrast of products in arid regions and in the bordering agricultural land, as also in the districts on opposite sides of these vast barriers, stimulates exchanges. This contrast may rest upon a difference of geographic conditions, or of economic development, or both. The reindeer Chukches of Arctic Siberia take Russian manufactured wares from the fur stations on the Lena River to trade at the coast markets on Bering Sea for Alaskan pelts. The sons of Jacob, pasturing their flocks on the Judean plateau, saw a company of Ishmaelites come from Gilead with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. This caravan of Arabian merchants purchased Joseph as a slave, a characteristic commodity in desert commerce from ancient times to the present. The predatory expeditions of nomads provide them with abundant captives, only few of which can be utilized as slaves in their pastoral economy. In the same way the Kyrgyz manage the caravan trade between Russia and Bukhara, sometimes adding captured travelers to their wares. In ancient times, Nubian shepherd folk acted as migrant middlemen between Egypt and Meroe, between the junction of the Atbara River and the Nile, as did also the desert tribe of the Nasamoans between Carthage and interior Africa. From remote ages, an active caravan trade was carried on between the productive districts of Arabian Felix and the cities of Mesopotamia, Syria, and Egypt. Muhammad himself was a caravan leader. In the faith which he established, religious pilgrimages and commercial ventures were inextricably united, while to the mercantile spirit it gave a fresh and vigorous impetus. The caravan trade of the Sahara was first organized by Moorish and Arab tribes who dwelt on the northern margin of the desert, rearing herds of camels. These they hired to merchants for the journey between Morocco and Timbuktu in return for cereals and clothing. Hence Morocco has been the chief customer of the great desert town near the Niger, and sends thither numerous caravans from Tuindorf, Terdent, Morocco, Fez, and Tafilet. Algiers dominates the less important route via the oasis of Touat, and Tripolis that through Ghadames to the busy towns in the Lake Chad basin. Desert markets. If the camel is the ship of the desert, the market towns on the margin of the sandy wastes are the ports of the desert. These bazaars hold everything that the nomad needs. Their suburbs are a shifting series of shepherd encampments or extensive caravansaries for merchant and pack animal, like the Abaradion of Timbuktu, which receives annually from 50 to 60,000 camels. Their industries develop partially in response to the demand of the desert or trans-desert population. The fine blades of Damascus reflect the Bedouins' need of the best weapon. Each city has its sphere of desert influence. The province of Nejd in central Arabia is commercially subservient to Baghdad, Bushra, Kuwait, and Bahrain. The bazaars of Samarkand and Tashkent exist largely for the scattered nomads of Turkestan, ancient Gaza, and Ascalon, fattened on the Egyptian trade routes, the desert of Shur, as Petra, Bostra, and Damascus on the thin but steady streams of nomad products flowing in from the Syrian desert. Nomad industries. The abundant leisure of nomadic life encourages the beginning of industry, but rarely advances it beyond the household stage, owing to the thin, family-wise dispersion of population which precludes division of labor. Such industry as exists consists chiefly in working up the raw materials yielded by the herds. Among the Bedouins, blacksmiths, and settlers are the only professional artisans. These are regarded with contempt and are never of Bedouin stock. In the ancient world, industry reaches a zero point in Arabia, and in modern times shows meagre development there. On the other hand, the Saharan Arabs developed an hereditary guild of expert well makers, which seems to date back to remote times and is held in universal honor. Oriental rugs. It is to the tent dwellers of the world, however, that we apparently owe the Oriental rug. This triumph of the weaver's art seems to have originated among pastoral nomads, who developed it in working up the wool and hair of their sheep, goats, and camels. But it early became localized as a specialized industry in the towns and villages of irrigated districts on the borders of the grazing lands, where the nomads had advanced to sedentary life. Therefore, in the period of the Caliphate, from 1632 to 1258, we find these brilliant flowers of the loom blooming like the Persian gardens in Persian Faristan, Khuzestan, Kerman, and Khorasan. We find them spreading the medieval fame of Shiraz, Tun, Meshed, Amur, Bukhara, and Merv. The secret of this preeminence lay partially in the weaver's inherited aptitude and artistic sense for this textile work, derived from countless generations of shepherd ancestors, partially in their proximity to the finest raw materials, whose quality was equal nowhere else, because it depended upon the character of the pasturage, probably also upon the climatic conditions affected directly the flocks and herds. A map showing the geographical distribution of eastern rug making reveals the relation of the industry to semi-arid or saline pastures, and makes the mind revert at once to the blankness of artistic design and color woven by the Navajo Indians of our own rainless southwest. Rug weaving in the Old World reached its finest development in countries like Persia, Turkestan, western Afghanistan, Baluchistan, western India, and the plateau portions of Asia Minor, countries where the rainfall varies from 10 to 20 inches or even less. See map, page 484. Where nomadism claims a considerable part of the population, and where the ancestry of all traces back to some of the great shepherd races, like the Turkomans and Tatars. These peoples are hereditary specialists in the care, classification, and preparation of wools. Weavers of rugs form an industrial class in the cities of Persia and Asia Minor, where they obey largely the tastes of the outside world in regard to design and color, whereas the nomads, weaving for their own use, adhere strictly to native colors and designs. Their patterns are tribal property, each differing from that of the other, and though less artistic than those of the urban workers, are nevertheless interesting and consistent, while the nomad's intuitive sense of color is fine. Architecture of nomad conquerors. The principles of design and color which these tent dwellers had developed in their weaving, they applied, after their conquest of agricultural lands, to stone and produced the mosaic, to architecture and produced the Alhambra and the Taj Mahal. Whether Saracens of Spain or Turkoman conquerors of India, they were ornamentalists, whose contribution to architecture was decoration. Working in marble, stone, metal, or wool, they wrought always in the spirit of color and textile design, rather than the spirit of form. The walls of their mosques, palaces, and tombs reproduce the beauty of the rugs once screening the doors of their felt tents. The gift of color they passed on to the West, first through the Moors of Sicily and Spain, later through Venetian commerce. Their influence can be seen in the exquisite mosaic decoration in the cloister of Montereal of once Saracenic Palermo, and in the Ducal Palace and St. Mark's Cathedral of beauty-loving Venice. This has been almost their sole contribution to the art of the world. Pastoral nomads can give political union to civilized peoples. They can assimilate and spread ready-made elements of civilization, but to originate or develop them, they are powerless. Between the art, philosophy, and literature of China on the one side, and of the settled districts of Persia on the other, lies the cultural sterility of the Central Asian plateau. Its outpouring hordes have only in part acquired the civilization of the superior agricultural peoples whom they have conquered. From Kazan to Constantinople to Delhi, from Delhi to Peking, they have added almost nothing to the local culture. Arid lands as areas of arrested development. Deserts and steppes lay an arresting hand on progress. Their tribes do not develop, neither do they grow old. They are the eternal children of the world. Genuine nomadic peoples show no alteration in their manners, customs, or mode of life from millennium to millennium. The interior of the Arabian desert reveals the same social and economic status, whether we take the descriptions of Moses or Muhammad or Barakat or more recent travelers. The Bedouins of the Nubian steppes adhere strictly to all their ancient customs and reproduce today the pastoral nomadism of Abraham and Jacob. Genealogies were not more important to the biblical house of David and stem of Jesus than they are for the modern Kyrgyz tribesman, who as a little child learns to recite the lists of his ancestors back to the 7th generation. The account which Herodotus gives of the nomads of the Russian steppes agrees in minute details with that of Strabo, written 5 centuries later, with that of William de Rubruguis in 1253, and with modern descriptions of Kalmyk and Kyrgyz life. The Gauchos, or Indian pastoral half-breeds of the Argentine plain, were found by Wapuas in 1870 to accord accurately with Alvara's description of them at the end of the 18th century. The restless tenants of the grasslands come and go, but their type never materially changes. Their culture is stationary amid persistent movement. Only when here or there in some small and favoured spot they are forced to make the transition to agriculture, or when they learn by long and close association with sedentary nations the lessons of drudgery and progress, do the laws of social and economic development begin to operate in them. As a rule, they must first escape partially or wholly the environment of their pasture lands, either by emigration or by the intrusion into their midst of alien tillers of the soil. But while the migrant shepherd originates nothing, he plays an historic role in a transmitter of civilization. Asiatic nomads have sparsely disseminated the culture of China, Persia, Egypt, and Yemen over large areas of the world. The Semite shepherds of the Red Sea deserts, through their merchants and conquerors, long gave to the Dark Sudan the only light of civilization which it received. Muhammad, a Bedouin of the Ishmaelite tribe, caravan leader on the desert highways between Mecca and Syria, borrowed from Jerusalem the simple trends of a monotheistic religion, and spread them through his militant followers over a large part of Africa and Asia. Mental and moral qualities of nomads. The deserts and grasslands breed in their sons certain qualities and characteristics: courage, hardihood, the stiff-necked pride of the freeman, vigilance, wariness, sense of locality, keen powers of observation stimulated by the monotonous, featureless environment, and the consequent capacity to grasp every detail. Through robbery abroad is honourable, and marauder a term with which to crown a hero. Theft at home is summarily dealt with among most nomads. The property of the unlocked tent and the far-ranging herd must be safeguarded. The Tartars maintained a high standard of honesty among themselves and punished theft with death. Wide dispersal in small groups is reflected in the diversity of dialects among desert peoples, in the practice of hospitality, whether among Bedouins of the Nejd, Kyrgyz of the Central Asia Plateau, or semi-nomadic Boers of South Africa, in the persistence of feuds and of the duty of blood revenge, which is sanctioned by the Quran. Isolation tends to breed among nomads pride of race and a repugnance to intermixture. The ideal of the pastoral Israelites was a pure ethnic stock, protected by stern inhibition of intermarriage with other tribes. Therefore, Moses enjoined them upon the duty of exterminating the peoples of Canaan, whom they dispossessed. While the urban Arabs show a medley of breeds, dashed with a strain of Negro blood, among the nomad Bedouins, mixture is exceptional and is regarded as a disgrace. The same thing is true among the nomad Arabs of Algeria, and there it has placed a stumbling block in the way of the French colonial administration by preventing the appearance of half-breeds who might bridge the gap between the colonials and natives. Where pastoral Semites have settled in agricultural lands, intermixture on a wide scale has followed, as in the Sudan from Niger to Nile. But even here, when a tribal clan has retained a strictly pastoral life in the grassland and has held itself aloof from the agricultural districts of the Negro villages, relatively pure survivals are to be found, as among the cow or bush Fulani of Borno. On the other hand, the Hausa, a migrant trading folk of mingled Arab and Negro blood, spread northward along the trans-Saharan caravan route to the oasis of Air before the 14th century, and there have infused into the local Berber stock a strong Negro strain. Among the nomads of Central Asia, one wave of race movement has so often followed and overtaken another that has produced a confusing blending of breeds. The mixtures are so numerous that pure types are exceptional, and the exclusiveness of the desert Semites disappears. Religion of pastoral nomads. Though all these desert-born characteristics and customs have a certain interest for the sociologist, they possess only minor importance in comparison with the religious spirit of pastoral nomads, which is always fraught with far-reaching historical results. The evidence of history shows us that there is such a thing as a desert-born genius for religion. Hugh and Gabin testify to the deeper religious feeling of the Buddhist nomads of the Central Asian plateaus, as compared with the lowland Chinese. The three great monotheistic religions of the world are closely connected in their origin and development with the deserts of Syria and Arabia. The area of Mohammedanism embraces the stepstone of the Old World, from the Senegambia and Zanzibar in Africa to the Indus, Tarian, and the Upper Obi, together with some well-watered lands on its margins. It comprises in this territory a variety of races: Negroes, Hamites, Semites, Iranians, Indo-Aryans, and a long list of Mongoloid tribes. Here is a psychological effect of an environment. The dry, pure air stimulates the faculties of the desert dweller, but the featureless, monotonous surroundings furnish them with little to work upon. The mind, finding scant material for sustained logical deduction, falls back upon contemplation. Intellectual activity is therefore restricted, narrow, unproductive, while the imagination is unfettered but also unfed. First and last, these shepherd folk receive from the immense morosity of their environment the impression of unity. Therefore, all of them, on outgrowing their primitive fetish and nature worship, gravitate inevitably into monotheism. Their religion is in accord with their whole mental makeup. It is a growth, a natural efflorescence. Therefore, it is strong. Its tenets form the wrap of all the intellectual fabrics, permeate their meagre science and philosophy, animate their more glorious poetry. It is moreover the fanaticism and intolerance characterizing men of few ideas and restricted outlook upon life. Therewith is bound up a spirit of propaganda. The victories of the Jews in Palestine, Syria, and Philistia were the victories of Jehovah. The conquests of Saladin were the conquests of Allah, and the domain of the Caliphate was the domain of Islam. Fanaticism as a force in nomad expansion. The desert everywhere, sooner or later, drives out its brood, ejects its people and their ideas, like those exploding seed poles which at a touch cast their seed abroad. The religious fanaticism of the shepherd tribes gives that touch. Herein lies its historical importance. Mohammedism, fierce and militant, conducted to those upheavals of migration and conquest which since the 7th century have so often transformed the political geography of the Old World. The vast empire of the Caliphate, from its starting point in Arabia, spread in 80 years from the Oxus River to the Atlantic Ocean. The rapid rise and spread between 1745 and 1803 of the Wahhabi clan and seat, the Puritans of Islam, which resulted for a time in their political and religious domination of much of Arabia from their home in the Najd, recalls the stormy conquests of Muhammad's followers. An image is displayed on the previous page. Distributions of religions in the Old World. Islam is today a persistent source of ferment in Algeria, the Sahara, and the Sudan. On the other hand, Buddhism serves to cement together the diverse nomadic tribes of the Central Asia plateaus and keep them in spiritual subjection to the Grand Lama of Lhasa. The Chinese government makes political use of this fact by dominating the Lama and employing him as a tool to secure quiet on its long frontier of contact with its restless Mongol neighbors. Moreover, the religion of Buddha has restrained the warlike spirit of the nomads, and by its institution of celibacy has helped keep down population below the boiling point. Compare maps, pages 484 and 513. The faith of the desert. The faith of the desert tends to be stern, simple, and austere. The indulgence which Muhammad promised his followers in paradise was only a reflex of the deprivation under which they habitually suffered in the scant pastures of Arabia. The lavish beauty of the heavenly city epitomized the ideals and dreams of the desert-stamped Jew. The active, simple, uncramped life of the grasslands seems essential to the preservation of the best virtues of the desert bred. These disappeared largely in sedentary life. The Bedouin rots when he takes root. City life contaminates, degrades him. His virile qualities and his religion both lose their best when he leaves the desert. Contact with the cities of Philistia and the fertile plains of the Canaanites with their sensual agricultural gods demoralized the Israelites. The prophets were always calling them back to the sterner code of morals, and the purer faith of their days of wandering. Jeremiah in despair holds up to them as a standard of life the national injunction of the pastoral Rechabites. Neither shall ye build house, nor sow corn, nor plant vineyard, but all your days ye shall dwell in tents. The ascendant civilization made havoc with Hebrew morals and religion, because ethics and religion are the finest and latest flower of each cultural stage. Transition shows the breaking down of one code before the establishment of another. Judaism has always suffered from its narrow local base. Even when transplanted to various parts of the earth, it has remained a distinctly tribal religion. Intense conservatism in doctrine and ceremonial it still bears as the heritage of its desert birth. Islam too shows the limitations of its original environment. It embodies a powerful appeal to the peoples of arid lands, and among these it has spread and survives as an active principle. But it belongs to an arrested economic and social development, lacks the germs of moral evolution which Christianity, born of the old stronghold of Hebraic monotheism, but impregnated by all the cosmopolitan influences of the Mediterranean basin, and the Imperium Romanum amply possesses. End of section 22. Section 23 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 15. Mountain Barriers and Their Passes. Part 1. Man as part of the mobile envelope of the Earth. The important characteristic of plains is their power to facilitate every phase of historical movement. That of mountains in their power to retard, arrest, or deflect it. Man, as part of the mobile envelope of the Earth, like air and water, feels always the pull of gravity. From this he can never fully emancipate himself. By an output of energy he may climb the steepest slope, but with every upward step the ascent becomes more difficult owing to the diminution of warmth and air and the increasing tax upon the heart. Maintenance of life in high altitudes is always a struggle. The decrease of food resources from lower to higher levels makes the passage of a mountain system an ordeal for every migrating people or marching army that's to live off the country which it traverses. Mountains therefore repel population by their inaccessibility and also by their harsh conditions of life, while the lowlands attract it, both in migration and settlement. Historical movement, when forced into upheaved areas of the earth, avoids the ridges and peaks, seeks the valley and passes where communication with the lowlands is easiest. Inaccessibility of mountains. High massive mountain systems present the most effective barriers which man meets on the land surface of the earth. To the spread of population they offer a resistance which long serves to exclude settlers. The difficulty of making roads up steep rocky slopes and through the forests, usually covering their drain-drenched sides, is deterrent enough, but in addition to this, general infertility, paucity of arable land, harsh climatic conditions, and the practical lack of communication with the outside world offer a scant basis for subsistence. Hence, as a rule, only when pressure of population in the lowlands becomes too great under prevailing economic methods do clearings and cabins begin to creep up the slopes. Mountains are always regions of late occupation. Even in the Stone Age, we find the long-headed race of Mediterranean stock, who originally populated Europe, distributed over the continent close up to the foot of the high Alps, but not in the mountains themselves, and only scantily represented in the Auvergne Plateau of France, the inhospitable highlands of Switzerland, the German Alps, and the Auvergne received their first population late when the Alpine race began to occupy Western Europe. The Mittelgebirge of Germany were not settled till the Middle Ages. In the United States, the flood of population had spread westward by 1840 to the 95th meridian and the north-south course of the Missouri River, but out of this sea of settlement, the Adirondack Mountains, a few scattered spots in the Appalachians, and the Ozark Highlands rose as so many islands of uninhabited wilderness, and there remain today areas of sparser population. In 1800, the bare spots in the eastern mountains were more pronounced. See map page 156. Great stretches of the Rocky Mountains, of the Laurentian Highlands of Canada, like smaller patches in the Scandinavian and Swiss Alps, are practically uninhabited. Mountains as transit regions. Mountain regions, like deserts and seas, become mere transit districts, which man traverses as quickly as possible. Hence they often lie as great inert areas in the midst of active historical lands, and first appear upon the historical stage in minor roles, when they are wanted by the plain people as a pathway to desirable regions beyond. Then, as a rule, only their transit routes are secured, while the less accessible regions are ignored. Caesar makes no mention of the Alps, except to state that he has crossed them, until some of the mountain tribes try to block the passage of Roman merchants or armies. Then they become important enough to be conquered. It was not till after the Cimbri in 102 BC invaded Italy by the Brenner route that the Romans realized the value of Raetia, Tyrol, as a thoroughfare from Italy to Germany, and began its conquest in 36 BC. This was the same value which the Tyrol so long had for the old German Empire and later for Austria, merely to secure connection with the Po Valley. The need of land communication with the Rhone Valley led the Romans to attack the Saliers, who inhabited the maritime Alps, and after 80 years of war, to force from them the concession of a narrow transit strip, 12 stadia or 1.5 miles wide, for the purpose of making a road to Massilia. The necessity of controlling such transit lands has drawn British India into the occupation of mountain Baluchistan, Kashmir, and Sikkim, just as it has caused the highlands of Afghanistan to figure actively in the expansion policy of both India and Russia. The conquest of such transit lands has always been attended by road building, and the construction of the Roman highway through the Brenner Pass to the modern Russian military road through the pass of Daryl across the Caucasus, and the yet more recent Indian railroad to Darjeeling, with the highway extension beyond to the Tibetan frontier through Himalayan Sikkim. Such mountain regions attain independent historical importance when their population increases enough to form the nucleus of a state, and to acquire additional territory about the highland base, either by conquest or voluntary union. While they utilize their naturally protected location and their power to grant safe transit to their allies as means to secure their political autonomy. Therefore, to mountain regions so often falls the role of buffer states. Such were medieval Burgundy and modern Savoy, which occupied part of the same territory; Navarre, which in the late Middle Ages controlled the important passway around the western end of the Pyrenees; and Switzerland, which commands the passes of the Central Alps. The position of such mountain states is, however, always fraught with danger owing to the weakness inherent in their small area, and yet smaller allowance of productive soil, to their diverse ethnic elements, and the forces working against political consolidation in their deeply dissected surface. Political solidarity is a hard, slow birth in the mountains. Transition forms of relief between highlands and lowlands. In view of the barrier character of mountains, a fact of immense importance to the distribution of man and his activities is a rarity of abrupt, ungraded forms of relief on the Earth's surface. The physiographic cause lies in the elasticity of the Earth's crust and the leveling effect of withering and denudation. Everywhere mountains are worn down and rounded off, while valleys broaden and fill up to shallow trough outlines. Transition forms of relief abound. Human intercourse meets therefore few absolute barriers on the land, but these few reveal the obstacles to historical movement in perpendicular reliefs. The mile-high walls of the Grand Canyon of the Colorado are an insuperable obstacle to intercourse for a stretch of 300 miles. The glacier-crowned ridge, the Pyrenees Alps, is crossed by no wagon road between the Remisol Pass and the upper Rhone Valley around their western end, a distance of 100 kilometers, 62 miles. The Pennine Alps have no pass between the Great St. Bernard and the Simplon, a distance of 90 kilometers, 54 miles. Importance of transition slopes. Gentle transition slopes, or terrace lands, facilitate almost everywhere across to the lowest, most habitable and therefore, from the human standpoint, most important section of mountains. They combine the ease of intercourse characteristic of plains with many advantages of the mountains, and especially in warm climates they unite in a narrow zone, both tropical and temperate vegetation. The human value of these transition slopes holds equally of Sequel Hills, massive mountain systems, and continental reliefs. The earth as a whole owes much of its habitability to these gently graded slopes. Continents and countries in which they are meagerly developed suffer from difficulty of intercourse, retarded development, and poverty of the choicest habitable areas. This is one disadvantage of South Africa, emphasized further by a poor coastline. The Pacific face of Australia would gain vastly in historical importance if the drop from the highlands to the ocean was stretched out into a broad slope, like that which links the Atlantic coast plains with the Appalachian highlands. There, each river valley shows three characteristic anthropo-geographical subdivisions: the active seaports and tidewater tillage of its lower course, the contrasted agriculture of its hilly course, the upland farms, water power industries, and mines of its headstream valleys, each landscape giving its population distinctive characteristics. The same natural features, with the same effect upon human activities and population, appear in the long seaward slopes of France, Germany, and northern Italy. Piedmont belts as boundary zones. At the base of the mountains themselves, where the bold relief begins, is always a Piedmont zone of highly surface but gentler grade, at whose inner or upland edge every phase of the historical movement receives a marked check. Here is a typical geographical boundary, physical and human. It shifts slightly in different periods according to the growing density of population in the plains below and improved technique in industry and road making. It is often both an ethnic and cultural boundary, because of the rim of the mountains, the geologic and economic character of the country changes. The expanding peoples of the plains spread over the Piedmont so far as it offers familiar and comparatively favourable geographic conditions, scattered their settlements along the base of the mountains, and here fixed their political frontier for a time, though later they may advance it to the crest of the ridge, in order to secure a more scientific boundary. The civilized population of the broad Indus Valley spread westward up the western highlands, only so far as the shelving slopes of the clay and conglomerate foothills, which constitute the Piedmont of the Suleiman and Kurthar mountains, afforded conditions for their crops. Thus, from the Arabian Sea for 600 miles north of the Gomo River, the political frontier of India was defined by the line of relief dividing the limestone mountains from the alluvial plain, the marauding Baluch and Afghan hill tribes from the patient farmers of the Sindh. This line remained the border of India from pre-British days till the recent annexation of Baluchistan. These Piedmont boundaries are most clearly defined in point of race and civilization, where superior peoples from the lowlands are found expanding at the cost of retarded mountain folk. Romans and Rhaetians once met along a line skirting from the foot of the Eastern Alps, as Russians today, along the base of the Caucasus, adjoin the territories of the heterogeneous tribes occupying the mountain area. See map, page 225. The plains-loving Magyars of Hungary have pushed up to the rim of mountainous Siebenbürgen or Transylvania from Arad on the Maros River to Zigetz on the upper Theiss, while the highland region has a prominent Romanian population. A clearly defined linguistic and cultural boundary of Indo-Aryan speech and religion, both Hindu and Mohammedan, follows the Piedmont edges of the Brahmaputra Valley and separates the lowland inhabitants from the pagans of Tibeto-Burman speech occupying the Himalayan slope to the north of the Khassia Mountains to the south. The highland race is Mongoloid, while the Bengali of an Aryan, Dravidian, and Mongoloid blend fill the river plain. Such Piedmont boundary lines tend to blur into bands or zones of ethnic intermixture and cultural assimilation. The western Himalayan foothills show the blend of Mongoloid and Aryan stocks, where the vigorous Rajputs of the plains have encroached upon the mountaineers' land. Of almost every mountain folk it can be assumed that they once occupied their highlands to the outermost rim of the Piedmont, and retired to the inner rim of this intermediary slope only under compulsion from without. Density of population in Piedmont belts. The Piedmont boundary also divides two areas of contrasted density of population. Mountain regions are, as a rule, more sparsely settled than plains. The Piedmont is normally a transition region in this respect, but where high mountains rise as climatic islands of adequate water supply out of desert and steppes, they concentrate on their lower slopes all the sedentary population, making their Piedmonts zones of greatest density. Low mountains and arid regions become centers of population. Here their barrier nature vanishes. In the Sudanese state of Darfur, the Mara Mountains are the district best watered and most thickly populated. Nowhere higher than 6,000 feet, 1,850 meters, they afford running water at 4,000 feet elevation and water pools in the sandy beds of their wadis at 3,200 feet. Below this, water disappears from the surface and can be found only in wells whose depth and scarcity increase with distance from the central mountains. The neighbouring kingdom of Wadai shows similar conditions and effects. In the heart of Australia, where utter desert regions, the Makonel Ranges form the nucleus of the northern area occupied by the Arunta tribe of natives. Farther north, the Murchison Range, usually abounding in waterholes, is the centre and stronghold of the Warramunga tribe. Mineral wealth or water power in the mountains serves to collect an urban and industrial population along their rim. As we see it about the base of the Erz Mountains in Saxony, the Rhisen Range in Silesia, the coal-bearing Pennine Mountains of northwestern England, and the highlands of southern Wales, all which Piedmont zones show a density of over 150 to the square kilometre, 385 to the square mile. Hence the original Swiss Confederation, which included only the mountain canyons of Schwyz, Uri, and Unterwalden, was greatly strengthened by the ascension of the Piedmont cantons of Lucerne, Zurich, Zug, and Bern in the early 14th century, as later by Saint-Gall, Argau, and Geneva. These marginal cantons today show a density of population exceeding 385 to the square mile and rising to 1,356 in the canton of Geneva. Piedmont towns and roads. Piedmont belts tend strongly towards urban development, even where rural settlement is sparse. Sparsity of population and paucity of towns within the mountains cause main lines of traffic to keep outside the highlands, but close enough to their base to tap their trade at every valley outlet. On the alluvial fans or plains of these valley outlets, where a mountain and Piedmont road intersect, towns grow up. Some of them develop into cities when they command transverse routes of communication quite across the highlands. The ancient Var Aemilia traced the northern base of the Apennines from Ariminum on the Adriatic to Dertora at the foot of the Ligurian range back of Genoa, and connected a long line of Roman colonies. The modern railroad follows almost exactly the course of the old Roman road, while the transverse line southward across the Apennines, following an ancient highway over the Porretta Pass to the Arno Valley, has maintained the old preeminence of Bologna. A line of towns connected by highways or railroads, according to the economic development of the section, defines the base of the Pyrenees, Alps, Jura, Apennines, Harz, Vosges, Erbos, and numerous other ranges. Along the Elbe's Piedmont runs the imperial road of Persia from Tabriz through Tehran to Meshed. In arid regions, these Piedmont roads are an unfailing feature, but their towns shrink to rural settlements, except at the junction of transmontane roads. Piedmont termination of transmontane routes. Piedmont cities draw their support from plain, mountain, and transmontane region, relying chiefly on the fertile soil of the level country to feed their large populations. Sometimes they hug the foot of the mountains, as Bologna, Verona, Bergamo, Zurich, Denver, and Pittsburgh do. Sometimes, like Milan, Turin, and Munich, they drop down into the plain, but keep the mountains in sight. They flourish in proportion to their local resources, in which mineral wealth is particularly important, and to the number and practicability of their transmontane connections. Hence they often receive their stamp from the mountains behind them as well as from the bordering plain. The St. Gotthard route is flanked by Lucerne on the north and Milan on the south. The Brenner has its urban outlets at Munich and Verona. In Narbonne and Barcelona, from the termini of the route of the Eastern Pyrenees, Toulouse commands the less used central passes. The Bayonne, the western. Tiflis is situated in the great mountain trough connecting the Black Sea and the Caspian, but over the Caucasus, by the pass of Dario, comes the influences which make it a Russian town. Peshawar, situated in the mountain angle of the Punjab, depends more upon the Khaybar Pass and its connections thereby with Central Asia than upon the plains of the Indus. Its population, in appearance and cosmopolitan, nearly as much as Central Asiatic as Indian, is engaged in traffic between the Punjab and the whole trans-Hindu Kush country. Where a mountain system describes a semicircular course, its transit routes tend to converge on the inner side, and their foci fix the sites of busy commercial centers. Turin draws on a long series of alpine and Pennine routes from the pass of Geography, 1,548 feet or 472 meters, leading up from Genoa on the south to the Great St. Bernard on the north. Milan gets immense support from the St. Gotthard and Simplon railroads over the Alps, besides wagon routes over several minor passes. Kulm, Balkh, and Kunduz on the Piedmont of northern Afghanistan are fed by 20 or more passes over the Hindu Kush and Pamir. Bokhara is the remoter focus of all these routes, and also of the valley highways of the western Tian Shan. It therefore occupies a location which would make it one of the great emporiums of the world, were it not for the expanse of desert to the west, and the scantiness of its local water supply, which is tapped farther upstream for the irrigation of Samarkand. In its bazaars are found drugs, dyes, and teas from India, wool, skins, and dried fruit from Afghanistan, woven goods, arms, and books from Persia, and Russian wares imported by rail and caravan. English goods, which formerly came in by the Kabul route from India, have been excluded since Russia established a protectorate over the province of Bukhara. Across the highlands to the east, the cities of Kashgar and Yarkand, situated in that Piedmont zone of vegetation where mountain and desert meet, are enclosed by a vast amphitheatre formed by the Tian Shan, the Pamir Highlands, and the Karakoram Range. Staley's atlas marks no less than 6 trade routes over the passes of these mountains, from Kashgar to the headstreams of the Sar Darya and Oxus, and 6 from Yarkand to the Oxus and Indus. Kashgar is a meeting ground of many nationalities. To its bazaars come traders from China, India, Afghanistan, Bukhara, and Russian Turkestan. The Russian railway up the Sar Darya to Andizan brings European goods with relatively easy reach at the Tarek Davan Pass, and makes serious competition for English wares entering by the more difficult Karakoram Pass from India. Cities of coastal Piedmonts. Where mountains drop off into a desert, as these Central Asiatic ranges do, the Piedmont cities are confined to a narrow zone between mountains and arid waste. Bordering 2 transit regions of scant population and through travel, they become natural outfitting points, centers of exchange rather than production. Where mountains drop off into the sea and the Piedmont therefore becomes a coastal belt, again its borders 2 transit regions. But here the ports of the desert are replaced by maritime ports, which command the world thoroughfare of the ocean. They therefore tend to concentrate population and commerce wherever a good harbour coincides with the outlet of a transmontane route, as in Genoa and Bombay. Piedmonts as colonial or backwoods frontiers. Since mountains are inhospitable to every phase of the historical movement, they long remain regions of retardation. Hence, to their bordering plains, they sustain the relation of young, undeveloped lands, so that life in their Piedmont belts tends to show for a long time all the characteristics of a new colonial frontier. The rim of the southern Appalachians abundantly illustrates this principle even today. During the westward expansion of the American people from 1830 to 1850, the eastern rim of the Rocky Mountains was dotted with trading ports, like that of the Missouri Fur Company at the forks of the Missouri River. Forts Laramie and Platte on the North Fork of the Platte, Vrains Fort and North Lancaster on the South Fork, Ben's Fort at the mountain east of the Arkansas River, and Barclays in the high Mora Valley of the Upper Canadian. These posts gathered in the rich pelts which formed the one product of this highland area susceptible of bearing the cost of transportation to the faraway Missouri River. Though they developed into way stations on the overland trails, when the development of population to California and Oregon in the 40s and 50s made the Rocky Mountains a typical highland transit region, yet they long remained frontier posts. Later, the abundant water supply of this Piedmont district, as compared with the arid plains below, and the mineral wealth of the mountains concentrated here an agricultural and industrial population. In Sichuan province of western China, the Piedmont of a vast highland hinterland shows a similar development. Here the towns of Matang, Sangpan, Kunxin, and even the capital Chengdu, situated in the high Min Valley at the foot of the mountains, walling them in on the west, are emporiums for trade with the Tibetans, who bring hither furs, hides, and wool from the plateau pastures, and musk from the musk deer on the Kodko Nor plains. Just to the north, Siang, Sinigan, capital of the highland province of Shenxi, concentrates the fur trade of a large mountain wilderness to the west. Several blocks on the main street form a great fur market for the sale of mink and other skins used to line the official robes of mandarins. Mountain carriers. Like seas, deserts, and other geographical transit regions, mountains too, under primitive conditions, develop their professional carriers. These collect in the Piedmont, where highway and mule trains cease, and where the steep track admits only human beasts of burden, trained by their environment to be climbers and packers. These mountain carriers are found on the Pacific face of the coast ranges of North and South America, from the peninsula of Alaska to the Straits of Magellan. They are able to pack from 100 to 160 pounds up a steep grade. The Chilkoot Indians, men, women, and children, did invaluable service on the White Horse and Chilkoot passes during the early days of the Klondike Rush. They have devised a well-arranged harness, which enabled them better to carry their loads. Farther south in British Columbia, the Piedmont tribes had once a like importance. There they operated especially from the town of Hope on the lower Fraser River as a distributing center. The Mexican carrier is so efficient and so cheap that he enters into serious competition with modern schemes to improve transportation, especially as the rugged relief of this country makes those schemes expensive. The Indians of the eastern slope of the Andes pack India rubber in loads of 150 pounds each from the upper Purus and Madeira rivers up to the Andean plateau at a height of 15,000 feet, and there transfer their burdens to mules for transport down to the Peruvian port of Molendo. The retarded mountain peoples on the borders of the Central Asia Plateau employ the same primitive means of transportation. The routes leading from the Sichuan province of western China over the mountain ranges of Tibet are traversed by long lines of porters, men, women, and children, laden with bales or brick tea, the strongest of them shouldering 350 pounds. The Bhutia coolies of Sikkim act as carriers on military and commercial expeditions on the track across the Himalayas between Darjeeling and Shigans. Colonel Younghusband found that these Bhutias, who were paid by the job, would carry a pack of 250 to 300 pounds on 3 times the usual burden of a Central Asia carrier. Landon cites the case of a Bhutia lady who was said to have carried a piano on her head from the plains up to Darjeeling, 7,150 feet. In Nepal, women and girls, less often men, have long been accustomed to carry travellers and merchandise over the Himalayan ranges. In the marginal valleys of the Himalayas, like Kashmir and Baltistan, the natives are regularly impressed for beggar or carrier service on the English military roads to strategic ports on the high mountain frontier of the Indian Empire. So the Igorots of the Luzon province of Benguet pack all goods and supplies from Nagulian in the lowlands up 4,000 feet in a distance of 25 miles to the little capital of Banguyal. For this service they are now paid 1 peso, 46 cents in 1901, a day with food, or 10 times as much as under the Spanish rule. Power of mountain barriers to block or deflect. If the historical movement slackens its pace at the Piedmont slope, higher up the mountain it comes to a halt. Only when human invention has greatly improved communication across the barrier are its obstacles in part overcome. The great high land wall stretching across southern Europe from the Bay of Biscay to the Black Sea long cut off the solid mass of the continent from the culture of the Mediterranean lands. Owing to these mountains, Central Europe came late into the foreground of history, not till the Middle Ages. Even the penetrating civilization of Greece reached it only by long detours around the ends of the mountain barrier. By Massilia and the Rhone, by Istra and Danube, Greek commerce trickled through to the interior of the continent. Where mountains fail to check, they deflect the historical movement. The wall of the Carpathians, bulwark of Central Europe, split the westward moving Slav hordes in the 6th century, diverting one southward up the Danube Valley to the Eastern Alps, and turning one northward along the German lowlands. The northward expansion of the Romans, rebuffed by the high double walls of the Central Alps, was bent to the westward over the Maritime, Cotentin, and Savoy Alps, where the barrier offered the shortest and easiest transmontane routes. Hence Germany received the elements of Mediterranean culture indirectly through Gaul, second-hand and late. The ancient Helvetians, moving southward from northern Switzerland into Gaul, took a route skirting the western base of the Alps by the gap at Geneva, and thus threatened Roman Provincia. Caesar's campaigns into northern Gaul were given direction by the massive central plateau of France. The rugged and infertile area of the Catskills long retarded the westward movement in colonial New York, and deflected northward through the Mohawk Depression, which therefore had its long thin line of settlements when the neighboring Catskills was still a bare spot. Significance of mountain valleys. In their valleys, mountains lose something of their barrier nature and approximate the level of the plains. Here they harbor oases of denser population and easier intercourse. Valleys favor human settlement through the milder climate of their lower elevation and accumulation of soil on their floors, their sheltered environment, and their command of such routes of communication as the highlands afford. They are the avenues into and within a mountain system, and therefore radically influence its history by their direction and location. The central plateau of France, through the valleys of the Alliers and Upper Loire, is most accessible from the north. Therefore, in that direction it has maintained its most important historical connections from the days of Caesar and Vercingetorix. The massive highland region of Transylvania, which opens long accessible valleys westward toward the plains of the Theiss and Danube, has since the 11th century received thence Hungarian immigration and political dominion. Its dominant Romanian population, however, seems to have fled thither from the Tatar-swept plains to the southeast. The Anthropo-Geography of mountain valleys depends upon the structure of the highlands themselves, whether they are fold mountains whose ranges wall in longitudinal valleys, or dissected plateaus, whose valleys are mostly transverse river channels heading from the hydrographic center out to the rim of the highlands. Longitudinal valleys are not only long, but also broad as a rule and often show a nearly level floor. They therefore form districts of considerable size, fertility, and individuality, and play distinct historical roles on the history of their respective highlands. Such are the Upper Rhone Valley with its long line of flourishing towns and villages, the Hither Rhine, the Inn of the Tyrol and the Engadine, the fertile trough of the meandering Azier above Grenoble, the broad Lyons valley between the Lebanon and Anti-Lebanon, where Kadesh and Belbi were once the glory of northern Syria. Such is the central trough of the Appalachian Mountains, known as the Great Appalachian Valley, 75 miles wide, subdivided into constituent valleys of similar character by parallel, ever-crested ridges, following the trend of the mountains. These are drained by broad, leisurely rivers, bordered by fertile farms and substantial towns. Transverse valleys, on the other hand, are generally narrow, with steep slopes rising almost from the river's edge and supporting only small villages and farms. A comparison of the spacious, smooth-floored valley of Andermatt with the wild Reuss Gorge or the fertile and populous Shenandoah Valley in the southern Appalachians with the canon of the Kanawha in the Cumberland Plateau makes the contrast striking enough. Longitudinal valleys. Longitudinal valleys, by reason of their length and their branching lateral valleys, are the natural avenues of communication within the mountains themselves. They therefore give a dominant direction at such phases of the historical movement as succeeded in passing the outer barrier. The series of parallel ranges which strike off from the eastern entle of the Tibetan Plateau southward into farther India have directed along their valleys the main streams of Mongolian migration and expansion, heading them toward the river basins of Burma and Indochina, and away from India itself. While Tibetan elements have during the ages slowly whirled over the high Himalayan brim and trickled down towards the Gangetic plain, Burma has been deluged by floods of Mongolians pouring down the runnels of the land. A carriage road follows the axis of the Central Alps from Lake Geneva to Lake Constance by means of the Upper Rhone, Andermatt, and Upper Rhine valleys, linked by the Furka and Oberlapp passes. The Roman and medieval roads northward across the Central Alps struck the Upper Rhine Valley above Coire, the ancient Curia Rhetorium. This natural groove gave them a northeastward direction and made them emerge from the mountains directly south of Ulm, which thereby gained great importance. The trade routes from Damascus and Palmyra, which once entered the Orons-Lyons through the Lebanon system, found their Mediterranean termini south near Tyre or north near Antioch, and thus contributed to the greatness of those natural emporiums. The Great Appalachian Valley used to be a highway for the Iroquois Indians, when they took the warpath against the Cherokee tribes of Tennessee. Later it gave a distinct southwestward trend to pioneer movements of population within the mountains, blending in its common channel the Quakers, Germans, and Scotch Irish from Pennsylvania, with the English and Huguenot French and the more southern colonies. In the Civil War, its fertile fields were swept by marching armies all the way from Chattanooga to Gettysburg. Passes and mountain barriers. The barrier nature of mountains depends upon their height and structure, whether they are massive, unbroken walls like the Scandinavian Alps and Great Smoky Range, or like the Welsh Highlands and the Blue Ridge, are studded with low passes. The Pyrenees, Caucasus, and Andes, owing to the scarcity and great height of their passes, have always been serious barriers. The Pyrenees divide Spain from France more sharply than the Alps divide Italy from France. Owing to their rampart character, they form the best and most definite natural boundary in Europe. Epirus and Aetolia, fenced in by the solid Pindus range, took little part in the common life of ancient Greece, but the intermittent chain of Thessaly offered a passway between Macedon and Hellas. The Alps have an astonishing number of excellent passes, evenly distributed for the most part. These, in conjunction with the great longitudinal valleys of the system, offer transit routes from side to side in any direction. The Appalachian system is some 300 miles broad and 1,300 miles long, but it has many easy gaps among its parallel ranges, so that it offer natural, though circuitous highways to the early winners of the West. The long line, 400 miles, of the Hindu Kush Range, high as it is, forms no strong natural boundary to India, because it is riddled with passes at altitudes from 12,500 to 19,000 feet. The easternmost group of these passes lead down to Kashmir, and therefore led this state peculiar importance as guardian of these northern entrances to India. The Suleiman Mountains along the Indo-Afghan frontier are an imperfect defense for the same reason. They are indented by 289 passes capable of being traversed by camels. The mountain border of Baluchistan contains 75 more, and most important of which focus their roads upon Kandahar. Hence the importance to British India of Kandahar and Afghanistan. Across this broken northwestward barrier have come almost all the floods of invasion and immigration that have contributed their varied elements to the mixed population of India. Tradition, epic, and history tell of Asiatic highlanders ever sweeping down from the warm valleys of the Indus through these passes. Scythians, Aryans, Greeks, Assyrians, Medes, Persians, Turks, Tatars, and Mongols have all travelled these rocky roads to rest in the innervating valleys of the peninsula. Breadth of mountain barriers. Mountains folded into a succession of parallel ranges are greater obstructions than a single range like the Eres, Black Forest, and Vosges, or a narrow compact system like the Western Alps, which can be crossed by a single pass. Owing to this simple structure, the Western Alps were traversed by 4 established routes in the days of the Roman Empire. These were 1. The Via Aurelia, between the Maritime Alps and the sea, where now runs the Cornice Road. 2. The Mons Matrona, Mont Genevieve Pass, 6,080 feet or 1,854 kilometers, between the head stream of the Dora Raparia and that of the Drance, which was the best highway for armies. 3. The Little St. Bernard, 7,075 feet, or 2,157 meters, from Ostra to the Dora Beltia, over the Isere and down to Lugdunum, Lyons. 4. The Great St. Bernard, 8,109 feet, or 2,474 meters, route, which led northward from Ostra over the Pennine Alps to Octorons, at the elbow of the Upper Rhone, where Martigny now stands. Across the broad double rampart of the Central Alps, the Roman used chiefly the Brenner route, which by a low saddle unites the deep renderant valleys of the Adige and Inn rivers, and thus surmounts the barrier by a single pass. However, a shortcut northward over the Chalk Alps by the Fern Pass made close connection with Augusta Vindelicorum, Augsburg. The Romans seem to have been ignorant of the St. Gothard, which, though high, is a summit of an unbroken ascent from Lake Maggiore up to the valley of the Ticino on one side, and from the Lake Lucerne up the Ruesse on the other. Mountains which spread out in a broad base in a series of parallel chains, and through which no longer traverse valleys, offer ready transit, form serious barriers to every phase of intercourse. The lofty boundary wall of the Pyrenees, a folded mountain system of sharp ranges and difficult passes, has successfully separated Spain from continental Europe. It has given the Iberian Peninsula, in the course of a long history, closer relations with Morocco than with its land neighbouring France. It thus justifies a French saying that Africa begins at the Pyrenees. The Andalusian fold mountains, stretching across southern Spain in a double wall from Trafalgar to Cape Nao, accessible only by narrow and easily defended passes, enabled the Moors of Granada to hold their own for centuries against the Spaniard Christians. The high thin ridges of the folded Jura system, poor in soil and sparsely populated, broken by occasional clustes or narrow water gaps admitting the rivers from one elevated longitudinal valley to another, have always been a serious hindrance to traffic. End of section 23. Section 24 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 15. Mountain Barriers and Their Passes. Part 2. Circuitous routes through folded mountains. Such mountains can be crossed only by circuitous routes from pass to pass, ascending and descending each range of the system. The Central Alps, grouped by the longitudinal valleys of the Upper Rhone, Rhine, and Inn, make transit travel a series of ups and downs. The northern range must be crossed by some minor pass like the Gemmi, 7,553 feet, or Panaxer, 7,907 feet, or the longitudinal valleys, and the southern range again by the Simplon, 6,595 feet, San Bernardino, 6,768 feet, Splugen, 6,946 feet, or Septimer, 7,582 feet, to the Po Basin. Across the corrugated highland of the Hindu Kush, lying between the plains of the Indus and the Oxus, the caravans of Western Asia seek the market of the Punjab by a circuitous route through the Hajkahak Pass, 12,188 feet, or famous gates of Bamain over the main range of the Hindu Kush, by the Unai Pass over the Pagman Mountains to Kabul at 5,740 feet, and then by gorges of the Kabul River and Calabar Pass, 6,825 feet, down to Peshawar. This road presents so many difficulties that caravans from Turkestan to India prefer another route from Merv up the valley of the Hardy Rud through the western hills of the Hindu Kush to Herat, thence diagonally southeast across Afghanistan to Kandahar, and thence by the Bolan Pass down to the Sindh. The broad low series of forested mountains consisting of the Vadian and Kaimur hills, reinforced by the Satpura, Kalabet, Gwilgarh ranges, Mahedu Hills, Maikal Range, and Chutia Nagpur Plateau, as a secondary ridge to the south, forms the double barrier between the base of peninsular India. It divides the Deccan from Hindustan so effectually that it has sufficed to set limits to any Aryan advance en masse southward. It kept southern India isolated and admitted only later Aryan influences which filtered through the barrier. To people accustomed to treeless plains, these wide belts of wooded hills were barrier enough. Even a few years ago their passes were dreaded by cartmen. Most of the carriage of the country was effected by pack bullocks. Even when roads were cleared through the forests, they were likely to be rendered impassable by torrential rains. Dominant transmontane routes. Where a broad complex mountain system contracts to narrow compass, or is cut by deep reentrant valleys leading up to a single pass, the transmontane route here made by nature assumes great historical importance. The double chain of the mighty Caucasus, from 120 to 150 miles wide and 750 miles long, stretches an almost inseparable barrier between the Black Sea and the Caspian. But nearly midway between these two seas is considered to only 60 miles by a geographical and geological gulf, which penetrates from the steppes of Russia almost to the heart of the system. This gulf forms the high valleys of the Terek River, beyond whose headstream lies the Daryol Defile, 7,503 feet or 2,379 meters, which continues the natural depression across to the short southern slope. All the other passes of the Caucasus are 3,000 meters or more high, lie above snowline, and therefore open only in summer. The Darial Pass alone is open all the year round. Here runs a great military road from Vladikaukasus to Tiflis, which the Russians have built to control their turbulent mountaineer subjects, and here are located the Ossetians, the only people among the variegated tribes of the whole Caucasus who occupy both slopes. All the other tribes and languages are confined to one side or the other. Moreover, the Ossets occupy an exposed location in their highway habitat, lack the courage of the other mountaineers, and yield without resistance to the Russians. In this respect, they resemble the craven-spirited Kashmiri, whose mountain-walled vale forms a pathway from Central Asia down to the Punjab. Brenner Route. The Pass of Darial, owing to its situation in a retarded corner of Asia, has never attained the historical importance which attaches to the deep saddle of the Brenner Pass, 4,470 feet, in the Central Alps. Uniting the reentrant valleys of the Inn and Adige rivers, only 2,760 feet above the Inn's exits from the mountains up the Bavarian Plateau, it forms a low continuous line of communication across the Central Alps. The Brenner was the route of the Cimbri invading the Po Valley, and later of the Roman forces destined for frontier posts of the Empire on the upper Danube. In the Middle Ages, it was the route for the armies of the German emperors who came to make good their claim to Italy. By this road came the artists and artisans of the whole north country to learn the arts and crafts of beauty-loving Venice. From the Roman road makers to the modern railroad engineer, with the concomitant civilization of each, the Brenner has seen the march of human progress. Pass of Belfort. Farther to the west, the wall of highlands stretching across southern Europe is interrupted by a deep grove formed by the mountain-flanked Rhone valley of the Pass of Belfort, or Burgundian Gate, which lies between the Vosges and Jura system, and it connects the Rhone road with the long rift valley of the Middle Rhine. This pass, broad and low, 350 meters or 1,148 feet, marks the insignificant summit in the great historic road of travel between the Mediterranean and the North Sea, from the days of ancient Etruscan merchants to the present. This was the route of the invading Teuton hordes, which the Roman Marius defeated at XIII, and later of the Germans under Ariovistus, whom Caesar defeated near the present Mulhausen. 4 centuries afterward came the Alemannians, Burgundians, and other Teutonic stocks who infused a tall blonde element into the population of the Rhone Valley. The Pass of Belfort is a strategic key to Central Europe. Here Napoleon repeatedly fixed his military base for the invasion of Austria, and hither was directed one division of the German army in 1870 for the invasion of France. The gap is traversed today by a canal connecting the Doubs and the Rhone, and by a railroad, just as formerly by the tracks of migrating barbarians. Mohawk Route. The natural depression of the Mohawk Valley, only 445 feet, 136 meters above sea level, is the only decided break across the entire width of the long Appalachian system. This fact, together with its ready accessibility from the Hudson on the east of Lake Ontario on the west, lent it importance in the early history of the colonies, as well as in the later history of New York. It was an easy line of communication with the Great Lakes, and gave the colonists access to the fur trade of the Northwest. So when French and English fought for supremacy in the New World, the Mohawk and Hudson valleys were their chief battleground. Elsewhere the broad Appalachian barrier held them apart. Again in the Revolution, control of the Mohawk-Hudson route was the objective for the British armies mobilized on the Canadian frontier, because it alone would enable them to cooperate with the British fleet blockading the coast cities of the colonies. In the War of 1812, it was along this natural transmontane highway that supplies were forwarded to the remote frontier to support Perry's fight for control of the Great Lakes. The war demonstrated the strategic necessity of a protected, wholly American line of water communication between Hudson and our western frontier, while the commercial and political advantage was obvious. Hence, a decade after the conclusion of the war, this depression was traced by the Erie Canal, through which passed long lines of boats to build up the commercial greatness of New York City. Height in mountain barriers. Other structural features being the same, mountains are barriers also in proportion to their height, for, with few exceptions, the various anthropo-geographic effects of upheaved areas are intensified with increase of elevation. Old, worn-down mountains like the Appalachians and the Ural, broad as they are, have been less effective obstacles than the towering crests of the Alps and Caucasus. The form of the elevation also counts. Easy slopes and flat or rounded summits make readier transit regions than high, thin ridges with escarpment-like flanks. Mountains of plateau form, though reaching a great altitude, may be relatively hospitable to the historical movement and even have a regular nomadic population in summer. The central and western Tian Shan system is in reality a broad high plateau divided into a series of smoothly floored basins and gently rolling ridges lying at an elevation of 10,000 to 12,000 feet above the sea. Its pamirs, or plains of thick grass, nourished by the relatively heavy precipitation of this high altitude, and forming in summer an island of verdure in the surrounding sea of sun-scorched waste, attract the pastoral nomads from all the bordering steppes and deserts. Thus, it is a meeting place for a seasonal population, sparse and evanescent, but its uplifted mass holds asunder the few sedentary peoples fringing its pavement. The corrugated dome of the Pamir highland, whose valley floors lies at an elevation of 11,000 to 13,000 feet, draws to its summer pastures Kyrgyz shepherds from north, east, and west, and their flocks in turn attract the raids of the marauding mountaineers occupying the Hunza Valley to the south. The Pamir, high but accessible, was a passway in the 10th century for Chinese caravans bound from Sarissa, or the land of silk, on the Oxus River and the Caspian. Here Marco Polo and many travellers after him found fodder for their pack animals and food for themselves, because they could always purchase meat from the visiting shepherds. The possibilities of the Pamir as a transit region are apparent to Russia, who in 1886 annexed most of it to the government of Bukhara. Contrasted accessibility of opposite slopes. Mountains are seldom equally accessible from all sides. Rarely does the crest of a system divide it symmetrically. This means a steep, difficult approach to the summit from one direction, and a longer, more gradual, and hence easier ascent from the other. It means also in general a wide zone of habitation and food supply on the gentler slope, a better commissary and transport base whence to make the final ascent, whether in conquest, trade, or ethnic growth. Mountain boundaries are therefore rarely by nature impartial. They do not umpire the great game of expansion fairly. They lower the bars to the advancing people on one side and hold them relentlessly in place to the other. To the favoured slope they give the strategic advantage of a swift and sudden descent beyond the summit down the opposite ridge. The political boundary of France along the watershed of the Vosges Mountains is backed by a long gradual ascent from the Seine lowland and faces a sharp drop to the Rift Valley of the Middle Rhine. Its boundary along the crest of the Alps and Mont Blanc to the Mediterranean brings over two-thirds of the upheaved area within the domains of France, and gives to that country great advantages of approach to the Alpine passes at the expense of Italy. With the exception of the ill-matched conflict between the civilized Romans and the barbarian Gauls, it is a matter of history that, from the days of Hannibal to Napoleon III, the campaigns over the Alps from the north have succeeded, while those from the steep-rimmed Po Valley have miscarried. The Brenner route favoured alike the Cimbri hordes in 102 BC, and later the medieval German emperors invading Italy from the upper Danube. The drop from the Brenner Pass to Munich is 2,800 feet. To Rovereto, an equally distant point on the Italian side, the road descends 3,770 feet. Its ethnic effects. The inequality of slope has ethnic as well as political effects, especially where latitudinal direction also makes a sharp contrast of climate on the two sides of the mountain system. Except in the Roman period, the southern face of the Alps has been an enclosing wall to the Italians. The southern cultivator penetrated its high but sunny valleys only when forced by poverty, while the harsh climate on the long northern slope effectively repelled him. On the other hand, Switzerland has overstepped the Alpine crest in the province of Ticino, and thrust its political boundary in a long wedge down to the lowland of the Po near Como, and the Alpine race spilling everywhere over the mountain rim into the inviting Po Basin, has given to this lowland population a relatively broad skull, blonde colouring and tall figure, sharply contrasted with the pure Mediterranean race beyond the crest of the Apennines. The long northward slope of the Alps in Switzerland and Tyrol, and the easy western grace toward France, have enabled Germanic and Gallic influences of various kinds to permeate the mountains. A strong element of blonde, long-headed Germans mingles in the population of the Aar and Rhine valleys up to the ice-capped ridge of the Glarner and Bernese Alps, while the virile German speech has pushed yet farther south to the insuperable barrier of the Monte Rosa group. The abrupt northward slope of the Himalayas has repelled ethnic expansion from the river lowlands of northern India, except in the mountain valleys of the Punjab streams in Nepal, where the highland offered asylum to the Rajput race when dislodged by a later Aryan invasion, or when trying their energies in expansion and conquest. The Tibetan people, whose high plateaus rise almost flush with the Himalayan passes, have everywhere trickled through and given a Mongoloid mountain border to Aryan India, even though their speech has succumbed to the pervasive Aryan language of the Piedmont, and thus confused the real ethnic boundary. See map, page 102. The retarded and laborious approach of British influence upon this steep ascent to Lhasa, as opposed to the long-established suzerainty of the Chinese Emperor in Tibet, can be attributed in part to the contrasted accessibility from north and south. Persistence of barrier nature. Mountains influence the life of their inhabitants and their neighbours fundamentally and variously, but always reveal their barrier nature. For the occupants of one slope, they provide an abundant rainfall, hold up the clouds, and rob them of their moisture. To the leeward side, they emit dry winds, and only from the melting snow or the precipitation on their summits do they yield a scanty supply of water. The Himalayas are flanked by the teeming population of India and the scattered nomadic tribes of Tibet. Mountains often draw equally clear-cut lines of cleavage in temperature. The Scandinavian range concentrates upon Norway, the warm, soft air of the Atlantic westerlies, while just below the watershed on the eastern side, Sweden feels all the rigour of a subarctic climate. In history, too, mountains play the same part as barriers. They are always a challenge to the energies of man. Their beauty, the charm of the unknown beyond temps of the enterprising spirit, the hardships and dangers of their roads daunt or baffle the mediocre. But by the great ones, whose strength is able to dwarf these obstacles, is found beyond a prize of victory. Such were Hannibal, Napoleon, Suvorov, Genghis Khan, and those lesser heroes of the modern workaday world who toiled across the Rockies and Sierras in the feverish days of '49, or who faced the snows of Chilkoot Pass for the frozen goldfields of the Yukon. Importance of mountain passes. For migrating, warring, and trading humanity, therefore, the interest of the mountains is centred in the passes. These are only dents or depressions in the great uplifted crest, or gaps carved out by streams, or deeper breaches in the mountain wall. But they point the easiest pathway to the ultramontane country, and for this reason forces upon themselves the travel that would cut across the grain of the earth's wrinkled crust. Their influence reaches far. The Brenner, by its medieval trade, made the commercial greatness of Augsburg, Ratisbon, Nuremberg, and Leipzig to the north, and promoted the growth of Venice to the south. The Khaybar Pass and the Gates of Herat in Afghanistan have for long periods dominated the Asiatic policy of Russia and British India. The Mohawk Depression of Cumberland Gap for decades gave direction to the stream's population moving westward into the Mississippi Basin in the early history of the Republic. Where Truckee Pass, 7,017 feet, made a gash in the high ridge of the Sierra Nevada, the California Trail in 1844 sought the line of least resistance across the barrier mass, and deposited its desert-worn immigrants about the Sacramento Valley and San Francisco Bay. There they made a nucleus of American population in Mexican California, and in 1846 became the center of American revolt. Persistent influence of passes. Through modern engineering skill, especially when backed by a political policy, may cause certain passes to gain in historical importance at the cost of others. The rule holds that passes are never quite insignificant. Their influence is persistent through the ages. They are nature-made thoroughfares, traversed now by undisciplined hordes of migrating barbarians, now by organized armies, now by the woolly flocks and guardian dogs of the nomad shepherd, now by the sumpter mule or the itinerant merchant, now by wagon trains over mountain settlers, now by the steam engine panting up the steep grade. Nowhere does history repeat itself so monotonously, yet so interestingly, as in these mountain gates. In the pass of Roxevales, notching the western Pyrenees between Pamplona in Spain and Saint-Étienne in France, fell the army of Charlemagne, surprised and beset by the mountain tribes in 778. Through this breach, the Black Prince in 1367 led his troops to the victory of Navarrete. In the Peninsular War, a division of Wellington's army in 1813 moved northward up this valley, driving the French before them, and by this route Soult advanced southward across the frontier for the relief of the French forces sharp in Pamplona. The history of Palestine may be read in epitome in the annals of the Vale of Jezreel, where the highlands of Palestine sink to a natural trough before rising again to the hill country of Galilee and the mountain range of high Lebanon. This was the avenue for war and trade between the Nile and Euphrates, between Africa and Asia. Here the Canaanites expanded eastward from the coast, cutting off northern Israel and Galilee from Samaria and Judea. Here Gideon turned back the incursions of the Midianites, or Western Arabs. Here was the open road for Assyrians, Egyptians, for Greek armies under Antiochus, and Roman armies under Pompey, Mark Antony, Vespasian, and Titus. Hither came the Saracens from the east in 634 AD to rout the Greek army, and that of the Crusaders from the west to secure, with castle and fortress, this key to the Holy Land. Finally, hither came Napoleon from Egypt in 1709 on his way to the Euphrates. Geographic factors in the historical importance of passes. The historical importance of passes tends to increase with the depth of the depression, since the lowest gap in a range relegates the others to only occasional or local use, and with their rarity, in consequence of which intercourse between opposite slopes is concentrated upon one or two defiles. The low dips of the Central American Cordilleras to 262 feet, 80 meters at Panama, 151 feet, 46 meters in the Nicaraguan Isthmus, and 689 feet, 210 meters at Tehuantepec, present a striking contrast both orographically and historically to the South American Andes, where from the equator to the Upsalata or Bermejo Pass, 12,562 feet or 3,842 meters, back of Valparaiso, a stretch measuring 33 degrees of latitude. The passes all reach or exceed 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters. The southern or Pennine range of the Alps, stretching as a snow-wrapped barrier from Mont Blanc 90 miles to the central alpine dome of Saint Gothard, is notched only by the great St. Bernard and Simplon passes, which have therefore figured conspicuously in war and trade, since very early times. The pass of Thermopylae, as the only route southward along the flank of the Pindus system, figures in every land invasion of Greece from Xerxes to the Greek War of Independence. All movements back and forth across the Caucasus wall have been confined to the pass of Dariol, and the far lower pass of Derbent, or Pilat Albania, of the ancients, which lies between the Caspian and the last low spurs of the mountains as they drove down to the sea. The latter, as the easier of the two passes, has had a longer and richer history. It alone enabled the ancient Persians temporarily to force a wedge of conquest to the northern foot of the Caucasus, and it has been, in all ages, a highway for peoples entering Persia and Georgia from the north. It has so far been the only practical route for a railway from the Russian steppes to the southern base of the Caucasus, while Vladikaukas and Tiflis have direct connection by the military highway over the pass of Dariol. The railroad between these 2 points makes a detour of 300 miles to the east. Intermarine mountains. Intermarine mountains, as a rule, offer the easiest pathways where they sink to meet the flanking seas. The Pyrenees are crossed by only 2 railroads, the Bayonne-Burgos line and the shore of the Bay of Biscay, and the Narbonne-Barcelona line overlooking the Mediterranean. Between these extremities the passes are very high, and only 2 are practical for carriages. The Col de la Perche, 5,280 feet or 1,610 meters between the valley of the Tete and the Upper Segre, and the port of de Canfrain, 7,502 feet or 2,280 meters on the old Roman road from Saragossa to Oloron. The coastal road around the eastern end of the Cheviot Hills has been the great intermediary between England and Scotland. It was the avenue for early Teutonic expansion into the Scotch lowlands, the thoroughfare for all those armies which for centuries made Berwick a chronic battleground. For purposes of trade, these intermarine mountains are less serious barriers because they can be avoided by an easier and cheaper sea route. Hence, on each side of such ranges grow up active ports, like Narbonne and Barcelona, Bayonne and Bilbao with San Sebastian, on the Piedmont seaboard of the Pyrenees, Petrovsk and Baku on the Caspian rim of the Caucasus, balancing the Crimean ports of the Poti with Trebizond on the Black Sea, and Agulhas's position of Genoa and Marseilles in relation to the maritime Alps. Such ports are inevitably the object of attack in time of hostilities. In the Peninsular War, almost the first act of the French was to seize Barcelona, San Sebastian, and Bilbao, and throughout the 7 years of the conflict these points were centers of battle, blockage, and siege. If Russia ever tries to wrench the upper Euphrates Valley from Turkey, Trebizond will repeat the history of Barcelona in the Peninsular War. Pass roads between regions of contrasted production. As the world's roads are used primarily for commerce, pass roads rank in importance according to the amount of trade which they forward, and this in turn is decided by the contrast in the lands which they unite. The passes of the Alps and the Pass of Belfort have been busy thoroughfares from the early Middle Ages, because they facilitate exchanges between the tropical Mediterranean and the temperate regions of Central Europe. Or the contrast may be one of economic and social development. The Mohawk Depression forwards the grain of the agricultural Northwest in return for the manufactured wares of the Atlantic seaboard. The passes of the Asiatic ranges connect the industrial and agricultural lowlands of India and China with the highland pastures of Mongolia, Tibet, Afghanistan, and Russian Turkestan. Hence they forward the wool, skins, felts, cloth, and carpets of the wandering shepherds in exchange for the foodstuffs and industrial products of the fertile, crowded lowlands. Where passes open a highway for inland countries to the sea, their sphere of influence is greatly increased. San Francisco, New York, Marseilles, Genoa, Venice, Beirut, and Bombay are seaports which owe their importance in no small degree to dominant pass routes into their hinterland. In plains and lowlands highways may run in any direction expediency suggests, but in mountain regions the pass points the road. In very high ranges there is no appeal from this law, but in lower systems, and especially in old mountains which have been rounded and worn down by ages of denudation, economic and social considerations occasionally transcend orographical conditions in fixing the path of highways. Scarcely less important than pass or gap is the avenue of approach to the same. This is furnished by lateral or transverse valleys of erosion. The deeper the reentrant angles cut back into the heart of the highlands, the more they facilitate intercourse and lend historical importance to the pass route. The alpine passes which are approached by a single valley from each side are those crossed by railroads today: Monte Cristo, Simplon, St. Gothard, and Brenner. The alpine chain is drenched on its inner or southern side by a series of transverse erosion valleys, such as the Dora Beltia, Sesia, Tosa, Ticino, Adda, Adige, and Tagliamento, which carry roads up to the chief alpine passes. The coincidence of the Roman and medieval roads over the Alps with the modern railroads is striking, except in the single point of elevation. Railroads tend to follow lower levels. Modern engineering skill enables them to tunnel the crest, to cut galleries in the perpendicular walls of gorges, and to embark mountain torrents against the spring inundation of the roadbed, where it drops to the valley floor. Navigable river approaches to passes. Where gaps are low and the approaching waters are navigable, at least for the small craft of early days, they combine to enhance the historical importance of their routes. The Mohawk River, navigable for the canoe of Indian and fur trader, greatly increased travel and traffic through the Mohawk Depression. The Pass of Belfort is the greatest historical gateway of Western Europe, chiefly because it unites the channels of the Rhone, Saône, and Rhine. Lake Lucerne brings the modern tourist by boat to the foot of the railroad ascent to the Saint-Gothard Pass, as the long gorge of Lake Maggiore receives him at the southern end. Lake Maggiore is the water outlet also of the Simplon Pass from the Upper Rhone, the Lukmanier, 6,288 feet or 1,917 meters from the Hither Rhine, and the San Bernardino, 6,766 feet or 2,063 meters from the Hinter Rhine. This geographical fact explains the motive of Swiss expansion in the 15th century in embracing the Italian province of Ticino and the upper end of Lake Maggiore. A significance like that of the Swiss and Italian lakes for the Alpine Pass appears emphasized in the Sogne Fjord of Norway. This carries a marine highway 100 miles into the land from its head. Roads ascend to only 2 dents in the mountain wall south of the wide snowfield of the Jotunfield, and they lend thence by the valleys of Hallingdal and Valdres down to the plain of Christiania. Types of settlements in the valley approaches. Genuine mountain passes have only emergency inhabitants, the monks and dogs of the hospice, the road keepers in their refuge huts or cantinoirs, or the garrison of a fort guarding these important thoroughfares. The flanking valleys of approach draw to themselves the human life of the mountains. Their upper settlements show a certain common physiognomy, born of their relation to the barren transit region above, except in those few mountain districts of advanced civilization, where railroads have introduced through traffic over the barrier. At the foot of the final ascent to the pass, where often the carriage road ends, and where mule path or foot trail begins, is located a settlement that lives largely by the transmontane travel. It is a place of inns, hostelries, of blacksmith shops, where in the busy season the sound of hammer and anvil is heard all night, of stables and corrals crowded with peak and draught animals, of storehouses where the traveller can provide himself with food for the journey across the barren, uninhabited heights. It is a typical outfitting point such as springs up on the margin of any pure transit region, whether mountain or desert. Such places are Andermatt and Arolo, lying at the altitude of 4,000 feet or more on the Saint-Gothard Road, St. Moritz below the Molaja Pass, Jacca near the Pass de Confrane over the Pyrenees, Cugiar and Chihoudala at the elevation of 10,775 feet, or 3,285 meters, on the road up to the Karakoram Pass, 18,548 feet, or 5,655 meters, which crosses the highest range of the Himalayas between Leh in the upper Indus Valley and Yarkand in Chinese Turkestan. Lower settlements. Farther down the transverse valley, the type of settlement changes where side valleys, leading down from other passes, converge and help build up a distributing centre for a considerable highland area. Such a point is Chiavenna in northern Italy, located above the head of Lake Como at the junction of the Mera and Liro valleys, which lead respectively to the Splugen and Maloja passes. It lies at an altitude of 1,090 feet, 332 meters, and has a population of 4,000. Such a point is Aosta, 1,913 feet or 583 meters elevation in the Dora Baltea Valley, commanding the Italian approaches to the Great St. Bernard Pass and less important Col de Finet leading to the Upper Rhone, the Little St. Bernard Highway to the Valley of the Isère, and Col de la Seine path around the Mont Blanc Range to the Valley of the Arve. Aosta was an important place in the Roman period and has today a population of about 8,000. Kokhan in the upper Sirdaria Valley in Russian Turkestan commands the approach to the passes of the western Tian Shan and the northern Pamir. Its well-stocked bazaars containing goods from Russia, Persia, and India testify to its commercial location. Pass cities and their markets. When the highland area is very broad and therefore necessitates long transit journeys, genuine pass cities develop at high altitudes and become the termini of the transmontane trade, such as Leh, 11,280 feet or 3,439 meters, on the caravan route from Central Asia over the Khartoum Pass down to Kashmir, and such as Srinagar, 5,252 feet or 1,603 meters in Kashmir. To their markets come caravans from Chinese Turkestan laden with carpets and brick tea, and Tibetan merchants from Lhasa bringing wool from their highland pastures to exchange for the rice and sugar of lowland India. Leh is conveniently situated about halfway between the markets of India and Central Asia. Therefore, it is the terminus for caravans arriving from both regions, an exchange place for products from north and south. Seldom do caravans from either direction go farther than this point. Here the merchants rest for a month or two and barter their goods. Tents of every kind, camels, yaks, mules and horses, coolie transports of various races, men of many languages and many religions, give to this high-laid town a truly cosmopolitan stamp in the summertime, when the passes are open. Kabul, which lies on an altitude of nearly 6,000 feet near the head of the Kabul River, is a focus on numerous routes over the Hindu Kush, and dominates all routes converging on the northwest frontier of the Punjab. It is therefore the military and commercial key to India. Its narrow winding streets are obstructed by the picturesque kafilas of oriental merchants, stocked with both Russian goods from the Oxus districts and British goods from India, in evidence of its intermediary location. Occasionally, a very high market develops for purely local use. The Indian Himalayan province of Kumaon contains the market town of Garbyang at an elevation of 10,300 feet or about 3,000 meters on the Kali River road leading by the Lipulekha Pass, 16,780 feet or 5,115 meters, over to Tibet. It has grown up as a trade center for the Dokpa Tibetans, who will not descend below 10,000 feet because their yak and sheep die at a lower altitude. Farther east in the Sikkim border, Darjeeling, 7,150 feet or 2,180 meters elevation, is center of the British wool trade with Tibet. Often the exchange point moves nearer the summit of the pass, dividing the journey more equally between the two areas of production. Here it develops the temporary summer market. High up on the route between Leh and Yarkand is Saisar, a place of unroofed enclosures for the deposit of cotton, silk and other goods left there by the caravans plying back and forth between Leh and Saisar, or Saisar and Yarkand. Nearly midway on the much frequent trade route between Leh and Lhasa, at a point 15,100 feet, nearly 500 meters above sea level, just below this Echo Pass, lies Gatok in western Tibet. In summer a busy market surrounded by a city of tents, and the summer residence of the two Chinese viceroys, who occupy the only two substantial dwellings in the place. Here at the end of August is held a great annual fair, which is attended by traders from India, Kashmir, Mongolia, Chinese Turkestan, China proper, and Lhasa. But by November the place is deserted. The traders disperse, and the few residents of Gatok, together with the viceroys, retire down the Indus Valley to the more sheltered village of Garganza, 14,140 feet or 4,311 meters elevation, which represents the limits of permanent settlement in these altitudes. The Sutlej Valley route from the Punjab to Lhasa is capped near its summit at an altitude of about 5,000 meters by the summer market of Gyanema, whose numerous types of tents indicate the various homes of the traders from Lhasa to India. Past peoples. Natural thoroughfares, whether river highways or mountain pass routes, draw to themselves migration, travel, trade, and war. They therefore early assume historical importance. Hence we find that peoples controlling transmontane routes have always been able to exert an historical influence out of proportion to their size and strength, and that in consequence they early become an object of conquest to the people of the lowlands, as soon as the desire to control such transit routes. The power of these past tribes is often due to the trade which they command, which compensates them for the unproductive character of their country. In the eastern Himalayas of Tomos of the Chumbi Valley are intermediaries of trade between Darjeeling and Tibet. In the western Himalayas, the Kumaon borderland of northern India, which commands some of the best passes, has made its native folk, or Bhutias, bold merchants who jealously monopolize the trade over the passes to the Tibetan markets. They stretch for a zone of 30 miles south of the boundary from Nepal to Garhwal, along the approach to every pass, each suburb having its particular trade route. Transit duties. It is always possible or such past tribes to levy a toll or transit duty on merchandise, or in lieu of this to rob. Caesar made war upon the Ferragri and Seduni, who commanded the northern end of the great St. Bernard Pass, in order to open up the road over the Alps, which was traversed by Roman merchants magno cum periculo magnisque cum porteris. The Selasi, who inhabited the upper Dura Beltia Valley, and hence controlled the little St. Bernard wagon road leading over to Lugdunum or Lyons, regularly plundered or taxed all who attempted to cross their mountains. On one occasion, they levied a toll of a drachm per man on a Roman army, and on another plundered the treasure of Caesar himself. After a protracted struggle, they were crushed by Augustus, who founded Ulster and garrisoned it with a body of praetorian cohorts to police the highway. The Lepodes in the Julian Alps controlled the Mount Oera, or Pear-Tree Pass, which carried the Roman wagon road from Aquileia over the mountains down to the valley of the Laybach and the Save. This strategic position they exploited to the utmost, till Augustus brought them to subjection, as a preliminary to Roman expansion on the Danube. Turning to another part of the world, we find that the Afghan tribes commanding the passes of the Suleiman Mountains have long been accustomed to impose transit duties upon caravans plying between Turkestan and India. The merchants have regularly organized themselves into bands of hundreds or even thousands to resist attack or exorbitant exactions. The Afghans have always enforced their right to collect tolls in the Khyber and Kohat passes, and thus blackmailed every Indian dynasty for centuries. In 1881, the British government came to terms with them by paying them an annual sum to keep these roads open. Just to the south of the Gomel Pass, which carries the main traffic road over the border mountains between Punjab and the Afghan city of Ghazni, is held by the brigand tribe of Waziris, as a dangerous gauntlet to be run by every armed caravan passing to and from India. The Ossets of the Caucasus, who occupied the pass of Dariul and the approaching valleys, regularly preyed upon the traffic movement between Russia and Georgia, till the Muscovite government seized and policed the road. Strategic power of past states. The strategic importance of past peoples tends early to assume a political aspect. The mountain state learns to exploit this one advantage of its ill-favoured geographical location. The cradle of the old Savoyard power in the late Middle Ages lay in the alpine lands between Lake Geneva and the western tributaries of the Po River. This location, controlling several great mountain routes between France and Italy, gave the Savoyard princes their first importance. The autonomy of Switzerland can be traced not less to the citadel character of the country and the native independence of its people than to the political exploitation of their strategic position. They profited, moreover, by the wish for their neighbours that such an important transit region between semi-tropical and temperate Europe should be held by a power too weak to obstruct its routes. The Emir of Kabul, backed by the rapacious Afridi tribes of the Suleiman Mountains, has been able to pay off British India against Russia, and thereby to secure from both powers a degree of consideration not usually shown to inferior nations. Similarly, in colonial America, the Iroquois of the Mohawk Depression, who commanded the passway from the Hudson to the fur fields in the northwest, and also the avenue of attack upon the New York settlements for the French in Canada, were early conciliated by the English and used by them as allies, first in the French wars and afterwards in the Revolution. End of section 24. Section 25 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 16. Part 1. Influences of a mountain environment. Zones of altitude. There are zones of latitude and zones of altitude. To every mountain region, both these pertain, resulting in a nice interplay of geographic factors. Every mountain slope, from summit to piedmont, is, from the anthropo-geographical standpoint, a complex phenomenon. When high enough, it may show a gradual series of contrasted complementary locations, closely interdependent grouping of populations and employments, every degree of density from congestion to vacancy, every range of cultural development from industrialism to nomadism. The southern slope of the Monte Rosa Alps, from the glacier cap at 4,500 meters to the banks of the Po River, yield within certain limits a zonal epitome of European life from Lapland to the Mediterranean. The long incline from the summit of Mount Everest, 8,840 meters, in the eastern Himalayas, through Darjeeling down to sea level at Calcutta, comprises in a few miles the climatic and cultural range of Asia from Arctic to tropic. Politico-economic value of varied relief. For the state, a territory of varied relief is highly beneficial because it combines manifold forms of economic activity, a wide range of crops, areas of specialized production mutually interdependent. It introduces a certain balance of urban and rural life, which contributes greatly to the health of the state. The steep slopes of Dai Nippon, fertile only under spade tillage, will forever ensure Japan the persistence of a numerous peasantry. For geological and geographical reasons, as from natural motives, therefore, Japan will probably never sacrifice its farmer to its industrial class, as England has done. On the other hand, contrasted reliefs on a great territorial scale tend to invade political solidarity. Tidewater in mountain Virginia were poor running mates for a century before the Civil War, and then the mountain region broke out of harness. Geographical contrasts made the unification of Germany difficult, and yet they have added to the economic and national strength of the empire. The history of Switzerland shows the high Alpine cantons always maintaining a political tug-of-war with the cantons of the marginal plain, and always suffering a defeat which was their salvation. Relief and climate. The chief effect of a varied relief is a varied climate. This changes with altitude in much the same way as with latitude. Heat and absolute humidity diminish, generally speaking, as height increases, while rainfall becomes greater up to a certain level. The effect of ascending and descending currents of air is to diminish the range of temperature on mountain slopes and produce rather an oceanic type of climate. The larger, more uniform a climatic district, the more conspicuously do even slight elevations form climatic islands, like the Harz Mountains in the North German lowlands. A land of monotonous relief has a uniform climate, while a region rich in vertical articulations is rich also in local varieties of climate. A highland of considerable elevation forms a cold district in the temperate zone, a temperate one in the tropics, and a moist one in a desert or steppe. Especially in arid and torrid belts does the value of elevation for human life increase. Altitude zones of economic and cultural development. The highlands of Mexico, South America, and the Himalayan rim of India show stratified zones of tropical, temperate, and arctic climate to which plant, animal, and human life conform. The response is conspicuous in the varying density of population in the successive altitude zones. Central Asia shows a threefold cultural stratification of its population, each attended by the appropriate density according to location and steppe, Piedmont and mountain. The steppes have their scattered pastoral nomads. The Piedmonts, with their irrigation streams, support sedentary agricultural peoples, concentrated at focal points in commercial and industrial towns. The higher reaches of the mountains are occupied by sparse groups of peasants and shepherds, wringing from upland pasture and scant field a miserable subsistence. The same stratification appears at the Atlas Mountains, intensified on the southern slope by the contrast between the closely populated belt of the Piedmont and the wandering Tuareg tribes of the Sahara on the one hand, and the sparse Berber settlements of the Atlas Highlands on the other. The long slope of Mount Kilimanjaro in German East Africa descends to a coastal belt of steppe and desert, inhabited by Swahili cattle breeders. Its Piedmont, from 1,000 feet above the plain up to 2,400 feet, constitutes a zone of rich irrigated plantations and gardens, densely populated by a peaceful folk of mingled Bantu and Hamitic blood. At 6,000 feet, where forests cease, are found the kraals, cattle, sheep, and goats of the semi-nomadic Maasai of doubtful Hamitic stock, who raid the coastal lowlands for cattle and purchase all their vegetable food from the tillage belt. See map, pages 105 and 487. A map is displayed on the following page. Density of population in Italy. This stratification assumes marked variations in the different geographical zones. In Greenland, life is restricted to the Piedmont coastal belt. Above this rises the desert waste of the ice fields. Norway shows a tide-washed Piedmont containing a large majority of the population. Above this, a steep slope sparsely inhabited, and higher still, a wide plateau summit occupied in summer only by grazing herds or migrant reindeer laps. Further south, the Alps show successive tiers of rural economy, again with their appropriate density of settlement. On their lower slope is found the vineyard belt, a region of highly intensive tillage, large returns upon labour, and hence of closely distributed settlement. Above that is a zone of field agriculture, less productive and less thickly peopled. Higher still is the wide zone of hay farming and stock raising, supporting a sparse semi-nomadic population and characterized by villages which diminish with the altitude and cease beyond 2,000 meters. On Etna, located in the tropical Mediterranean, 3 girdles of altitude have long been recognized: the girdle of agriculture, the forest belt, and the desert summit. But the tourist who ascends Etna passes from the coast through a zone of orange and lemon groves, which are protected by temporary matted roofs against occasional frosts, then through vineyards and olive orchards which rise to 800 meters, then through a belt of summer crops rising to 1,550 meters, and varied between 1,400 and 1,850 meters, elevation by stretches of chestnut groves, whose green expanse is broken here and there by the huts of the forest guards, the highest tenants of the mountain. From these lonely dwellings down to the sea, density of population increases regularly to a maximum of over 385 to the square mile, 150 to the square kilometer near the coast. Altitude and density belts in tropical highlands. In the tropical highlands of Mexico, Central and South America, on the other hand, concentration of population and its concomitant cultural development begin to appear above the 2,000-meter line. Here are the chief seats of population. Mexico has 3 recognized altitude zones: the cold, the temperate, and the hot, corresponding to plateau, high slopes, and coastal Piedmont up to 1,000 meters or 3,300 feet. But the first 2 contain 9/10 of the people. While the plateau has, in some sections, a population dense as that of France, the lowlands are sparsely peopled by wild Indians and lumbermen. Ecuador has 3/4 of its population crowded in the plateau basins, mean elevation 8,000 feet or 2,500 meters, enclosed by the ranges of the Andes. Peru presents a similar distribution, with a comparatively dense population on a plateau reaching to 11,000 feet, 3,500 meters, or more, through its coastal belt, being healthful, dry, and fairly well supplied with irrigation streams from the Andes, is better developed than any other similar district in tropical America. In Bolivia, 72% of the total population live at an altitude of 6,000 to 14,000 feet, while 5 of the 9 most densely peopled provinces lie at elevations over 11,000 feet. See map page 9. From Mexico to central Chile, the heavy rains from the trade winds clothe the slopes with dense forests, except on the lee side of the high Andean wall of Peru and Chile, and reduce much of the Piedmont to malarial swamp and jungle. The discouragement to primitive tillage found in the unequal fight with the tropical forest, the drier, more bracing and healthful climate of the high intermontane basins, their favourable conditions for agriculture by irrigation, and their naturally defined location stimulating to early cultural development, all combined to concentrate the population of prehistoric America upon the high valleys and plateaus. In historic times, these centres have persisted, because the civilized or semi-civilized districts could be best exploited by the Spanish conquerors, and especially because they yielded rich mineral wealth. Furthermore, the white population which has subsequently invaded tropical America has to a prominent degree reinforced the native plateau populations, while the imported Negroes and mulattoes have sought the more congenial climatic conditions found in the hot lowlands. Increasing density with motive of protection. The relativity of geographical advantages in different historical periods warns us against assuming in all times a sparsity of population in mountains, even when the adjoining lowlands offer many attractions of climate and soil. In ages of incessant warfare, when the motive of safety has strongly influenced distribution of population, protected mountain sites have attracted settlement from exposed plains, and thus increased the relative density of population on the steep slopes. The corrugated plateau of Armenia and Kurdistan, located on the uneasy political frontier of Russia, Persia, and Asiatic Turkey, exposed for centuries to nomadic invasion from the east, shows a sparser population on its broad intermontane plains than on the surrounding ranges. Security makes the latter the choicer places of residence. Hence they are held by the overbearing and marauding Kurds, latecomers into the land, while the older and numerically weaker Armenians cower down on the lower levels. Here is an inversion of the usual order. The militarily stronger intruders with no taste for agriculture have seized the safer and commanding position on the hills, descending in winter with their cattle and horses, to pasture and prey upon field and granary of the valley folk, whose better soil is a questionable advantage. Motive of protection in primitive peoples. Instances of this sort, rare in modern times because of general economic and social progress, multiply when we go into the story of primitive or ancient peoples. The Cherokee Indians of the southern Appalachians, surrounded by powerful neighbors in the Chickasaws, Creeks, and the encroaching whites of the seaboard colonies, attacked by war parties of Shawnees and Iroquois from the north, located the bulk of their nation in the mountains. The Overhill and Middle towns, numbering together 33 and situated wholly in the mountains, comprised 4/5 of their fighting force in 1775, while the 9 towns distributed in the flat lands of Georgia and southern Carolina were small and unimportant. The Indians themselves distinguished these 2 divisions of their country, the one as hauteur or mountainous, and the other as ariat or low. Similarly, in ancient Gaul, the 3 strongest tribes, the Sequani, Aedui, and Averni, all had a large mountain nucleus. The Sequani held the Jura Range with part of the Saone Valley. The Aedui held the northeast corner of the central plateau and some lands on the Saone, while the Averni inhabited the western and central portion of the same highland. In a period of constant tribal migrations and war, the occupants of these high protected locations were better able to defend themselves, and they maintained an adequate food supply by holding some of the adjoining lowland. Archaeologists generally agree that in central and southern Italy, settlement first took place in the mountains, gradually extending thence down into the plains. The superiority of the upland climate, the more abundant rainfall, the greater security against attack offered by mountain sites, and the excellent soil for agriculture resulting from the geological make-up of the Apennines, all combined to draw thither primitive and later settlement. See map, page 559. Similarly, in Britain of the Bronze Age, before the peoples of Aryan speech began to swarm over the island, the primitive inhabitants, involved in constant clan or tribal warfare, placed their villages on the hills and left in the indestructible terraces on their slopes the evidences of a vanished race and an outgrown social order. Geographic conditions affecting density of mountain population. The advance of civilization, which brought the ancient pirate-ridden city from the inner edge of the coastal zone down to the wave-washed stand, also drew the hill town down to the plain, and the mountain population from their inaccessible strongholds to the more accessible and productive valleys. These facts contain a hint. The future investigation of archaeological remains in high mountain districts may reveal at considerable elevations the oldest and hence lowest strata of prehistoric development, strata which, in the more attractive valleys, have been obliterated or overlaid by later invasions of peoples and cultures. Ignoring this temporary attraction of population to protected mountain locations in ages of persistent warfare, we find that a comparison in many countries reveals a decreasing food supply and decreasing density of population, with every increase of height above a certain altitude, except in favoured mining regions and in some tropical lands where better climatic conditions and freedom from malaria distribute settlements far above the streaming and forest-choked lowlands. The density of population in mountains is influenced also by the composition of the soil, which affects its fertility, by the grade and exposure of the slopes, which determine the ease and success of tillage, by the proximity of the highlands to teeming centers of lowland population, and by the general economic development of the people. In Great Britain, the sparsest population is found in the sterile highland moors of Scotland, where the country of Sutherland has only 11 inhabitants to the square mile. Inverness only 20. These figures reveal also the remoteness of a far northern location. In the southern half of the island, the sparsest populations are found in the Welsh county of Radnor, with 49 to the square mile, and in English Westmoreland with 85, both of them mountain regions, but reflecting in the larger figures their close proximity to the teeming industrial centres of South Wales and Lancashire respectively. In France, the most thinly settled departments are Basses Alpes, with 43 to the square mile, and Hautes Alpes, with 50, which, again, owe even these figures in part to their situation on the margin of the densely populated valley of the Middle Rhone. See map page 559. Norway, almost wholly a mountain country, averages only 18 sous to the square mile. Less than 1,000 square miles of its territory are under cultivation, and these are distributed in small deltas at the heads of the fords, in low strips here and there along its western coasts, or in the openings of the mountain valleys to the southeast. Here too is massed the larger part of its inhabitants. A barren granitic soil, unfavourable zonal location, excessive rainfall, paucity of level land, leaving the upright farm predominant, and remoteness from many thickly settled areas, together with the resulting enormous emigration, have combined to keep down Norway's population. Sparsity of population in the Alps. If we turn to Switzerland, a country poor in the resources of its land, but rich in the resourcefulness of its people, we find a high average density, 218 to the square mile. But this is due to the surprising industrial development of the marginal plains, which show in the canton of Geneva 1,356 to the square mile, and the canton of Zurich 705, while the rugged upland of Graubünden, Grisons, shows only 38 to the square mile, Uri only 48, and Wallis, Falaise only 59. How limited is the food supply of the country is evident from the fact that only 2,400 square miles, or 15% of its area, can be ranked as arable land, fit for garden, orchard, or grain field, while a larger proportion, or 28%, is made wholly useless by watercourses, glaciers, rock, and detritus. One half of the entire country lies above the region where agriculture is possible. In the cantons of Uri and Falaise, more than half the area is absolutely unproductive, scarcely less than in Grisons, and a third even in sunny Ticino. The three strictly alpine provinces of Austria, Tyrol, Salzburg, and Carinthia reproduce approximately these geographic conditions. Nearly half of their area is uninhabited, and only 1/7 consists of arable land. In consequence, they support only 75 inhabitants to the square mile, or just outside the mountains, in the Piedmont or Alpine foreland, this density is doubled. Many tracts of the Carpathians, especially about the sources of the Theiss and Pruth, and the wooded mountain borders of Transylvania, are among the most sparsely inhabited parts of Europe. Japan, ridged by steep volcanic ranges, drenched by mountain-born rains, strewn with detritus from plunging torrents, can cultivate only 15.7% of its area, and is forced to leave 59% in forest reserves. Terrace agriculture. These figures tell of the hard conditions of life characteristic of most mountain regions. Population under normal circumstances settles in the narrow valleys between the ranges and along the borders of the drainage stream. Soon, however, the food supply becomes inadequate for the growing numbers, so that artificial means have to be employed to expand the area of arable land. The soil on the mountain slopes is so thin that it yields only a scanty return to the labour of tillage. Moreover, under the operation of ploughing and harrowing, it is exposed to the danger of washing, so that after a few croppings the underlying rock of the mountain side may be laid bare, and all that was valuable in the Guandam field deposited in the valley as silt or swept away to enrich the distant delta of the nearest trunk river. To obviate this difficulty and to secure the desired increase of arable land, mountain peoples the world over have resorted to terraced agriculture. Parallel walls, one above the other, are constructed on horizontal lines across the face of the steep slopes, and the intervals between are filled with earth, carried thither in baskets on the peasants' backs. The soil must be constantly renewed and enriched by manure in the same way, and the masonry of the retaining walls kept in repair. Whenever possible, these costly terraced fields are located by preference on southward-facing slopes, where the tilt of the land makes the fields catch the rays of the sun almost at right angles, and thus counteracts the chill of the higher altitude, while the mountain behind protects the growing crops from cold northern winds. Good arable land, being limited in amount, commands a high price, and especially do choice terraced fields in vine-growing countries, since they make the best vineyards. Such fields in Switzerland will bring from $300 to $2,000 an acre, and are estimated to produce annually 2 bottles of wine for every square foot. Geographical distribution. Terrace agriculture, rare in new countries, in the most densely populated Old World, is widely distributed in mountainous areas. In Germany, where it is nearly identical with the culture of the vine, it is found along the steep slopes overlooking the valley of the Moselle and the Rhine. Also in the Vosges Mountains, the Black Forest and the Swabian Jura, to the limited altitude in which the vine will flourish in these northern regions. In the Alps it is widespread, and not confined to the culture of the vine. The traveller passing along the upper Rhone through the sunny canton of Valais follows these terrace fields almost as far as Fieschi, altitude 3,458 feet, beyond which agriculture proper becomes more and more restricted on account of the elevation, and passes rapidly into the mere hay-making of the pastoral community. Between Luick and Sierre, not only the mountain sides, but also the steep gravel hills constituting the old terminal moraine deposited by the receding Rhone glacier across the valley floor are terraced to their very tops. Terrace cultivation prevails in the mountains of Italy. It is utilized not only for the vine, but for olives, maize, oats, hemp, rye, and flax. On the gentler declivities of the Apennines, the terrace walls are wider apart and lower than on the steep slopes of Ligurian Apennines and along the Riviera of the Maritime Alps, where the mountains rise abruptly from the margin of the sea. Careful and laborious terrace cultivation has produced in Italy a class of superior gardeners. The Genoese are famous for their skill in this sort of culture. The men of the Apennine plateau of the Abruzzi readily find positions in the lowlands as expert gardeners. Terrace culture of the Saracens. The Saracens of Spain in the 10th century converted every mountain slope into a succession of green terraces. They built walls of heavy masonry and brought water, loam, and fertilizing materials from great distances. The slopes of Granada, back of Malaga, and Almeria were covered with vineyards. Every foot of land susceptible of cultivation was turned to account. Every drop of water from the ill-timed winter rains was conserved for the growing season. The application of intelligence and labor to tillage enabled the Hispano-Arab provinces to support a dense population. These Saracen cultivators had come from the severest training schools in all Eurasia. Where the arid tableland of Arabia is buttressed on the southwestern front by high coast ranges, 6,000 to 10,500 feet or 2,000 to 3,200 meters, is Yemen, rich in its soil of disintegrated trap rock, adequately watered by the dash of the southwest monsoons against the towering ridges, but practically the whole country is a tilt. Consequently, the mountains have been terraced from the base often up to 6,000 feet. The country presents the aspect of vast agricultural amphitheatres, in which the narrow paths of ancient paving zigzag up and up through successive zones of production. Here is a wide range of fruits: oranges, lemons, figs, dates, bananas, and coffee, then apricots, apples, plums, grapes, quinces, peaches, together with grains of various zonal distribution, such as millet, maize, wheat, and barley. The terrace walls are from 5 to 8 feet high, but toward the top of the mountains they often increase to 15 feet. Though laid without mortar, they are kept in perfect repair. Reservoirs filled with water from the 2 rainy seasons supply the irrigation channels. In the narrow valleys of the Nejd Plateau in central Arabia and the mountain slopes of Oman are found the same irrigated gardens and terrace plantations. This laborious tillage underlay the prosperity of the ancient Sabaean monarchy of Yemen, as it explains the population of 35,000 souls who occupy the modern capital of Sanaa, located at an altitude of 7,600 feet, 2,317 meters. In the Himalayas. Turning eastward, we find terrace agriculture widely distributed in Himalayan lands. The steep mountain sides of the Vale of Kashmir are cultivated thus to a considerable height. The terraces are irrigated by contoured channels constructed along the hillsides, which bring the water for miles from distant snow-fed streams. Their shelf-like fields are green with fruit orchards and almond groves, with vineyards and grain fields. The terrace slopes about the Himalayan hill station of Simla, elevation 7,100 to 8,000 feet, feed the summer population of English, who there take refuge from the deadly heat of the plains. The mountain sections of the native states of Nepal and Bhutan present the view of slopes cut into gigantic stairs. Each step a field of waving rice, kept saturated by irrigating streams from abundant mountain springs. Farther north, where Himalayas and Hindu Kush meet, terrace agriculture is combined with irrigation in the high Gilgit valleys, and farther still along the Mir Gash running down from the Pamir Dome, called the Hunza Valley. Here live the once lawless robber tribes of the Hunzas and Nagaris, whose conquest cost the British a dangerous and expensive campaign in 1892, and whose extensive terraces of irrigated fields and evidences of skillful tillage gave the whole country an appearance of civilization, strangely at variance with the barbarous character of its inhabitants. In Tibet and China. North of the outer Himalayan range, near the sources of the Indus and Sutlej rivers in Ladakh and western Tibet, this same form of cultivation has been resorted to by the retarded and isolated Mongolian inhabitants. Here, at an altitude of 11,000 feet or more, 3,354 meters, along mountain ranges of primitive rock, yielding only a scant and sterile soil, terraces are laboriously constructed. Their surfaces are manured with burnt remains of animal excrements, which must first serve as fuel in the timberless land before they are applied to the ground. In this stronghold of Buddhism, almost every lamasery has its terrace fields yielding good crops of grain and fruit. In the densely populated Sichuan province of western China, cultivation has climbed down from the fertile basins of the Min and Upper Yangtze rivers far up the surrounding mountains, where it is carried on terraces to the foot of vertical cliffs. Farther north, where the mountain province of Senshi occupies the rise of land from the Chinese lowlands to the central highlands of Asia, terraces planted with wheat or other grains cover the mountain slopes. In ancient Peru. Terrace tillage is rare in new countries of extensive plains, like the United States and Canada, where the level land still sufficed for the agricultural needs of the people. But in the confined mountain basins and valleys which made up the Inca's territory in ancient Peru, every available natural field was utilized for cultivation, and terraces brought the obstinate mountain sides under the dominion of the Andean peasant. They were constructed, 100 or more in number, rising 1,000 or 1,500 feet above the floor of the highland valley, contracting in width as they rose till the uppermost one was a narrow shelf only 2 feet broad. These were extended by communal labour year after year with the increase of population, just as today in Java and the neighbouring islands, and became the property of the Inca. Streams from the highest slopes were conducted in canals and distributed from terrace to terrace to irrigate and fertilize. These terraces therefore yielded the best crops of potatoes, maize, and pulse. The cultivatable area was further extended by floating gardens, consisting of rafts covered with earth, which floated on the surface of lakes. They existed in ancient Mexico also, and are used today in the lakes and streams of Tibet and Kashmir, and the rivers of overcrowded China. Terrace agriculture in mountainous islands. Mountainous islands, born of volcanic forces or the partial submergence of coastal ranges, have steep surfaces and scant lowlands. Their inhabitants command limited area at best. Driven to agriculture by their isolation, drawn to it by the favourable oceanic climate, such islands develop terrace tillage in its most pronounced form. On this precipitous pitch of Tenerife, every particle of alluvial soil is collected to make gardens. Long lines of camels laden with boxes of earth may be seen coming almost daily into the towns of Santa Cruz, bringing soil for the terraces. This is desperate agriculture. Irrigated terraces scar the steep slopes of many Polynesian islands. They are highly developed among the Malay Bataks of Sumatra, especially for rice culture. In Java, Bali and Lombok, they reach a perfection hardly equalled elsewhere in the world. In Java, they begin at an altitude of 1,000 feet, cutting man and branch valleys into amphitheatres and covering hundreds of square miles. On the volcanic slopes of Lombok, the terrace plots vary from many acres to a few square yards, according to the grade, while a complete system of irrigation used every brook to water the terraces. Here as in Java, the work began at a very early period, when it was probably introduced among the native Malays by Brahmins from India. Japan, 2/3 of whose area is mountainous, has terraced its steep valleyed walls, often up to 2,000 feet or more, and utilized every patch of ground susceptible of tillage. Among mountain savages. A mountain environment often occasions a forced development in the form of agriculture among peoples who otherwise still linger in a low stage of barbarism or savagery. The wild head-hunting Igorots, inhabiting the Cordilleras of north-central Luzon, have leveled the face of their mountains into a series of platforms held by retaining walls from 20 to 30 feet high. On these they cultivate upland rice to an altitude of 5,000 feet. The Igorot province of Bontak contains valleys in which every available foot of land is terraced for rice and which present artificial landscapes vividly recalling Japan. The labour is the heritage of each inhabitant. Every man, woman and child down to 10 years of age shares in the work of providing food. Africa shows parallel cases. The Angos people, a savage Negro tribe who occupy part of the Murchison Range in northern Nigeria, have mapped out all their sloping land into little terraces, sometimes only a foot or two wide. One of their peaks, 4,135 feet high, has its plateau top covered with populous villages, owing to the protection of the site, and every inch of its slope cut into terraces planted with millet and guinea corn. A more primitive form of this tillage is found in the country of the Marunga Negroes, who occupy the steep western face of the Rift Valley filled by Lake Tanganyika. Here the Cameroon found the surface not regularly terraced, but retaining walls of loose stones disposed at intervals would serve to hold the soil in place, without greatly altering the natural slope. The scene recalled the terraced heights of Switzerland, and the people working there looked like flies on a wall. In this semi-arid country of Sudanese Darfur, where only the mountain districts are well watered and thickly populated, small terraces for grain and melons cover all the slopes. Fertilizing. Mountain agriculture is necessarily laborious. The paucity of arable land precludes the possibility of letting fields lie fallow. These, to prevent exhaustion, must be constantly and abundantly fertilized, all the more as conditions of excessive subaerial denudation found in the steep slope and usual heavy rainfall of mountains, as well as possible glacial scoring of the land in the past, have greatly attenuated the layer of soil called upon to support plant life. The Swiss or Tyrolese farmer cherishes his manure pile as at once sources and badges of his wealth. After harvest it is carted or carried in baskets, not only to the terraces, but also to the wide alluvial fan that grows his oats and rye, to his meadows and hay fields. Both in Mexico and Peru the soil received a dressing of pourduret. Manuring was most extensive where population was densest, as in the isolated mountain valleys opening out from the desert coast of Peru. Every kind of organic refuse was utilized. The fish was buried with the kernels of maize as a fertilizer. The deposits of guano found in the headlands and offshore islands were used from the remotest times. Different guano beds were assigned to the several provinces, and the breeding places of the birds were protected by law. Ashes of decayed wood were employed for the same purpose, or plants were dug into the soil, while human manure was in Mexico a marketable commodity as in China. Economy of level land for houses and villages. In all mountain regions where population has begun to press upon the meagre limits of subsistence, level land and soil are at a premium. In ancient Peru, space was begrudged for the dead. Cities covered considerable space on the roomy intermontane plateaus, but in the narrow lateral valleys, houses and temples were built on rocks in order to reserve every futile spot for agriculture. The traveller notices the same thing throughout the Alps. Compact villages cling to the mountain sides, leaving the alluvial hem of the stream or level glacial terrace free from the much-needed fields. Only in broad longitudinal valleys like that of Ardmat do the settlements complacently spread out their skirts, or on wide alluvial fans where transverse valleys debouch upon the plains. The mountaineers of the Crimea construct their houses against the precipices, excavating into their face and building up the front with stones, and thus reserve the gentler slopes for vineyards and gardens. In the Kangra, Kumaon, and Garhwal districts of the British Himalayas, the large Indian villages of the plains give place to small hamlets or detached homesteads, scattered here and there wherever occasional patches of soil on a hillside or in a narrow valley offer hope of sustenance. These hamlets or dwellings are located on the sides of the mountains, because level spots which can be irrigated must be reserved for rice fields. The high side is also freer from malaria. Perpendicular villages. In the high Himalayan province of Ladakh or western Tibet, this principle of land economy reaches a climax. All settlement is on the perpendicular. The abrupt mountain sides are honeycombed with tombs, villages, and Buddhist lamaseries in the detached localities where population occurs. A pleasure walk through one of these Tibetan towns means a climb by steep flights of steps hewn out of the rock, varied by a saunterer ladders, where the sheer face of a cliff must be surmounted to reach the houses on a ledge above. Pictures of these recall forcibly the cliff dwellings of the Pueblo Indians. Even the important market city of Leh covers the lower slope of the mountain at an altitude of 11,500 feet, and from its height overlooks the cultivated fields in the sandy valley bed below, made fertile by irrigating streams from debouching cannons. The Ladakh villagers always shun the plains. The desire to economize level arable land does not alone dictate this choice of sites. However, the motive of protection against inundation when the snow melts and the streams swell, and also to some degree against hostile attack, is an additional factor. In the mountainous parts of overcrowded China, again, the food problem is the dominant motive. In the rugged highland province of Shenxi, a village of several hundred people covers only a few acres and rises in closely packed tiers of houses against the mountain side. In the wilder, half-conquered parts of Sichuan, the villages crown the lower peaks, cling to the base of the mountains, or are perched on ledges of rock overlooking the gorges. Among the steep cliffs bordering the upper Yangtze, occupied chiefly by the timid, displaced Mansi Aborigines, at an altitude of 10,000 feet, small platforms resting on beams projecting from the sheer mountains face support minute houses, whose buck burrows into the cliff behind. The small children are tied to the doorpost to keep them from falling into the millet field below. The house is accessible only by bolts driven into the cliff. Above and below is the farm, small patches of tilled soil, often not larger than a bath towel, to which the cultivator lowers himself by a rope. Here life hovers on the brink of death and despair. Mountain pastures and stock raising. Paucity of arable land in mountain regions leads to the utilization of the untillable slopes for stock grazing. This industry is always a valuable ally to mountain agriculture on account of the manure which it yields, but at high altitudes where the steepness or rockiness of the soil, cold, and the brevity of the growing season restrict or eliminate cereal crops, it becomes the dominant occupation of the inhabitants, while agriculture takes a subordinate place, limited to the production of hay and fodder for the winter feeding of the stock. Above the line of tree growth flourish the natural summer pastures up to the border of perpetual snow, and just below lies a zone which, if cleared of its forests, supports a thick carpet of grass and herbage, though too cold to ripen grain. The high pastures are particularly nourishing. Cows feeding here in the Alps give better milk than the home or valley cows, though a smaller quantity. Sheep and goats do equally well, but swine are profitable only as a byproduct to utilize the refuse of the cheese and butter industry. The area of the pastures far exceeds that of arable land in mountain regions. In Switzerland, they comprise about 27% of the total productive area, hay meadows 24%, but fields and garden only 20%. In the Austrian province of Salzburg, pastures make up 13.3%, hay meadows 34.5%, and tilled fields only 11.7%. Of the total productive area in the Tyrol, the figures are much the same. Since Norway has over 67% of its total area in bare mountains, snowfields, bogs and lakes, it is not surprising to find only 7.6% in pastures, 2.2% in meadows, and 0.7% in grain fields. But here the pastures are 10 times the arable area. The season of the summer feeding on the grain lands is short. In the so-called High Alps, it frequently lasts only 6 or 7 weeks. In the Grisons, at most 13 weeks, and Norway from 2 to 3 months. High mountain regions, particularly restricted to this Graswirtschaft, soon reach their maximum prosperity and population. The amount of hay secured for the winter feeding limits the number of cattle, and the number of cattle, through their manure, fixes the valley hay supply. Alpine pastures cannot be enlarged, and they may be reduced by accidents of nature, such as landslides, devastating torrents, or advance of ice fields or glaciers. They cannot be improved by capital and labor, and they may deteriorate chemically by exhaustion. The constant export of butter and cheese from alpine pastures in recent times, without substitution by any fertilizer beyond the local manure, has caused a diminution of phosphoric acid in the soil and its impoverishment. Canton Glarus has shown a steady decline since 1630 in the number of cows which his mountain pastures can support. Many other alpine districts show the same deterioration. Mountain herdsmen and shepherds. The remoteness of these highland pastures from the permanent villages necessitates Sennenwirtschaft, or the maintenance of out-farms and shepherds on the mountains during the grazing season. This involves a semi-nomadic existence for such inhabitants as serve as herdsmen. In June, as soon as the high pastures begin to grow green, cattle, sheep and goats ascend step by step in the wake of summer, as she climbs the slope, and they return in autumn to the valleys. There they feed on the stubble of hay and grain fields, till the increasing cold confines them to their low stables. The hut of the senner, or sæter, as the herdsman is variously called in Switzerland and Norway, consists of a living room and a smaller apartment for making butter and cheese, while against the steep slope is a rude stone shelter for the cattle and goats. The predominance of summer pastures has made cattle raising a conspicuous part of agriculture in the Alps and in Norway. In many parts of Switzerland, cattle are called wares, and the word cheese is used as a synonym for food, as we use bread. A Swiss peasant who has a reputation for cheese making is popular with the girls. Here even Cupid turns dairy expert. Communal ownership of mountain pastures. Since it is scarcely practical to divide these highland pastures, they have generally remained communal property, whether in Norway, Switzerland, the Bavarian Alps, the British Himalayan districts, Nepal and Bhutan, or Kashmir. In Europe, their use is generally regulated. As a rule, a Swiss villager may keep on the Allmende during the summer as many head of cattle as he is able to store feed during the winter. Any in excess of this number must be paid for at a fixed rate to the village or commune treasury. Hay sheds for herdsmen's huts mark these districts a temporary occupation near the altitude limits of human life throughout Europe. In Asia, likewise, are to be found small villages inhabited only in summer by herdsmen tending their flocks. Such is the hamlet of Mainmerg, located at an altitude of about 8,000 feet at the southern entrance to the Borzil Pass over the western Himalayas, and Sonnemerg, altitude 8,650 feet or 2,640 meters, just below the Zorgila Pass, both of them surrounded by rich meadows on the northern rim of the Vale of Kashmir. The utilization of mountain pastures for stock raising is almost universal. In the arid highlands of Central Asia, It is the essential supplement to the pastoral nomadism of the steppes and deserts, and to the limited sedentary agriculture found along the irrigated pigment slopes. Here and elsewhere the animal raised varies widely. The llama and vicuna in Peru, which thrive best at 10,000 to 13 feet elevation, and multiply rapidly on the irchul, or coarse grass which clothes the slopes of the higher Andes up to the snowline. Sheep, goats, yaks, and herds of zho, a useful hybrid between yak and cow, in the highland districts of Sichuan. Here the Manx mountaineers lock their houses and leave their villages deserted, while they camp with their herds on the high pastures at 10,000 feet or more. Only economical, ingenious Japan has failed to develop stock raising. Their mountains comprise 2/3 of its area. The explanation has often been sought in Buddhism, which inhibits the use of animal food, but this religious rule probably found ready acceptance in Japan, just because the paucity of animal food made its observance easy, for the fish industry of the empire never suffered from the inhibition. The reason is probably to be sought elsewhere. The native grass of Japan, which relentlessly crowds out all imported grazing crops, is a bamboo grass with sharp, hard, serrated edges, and is said to cut the entrails of horses and sheep. Haymaking in high mountains. While the high pastures are ample for the summer feeding, the chief problem of mountain stock farmers is to secure feed for the winter support of their animals. This taxes their industry and ingenuity to the utmost. While the herdsmen are away tending their charges on the heights, the rest of the population are kept busy at home, getting fodder for the 6 or 7 months of store feeding. This includes the cultivation of hardy crops like oats, rye, and barley, which will mature at a great altitude, haymaking and collecting twigs, and even leaves for the less fastidious goats. In Switzerland, as in Norway, the art of mowing has reached its highest pitch. Grass only 3 inches high is cut thrice yearly. The Norwegian peasant gathers a small hay harvest from the roofs of his house and barns, and from the edges of the highways. In Switzerland, not a spear of grass escapes. In places inaccessible to cattle and goats, the peasant gathers hay by the handful, with crampons on his feet, and generally from the ledges of cliffs. He stacks it in one spot, and brings it down to the valley by sledge in winter. He is a wildhuer, or wild hay gatherer. His life is so dangerous that the law permits only one wildhuer to a family. In high alpine cantons, this office is the privilege of the poor. The traveller in Norway frequently sees huge bundles of hay sliding down to the valley on wires stretched for some high point on the precipitous fjord wall. This represents the harvest from isolated spots or from the field of the summer shepherd. In the vicinity of every theatre hut, a plot of ground is fenced in, encircled with manure gathered during the summer, and utilized to grow fine, nourishing grass, which is mown and transported down to the valley farm. Here economy of vegetative resources reaches its climax. Methods of curing hay in mountains. In mountain regions of heavy rainfall, thick dew, and numerous cloudy days, it becomes a problem to get the hay dried and stored before a drenching shower comes. In many parts of Switzerland, therefore, the peasant on a clear morning cuts a limited amount of grass. This, with the help of his wife and children, he diligently turns and tosses at short intervals all day long, thus subjecting it to a rapid curing process by the action of the wind and the sun, whose rays are doubly effective in the rarefied air of the heights. In the evening the hay is made up into bundles and carried on his back to the barn. In other parts of Switzerland, the green hay is hung on horizontal poles arranged against the sunny side of the chalet and under its protecting roof, thus exposed to the heat and protected from the rain till cured. In Norway the same purpose is achieved by setting up the fields racks supporting along horizontal bars over which the newly cut grass is hung. Then it is exposed to the gentle fanning of the wind and penetrated by the warmth of the sun. In the short intervals, when the sky is not overcast, and during a shower, it sheds the water immediately, so that a minimum of harm is done. In the mountains of Germany, the hay is stacked on cone-shaped racks made of poles, with lateral projections which support the grass. Thus the air can circulate freely inside the hollow cone, which is lifted well above the ground. Elsewhere, sharpened stakes provided with crossbars are simply driven into the ground, and on these the hay is draped till cured. Mountain haymaking leaves nothing to chance. Too much depends upon the crop. In fact, at high altitudes it becomes the only crop. Cereal culture drops off with every increase of elevation. Norway has few fields above 16,000 feet. Even barley fails to ripen above 2,600 feet. In the mountains of Gutenberg, we find pure Graswirtschaft at 3,000 feet elevation, with only a small garden patch near the dwelling. It is interesting to take a tramp upon one of the longitudinal or lateral valleys of the Alps and observe the economic basis of life gradually change from agriculture to haymaking till some high-laid alpine cirque, like Bad Luak or Barmaz, at the head of the Val d'Oise. One sees only meadows and an occasional potato patch, which impresses the lowlander as a last despairing effort in the struggle for existence. Winter industries of mountain peoples. Where climate and soil do so little for the support of life, man must do much. Work must in some way be made to compensate for an ungenerous nature. The closely housed existence necessitated by the long, severe winters of high altitudes stimulates industries in the home. The winter feeding of the stock involves little labor, so the abundant leisure would otherwise be wasted. Hence it is no accident that we find almost everywhere native mountain industries in a high state of development, and often characterized by an artistic beauty which seemed to be the one flower of this barren environment. They are naturally based upon the local raw materials of the mountains, such as wood, metals, clays, and especially the wool of sheep and goats. Moreover, their products are articles of small bulk and large value, adapted to costly mountain transportation. Those of Kashmir are typical: carved wood, artistic metal work in silver and copper, patu cloth, carpets, and the famous Kashmir shawls. The stark life of Tibet shows in its industries an unexpected richness and beauty. The men spin and weave wool into patu cloth of all grades. Some of it is extraordinarily fine in texture and color, and is exported by caravan in considerable quantity to northern China and Mongolia. Pastel sticks, made of aromatic wood and impregnated with musk and gold dust, are a conspicuous commodity in the trade with Peking. Tibet is rich in metals, especially silver and gold. Even the nomad shepherds of the tablelands know how to purify gold dust over a fire of argols. Hence it is not surprising that the settlements in the irrigated mountain valleys should develop real artists in metallurgy. The province of Thuringia, which excels in metal work, produces swords, guns, teapots, bells, and seals of extremely artistic design and perfect finish. The jewelry of Tibet suggests Byzantine work. It includes earrings and charm boxes of gold and carved turquoise, as marked by the same delicate finish. But whether the Tibetan is working on wood, gold, brass, or wood, he uses native designs of real merit and shows the expert craftsman's hand. His activities recall the metalwork of the Caucasus and the famous rugs of Dagestan. Turning to Europe, we find watch and clock making in the Black Forest and the Jura, wood carving in the Swiss and Norwegian mountains, bob and lace in the Urs Range and in Alpine Appenzell, and the far more beautiful Italian product of the rugged Abruzzi and the Florian Alps. The Slovaks of Highland Hungary are expert in wire drawing, and the peasant of the central Apennines makes from the gut of his goats the finest violin strings in the world, the so-called Roman strings. The low Thuringian and Franconian forests, which harbour denser populations, have by a minute subdivision of labour turned their local resources to the making of dolls, which they support to the markets of the world. Here too the manufacture of glass articles, porcelains, majolica, and terracotta flourishes. Most of these mountain industries merely supplement the scant agricultural resources. They represent the efforts of industrious but hard-pressed peoples to eke out their meagre subsistence. Overpopulation and immigration. The application of steam industry has converted mountain regions of abundant mineral wealth into centers of production for the markets of the world. But this is the history of only the last century, and of only favored mountain regions. The utilization of water power for electricity in factories is transforming the pavement belts of the Alps and Apennines, but life in the interior of these ranges remains unaltered by the denser population at their base, except for the increased demand for the butter, milk, and cheese of the highland pastures. For the world at large, therefore, the obvious and persistent fact of mountain economy is scanty food supply, secured by even the most intelligent and untiring labor, and a fixed tendency to overpopulation. The simplest remedy for this evil is emigration, a fact which Malthus observed. Hence, emigration is an almost universal phenomenon in highland regions. Sometimes it is only seasonal. It takes place in the fall after the field work is over, and is due to the paucity of industries possible in the mountains during the winter. It seems to be a recurrence of that nomadic note in the motto of mountain life, the migration in summer upward to the borders of the snow, in winter downward to the sun-warmed plains. In autumn the Swiss descend from the Jura and Alps in great numbers to cities, seeking positions as servants and pastry cooks. The Auvergnats leave their home by the thousand in the fall, when snow covers the mountains, to work in the cities as hewers of stone and drawers of water, then return in summer to resume their tasks in field and pasture, bringing back sums of money which noticeably enrich the home districts. This seasonal emigration often assumes the form of peddling, in order to dispose of small home-made wares. From the Basilicata and Modena Apennines, young men follow the peddler's trade, but the Basilicata village of Viggiano furnishes Italy with many wandering musicians. The K-bells of the Atlas Mountains go out in parties of 2 or 3 in the fall and hawk every kind of goods, bringing back from their journey quantities of wool for home weaving. The emigration may last several years, but finally the love of home generally calls the mountaineer back to his rugged hills. The Galicians of the Cantabrian mountains of northern Spain leave their poor country for the time for the richer provinces of Portugal and Spain, where they become porters, water carriers and scavengers, and are known as boorish but industrious and honest. The women from the neighbouring mountain province of Asturias are the professional wet nurses of Spain. They are to be seen in every aristocratic household of Madrid, but return to the mountains with their savings when their period of service ends. The mountainous Basutoland, the Kaffir Switzerland of South Africa, arable land and pastures are utilized as completely as local methods of husbandry permit, and yet the native Kaffirs go in large numbers, 28,000 out of a total population of 220,000 in 1895, to work in the mines of Kimberley and the Witwatersrand. They also return in time with their savings. Similarly, the Bataks of the rugged, mountain-rimmed plateau of western Sumatra emigrate in increasing numbers to the lowlands and hide themselves out for a term of years on the Dutch plantations. Another interesting and once rather widespread phase of this temporary emigration appears in the mercenary troops formerly drawn from mountain regions. After the Burgundian Wars of the 15th century, the Swiss became the mercenaries of Europe, and in 1503 were first employed as papal lifeguards. These served the kings of France from Louis XI to the tragedy of the Tuileries in 1792, and in that country and elsewhere they made the name Switzer a synonym for guard or attendant, till in 1848 the mercenary system was abolished. The pressure of population at home and the military spirit of the Scotch Highlanders once led the young girls to seek their fortunes in military service abroad, as in the army of Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden. Gurkhas from Himalayan Nepal, an independent state, are employed in considerable numbers in the Indian Army today, and constitute one of the most reliable divisions of the native troops. In January 1901, there were 12,797 Gurkhas drawing pay from the Indian government as soldiers, besides 6,000 more employed as military police, porters, and in other capacities. Similarly, ancient Arcadia, the mountain core of Peloponnesus, was a constant hive of mercenaries. End of section 25. Section 26 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is a public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 16. Influences of a Mountain Environment, Part 2. Permanent emigration. Often, however, permanent emigration is a result, robbing the mountain population of its most enterprising element. Piedmontese, Bergamese, and Friulians from the Italian Alps leave their country in large numbers. Many of them find work in Marseilles and other towns of southern France, infusing an Italian strain into the population there and making serious competition for the local French. A proverb says there is no country in the world without sparrows and Burmese. Geneva, once the capital of Calvinism, is today a Catholic town, owing to the influx of Catholic labourers from Alpine Savoy. The overflow of the redundant population of this mountain province has given the Swiss canton a character diametrically opposed to its traditions. The Chinese provinces of Chile and Manchuria have been largely populated by immigrants from the barren mountain peninsula of Shantung. Manchuria has thereby been converted from an alien into a native district. Immigration on so large a scale exercises far-reaching economic and historical influences. Norse colonization contributed interesting chapters to the history of Europe in the 9th and 10th centuries. Norwegians who have flocked to America have made a deep impress upon other northwestern states. Switzerland in 1902 and 1903 gave us 9,500 of its subjects a valuable contribution. Scotchmen of Highland birth are scattered over the whole world, carrying with them everywhere their sturdy qualities and character. Even the stay-at-home French lose immigrants from their mountain districts. The people of the Basques Alps go to Mexico, and the Basques from the French Pyrenees seek Argentine. The honesty, industry, and frugality of these mountain immigrants make them desirable elements in any colonial population, and ensure their success when they seek their fortunes in the uncrowded Western world. Preventive checks to increase the population. The alternative to overpopulation and its remedy, immigration, is found in preventive checks to increase. These sometimes take the form of restricted or late marriages, as was found to be the case in Norway and Switzerland in 1799, before the introduction of steam or electric motive power had stimulated the industries of these countries or facilitated emigration thence. The same end is achieved by the widespread religious celibacy which sometimes characterizes mountain communities. In the barren Orving plateau of France, the number of young sons who become priests is extraordinary. Many daughters become nuns. Celibacy, seconded by extensive immigration, clears the field for the eldest son, and the system of primogeniture which the poverty of this rugged highland has established as a fixed institution in the Auvergne. A careful statistical investigation of the geographical origins of the Catholic priesthood in Europe might throw interesting light on the influences of environment. The harsh conditions of mountain life make the monastery a line of least resistance, while geographical isolation nourishes the religious nature and benumbs the intellectual activities. It is in the corrugated highland of Tibet, chilled to barrenness by an elevation of 12,000 feet or more, 4,000 meters, sterile and treeless from aridity, carved by cannon-cutting streams in deep gorges, offering a modicum of arable soil for irrigation, that monasticism has developed into an effective system to keep down population. Buddhism, with its convents and lamaseries, naturally recommended itself to a country where asceticism was obviously expedient. The world shows nowhere else so large a celibate class. In Tibet, monks are estimated at 175,000 to 500,000 in a total population of 3 millions. Archibald Little estimates their number at 1/3 of the total male population. Derge, which is the most productive district both agriculturally and industrially of eastern Tibet, and is also most densely inhabited, counts at least 10,000 lamas in a total population of about 42,000. Not less than 1/6 of the inhabitants of Ladakh are in religious houses as monks and nuns. Families in Tibet are small, yet each devotes one or more children to convert or monastic life. In western Tibet, especially about Taklakot in the Himalayan border, one boy in every family is invariably devoted to the priesthood, and one or more daughters must become nuns. But the nun generally resides with her family or lives in some monastery with unspeakable results. Polyandry. The Tibetans seem to be enthusiastic Malthusians, with all the courage of their convictions. Religious celibacy among them is only an adjunct to another equally effective social device for restricting population. This is the institution of polyandry, which crops out in widely distributed mountain regions of limited resources, just as it appears not infrequently in primitive island societies. Its sporadic occurrence in extensive lowlands, as among the Waros of Guyana and certain tribes of the Orinoco, is extremely rare, as also its occasional appearance among pastoral steppe dwellers like the Hottentots and Damaras. It is often associated with polygamy where wealth exists, and is never the exclusive form of marriage. Yet its frequency among mountain peoples is striking. Strabo describes fraternal polyandry as it existed in mountainous Yemen. There among a Semitic people, as today in Mongolian Tibet, and among the aboriginal Todas of the Nilgiri Hills in peninsular India, the staff of one husband left at the door of the house excluded the others. In modern times, this institution is found throughout Tibet, and the Himalayan and sub-Himalayan districts adjoining it, as in Ladakh, Kunavar, Kumaon, Garhwal, Spiti, Simur, and among the Miris, Dalflez, Abours, and Bhutias occupying the southern slope of the Himalayas eastward from Sikkim, and the Burmese tribes of the Kasai Hills just to the south. The same practice occurs among the Kurds of the Western Ghats, among the Nayars at the coastal Piedmont of this range, among the Todas of the mountain stronghold known as the Nilgiri Hills, peaks 8,000 feet or 2,630 meters, and it crops out sporadically among certain mountain Bantu tribes of South Africa. Female infanticide. There seems little doubt that polyandry, as Herbert Spencer maintains, has been adopted as an obvious and easy check upon increase of population in rugged countries. It is generally coupled with other preventive checks. In the Nilgiri Hills, as we found also to be the case on many Polynesian islands, it is closely associated with female infanticide. The Todas in 1867 showed a proportion of 2 men to 1 woman, but later, with the decline of infanticide under British rule, a proportion of 100 men to 75 women, and a resulting modification of the institution of polyandry. It may well be that the paucity of women suggested this form of marriage, whose expediency as an ally to infanticide in checking population later became apparent. The Todas are a very primitive folk of herdsmen, living on the produce of their buffaloes, averse to agriculture, though not inhibited from it by the nature of their country, therefore prone to seek any escape from that uncongenial employment, and relying on the protected isolation of their habitat to compensate for the weakness inherent in the small number of the tribe. Throughout Tibet and Ladakh, polyandry works hand in hand with the lamasseries in limiting population. The conspicuous fact in Tibetan polyandry is its restriction to the agricultural portion of the population. The pastoral nomads of the country, depending on their yaks, sheep and goats, wandering at will over a very wide, if desolate territory, practice monogamy and polyandry. The sedentary population, on the other hand, is restricted to tillable land so small that each farm produces only enough for 1 family. Subdivision under divided inheritance would be disastrous to these dwarf estates, especially owing to possible complications growing out of irrigation rights. Polyandry leaves the estate and the family undivided, and by permitting only 1 wife to several fraternal husbands, restricts the number of children. It does this also in another way by diminishing the fertility of the mothers, for all travellers comment upon the paucity of children in polyandrous families. Westermarck lays stress upon the fact that polyandry prevails chiefly in sterile countries. He regards it less as a conscious device to check an increase of population than a result of the disproportion of males to females in polyandrous communities. The preponderance of male births he attributes to the excessive endogamy bordering on inbreeding which tends to prevail in all isolated mountain valleys, and also as a possibility to the undernourished condition of the parents caused by scanty food supplies, which Dawson found to be productive of a high percentage of male births in proportion to female. The motive of restricting population seems entitled to more weight than Westermarck concedes to it, for he slurs over the fact that in Tibet, polyandry gives rise to a large number of superfluous women who fill the nunneries, while in the Nilgiri Hills, redundant females were eliminated by infanticide. The fact seems to be that in the institution of polyandry, we have a social and psychological effect of environment reinforced by a physiological effect. Effects of polyandry and polygamy. A comparison of social conditions in the adjoining provinces of the Baltistan and Ladakh, which together comprise the Himalayan valleys of the Indus, reveals the character of polyandry as a response to geographic environment. Both provinces are inhabited by a Mongolian stock, but the Ladakhi living in the uppermost stretch of the basin near Tibet are Buddhists and polyandrists, while the Baltis Farther down the valley are Mussulmen and polygamists. The Baltis, with their plurality of wives and numerous children, are wretchedly poor and live in squalor on the verge of starvation. But as the elevation of their valley ranges only from 4,000 to 8,500 feet, they are injured to heat and therefore emigrate in large numbers to the neighbouring Mohammedan province of the Punjab, where they work as coolies and navvies. The Ladics, on the other hand, living 9,000 to 13,000 feet above the sea, die of bilious fever when they reach the lowlands. Cut off from emigration, they curtail population by means of polyandry and lamasseries. Consequently, they show signs of prosperity, are well fed, well clothed, and comfortably housed. Baltistan's social condition illustrates, in a striking way, the power of an idea like an alien creed, assimilated as the result of close vicinal location, to counteract for a time the influences of local geographic conditions. Marauding tendencies in mountaineers. The less civilized mountain peoples, whose tastes or low economic status unfit them for emigration, solve the problem of a deficit food supply by raiding the fields and stores of their richer neighbors. Predatory expeditions fill the history of primitive mountain peoples, and of the ancient occupants of highland regions which are now devoted to honest industry. The ancient alpine tribes were, one and all, from the Mediterranean to the Danube, poor and addicted to robbery, as Strabo says. He analyzes their condition with nice discrimination. The greater part of the Alps, especially the summits of the mountains inhabited by robbers, are barren and unfruitful, both on account of the frost and the ruggedness of the land. Because of the want of food and other necessaries, the mountaineers have sometimes been obliged to spare the inhabitants of the plains, that they might have some people to supply them. The freebooters usually descend into the lowlands of Italy, Gaul, and Helvetia, but the past peoples lay in wait for their prey on the mountain roads. Strabo described the same marauding habits arising from the same cause among the mountaineers in northern Spain, the Balkan range, and the highlands encircling the Mesopotamian plains. Hunger is usually the spur. The tribesmen who inhabit the Hunza Gorge were notorious robbers till their recent conquest by the British. Despite the most careful terrace tillage, their country was much overpopulated. The supply of grain was so inadequate that during the summer the people subsisted wholly on fruit, reserving the grain for winter use. Therefore, when early summer opened the passes of the Karakoram and Himalayan ranges, the caravans began to move over the trade routes between Kashmir and Yarkand, when the Kyrgyz nomads from the plains sought the pastures of the Pamir. The Hunza tribesmen found raiding caravans and herds, and pillaging the Gilgit valley of Baltistan the easiest means of supplementing their slender resources. Hardy mountaineers as they were, and born fighters, they always conducted their forays successfully, and returned to the shelter of their fastness, laden with plunder, and driving their captive flocks before them. The perpetual menace of these Hunza raids caused large districts of the Gilgit valley to be abandoned by their inhabitants, and cultivated land to lapse into wilderness, while the Chiles to the south pillaged the Astor valley of Baltistan, carrying away crops and cattle, enslaving women and children. Cattle lifting. Marauding propensities are marked among all retarded mountain peoples of modern times. The cattle-lifting clans of the Scotch Highlands, who preyed upon the lowlands, have their counterpart in the Pathans of the Suleiman and Baluch mountain border, who, till curbed by the British power in India, systematically pillaged the plains of the Sindh. The forest bills of the Vindhyan and Satpura ranges are scarcely yet married to agriculture, for when in time of drought their crops fail and the game abandons the hill forests to seek water in the lowland jungles, the bills cheerfully revert to their ancestral habit of cattle lifting. The Caucasus was long a breeding place for robber tribes who made their forays into the pastures and fields of southern Russia. Robbery was part of the education of every Circassian prince, while one group of the Abyssines conferred their chieftainship upon the most successful robber or the man of largest family. The Kurdish hillmen of the Armenian ranges descend with their herds of horses in winter to the warmer plains, where they exhaust the pastures and subject the Armenian villages to a rigorous system of blackmail. The wide grassy plains about Koko Nor Lake, near the Chinese border of Tibet, attract numerous Mongol nomads with their herds. But these rich pastures are exposed to the depredation of sea-fang brigand tribes, who have their haunts in the deep, impenetrable gorges of the neighbouring mountains, and carefully guard all the approaches to the same. They are Buddhists, but worship a special divinity of brigandage, to whom their lamas offer prayers for the success of every foray. Hence, among mountain as among desert peoples, robbery tends to become a virtue. Environment dictates their ethical code. Historical results of mountain raiding. These depredations reflect to a great degree the complementary relation of highlands to lowlands. The plains possess what the mountains lack. This is a fundamental fact of economic geography and inevitably leads to historical results. The marauding expeditions of mountain peoples first acquire historical importance either when the raids, after long continuance, end in the conquest of the lowlands and thus augment the resources and population of the highland state, or, as is often the case, the raiders call down upon themselves the vengeance of the plainsmen, are subdued and embodied in the lowland state. The conquest of ancient Assyria and the destruction of Nineveh by the mountain Medes seems to have been a process of this kind. Long before their descent upon Mesopotamia, they were known as the dangerous Medes, were constantly threatening the Assyrian frontiers and occupying isolated tracts. The predatory incursions of the Samnites of the Apennines into the fertile fields of Campania eventuated in the conquest of ancient Capua and other cities, and greatly strengthened the Samnite confederacy. But this encroachment of the mountain tribes upon the plains aroused the cupidity and alarm of the Romans, who in turn bent their energies toward the final subjugation of the Samnites. Himalayan Nepal, after the unification of its petty Raja states by the Gurkha conquest between 1768 and 1790, began encroachments and ravages upon the Indian Terai, or fertile alluvial lowland, at the foot of the mountains, and finally by 1858 had acquired a title to a considerable strip of it, which by its rice fields and forests greatly strengthened the geographic and economic base of the highland state. The Malay Hovas, inhabiting the central plateau of Madagascar, braced to effort by its temperate climate and not over-generous soil, have almost everywhere subdued the better fed but sluggish lowlands of the coast. There can be little doubt that the beneficent effects of an invigorating mountain climate, especially in tropical and subtropical latitudes, have helped the hardy, active hill people to make easy conquest of the enervated plainsmen. Conquest of mountain regions. It is more often the case, however, that the scant resources, small number, and divided political condition of the mountain tribes makes such conquest impossible. Their depredations provoke reprisals from the stronger states of the plain, who bring the mountain region under subjection, merely to police their frontier. Strabo makes it clear that the Romans, having secured certain passes over the Alps, neglected the conquest of the ranges. To the increase of Roman colonies among the Piedmont rim excited the cupidity of the mountaineers. Muscovite dominion was extended over the Caucasus, both in order to check the persistent raids of its tribes into the Russian plains and to secure control of its passes. The state of Kashmir, guided by a purely local policy, for years tried to conquer the robber tribes of its northwestern frontier, merely to protect its own border provinces. Then the British authorities of the Indian Empire began the same process, but from a radically different motive. They saw the Gilgit and Hunza valleys, like the Chitral to the west, as highways through a mountain transit land whose opposite approaches were held by the Russians. Such conquests, whatever be their motive, profit the vanquished and in the end more than the victor. They result in the systematic and intelligent development of the mountain resources and the maintenance of ample social and economic relations between highland and lowland through the construction of roads, which must always represent the reach of the governing authority. The conquest of mountain peoples means always expensive and protracted campaigns. The invader has always two enemies to fight, nature and the armed foe. There is a saying in India that, in Gilgit, a small army is annihilated and a large army starves to death. Hunger is king in high altitudes, and comes always to the defense of mountain independence. Moreover, the inaccessibility of such districts, the difficulty of maintaining lines of communication, ignorance of bypaths and trails which forever offer strategic opportunities to the natives or escape at a crisis, all serve to protract the war. The independent spirit of the mountaineer, his endurance of hardship, his mastery of mountain tactics, and his obstinate resistance after repeated defeat give always a touch of heroism to Highland warfare. Consequently, history abounds in examples of unconquered mountain peoples or of long-sustained resistance, like that which for 60 years, under the heroic leadership of Kadimura and Shamyal, used up the treasure and troops of Russia in the impregnable defiles of the Caucasus. In the end, however, the Highland tribes succumbed to numbers and the road-making engineer. Political dismemberment of mountain peoples. Political dismemberment, lack of cohesion due to the presence of physical barriers impeding intercourse, is the inherent weakness of mountain peoples. Political consolidation is never voluntary. It is always forced upon them from without, either by foreign conquest or by the constant menace of such conquest, which compels the mountain clans to combine for common defense of their freedom. The combination thus made is reluctant, loose, easily broken, generally short-lived. It becomes close and permanent only under a constant pressure from without, and then assumes a form allowing to the constituent parts the greatest possible measure of independence. The Swiss canton and commune are the results of a segregated environment. The Swiss Republic is the result of threatened encroachment by the surrounding states. It owes its first genuine federal constitution to Napoleon. A report on the situation in the Caucasus, addressed to Tsar Nicholas in 1829, contains an epitome of the history of mountain peoples. It runs as follows. The Circassians barred out Russia from the south and may at their pleasure open or close the passage to the nations of Asia. At present their intestine dissensions, fostered by Russia, hindered them from uniting under one leader, but it must not be forgotten that, according to traditions religiously preserved among them, the sway of their ancestors extended so far as the Black Sea. The imagination is appalled at the consequence which their union under one leader might have for Russia, which is no other bulwark against their ravages than a military line, too extensive to be very strong. Here we have the whole story. A mountain people pillaging the lowlands, exercising a dangerous and embarrassing control over the passes, and thereby calling down upon themselves conquest from without, weakened by the contracting territory within the highlands and a shrinking area of plunder without, doomed to eventual defeat by the yet more ominous weakness of political dismemberment. Individualism and independence. Mountain tribes are always like a pack of hounds on the leash, each straining in a different direction. Warlike barriers, holding them apart for centuries, make them almost incapable of concerted action, and restive under any authority but their own. Clan and tribal societies, feudal and republican rule, always on a small scale, characterize mountain sociology. All these are attended by an exaggerated individualism and its inevitable concomitant, the blood feud. Mountain policy tends to diminish the power of the central authority to the vanishing point, giving individualism full scope. Social and economic retardation, caused by extreme isolation and encouraged by protected location, tend to keep the social body small and loosely organized. Every aspect of environment makes against social integration. The broken relief of ancient Greece produced the small city-state, but in the rugged mountains of Arcadia, the principle of physical and political subdivision went further. Here, for 4 centuries, after the first Olympiad, the population, poorest and rudest of all Greece, was split up into petty hill villages, each independent of the other. The need of resisting Spartan aggression led, for the first time, in 371 BC, to the formation of a commune Arcadum, a coalescence of all the fractional groups constituting the Arcadian folk. But even this union, effected only by the masterly manipulation of the Theban Epaminondas, proved short-lived and incomplete. What was true of the Arcadian villages was true of the city-states of Greece. The geography of the land instilled into them the principal political aloofness, except when menaced by foreign conquest. Cooperation is efficient only when it springs from a habit of mind. Greek union against the Persians was very imperfect, and against the Roman the feeble leagues were wholly ineffective. The influence of this dismembering environment still persists. As ancient Greece was a complex of city-states, modern Greece is a complex of separate districts, each of which holds chief place in the minds of its citizens, and unconsciously but steadily operates against the growth of a national spirit in the modern sense. Types of mountain states. A mountain environment encourages political disunion in several forms. Sometimes it favours the survival of a turbulent feudal nobility based upon clan organisation, as among the medieval Scotch, who were not less rebellious toward their own kings than toward the English conquerors. Feudal rule seems congenial to the mountaineer, whose conservative nature, born of isolation, clings to hereditary chiefs and a long-established order. Feudal communities and dwarf republics exist side by side in the northern Caucasus, attended by this primitive assertion of individual right, the blood feud. Often the two forms of government are combined, but the feudal element is generally only a dwindling survival of a remote past. The little Republic of Andorra, which for 1,000 years has preserved its existence in the protection of a high Pyrenean valley, is a self-governing community organized strictly along the lines of a Tyrolese or Swiss commune. But the two vigueurs or agents, who in some manners outrank the president, are official appointments tracing back to feudal days, when Andorra was a seigneur of the Comte d'Urgell. Tyrol offers a striking parallel to this. In its local affairs, it has in effect a republican form of government, enjoying a high degree of autonomy as any Swiss canton. But the great Brenner route, which could confer both power and wealth on its predecessor, made the Tyrol an object of conquest to the feudal nobles of the early Middle Ages. Their hereditary dominion is now vested in the Archdukes of Austria, to whom the Tyrolese have shown unfailing fidelity, but from whom they have exacted complete recognition of their rights. Tyrol's neighbour, Switzerland, illustrates the pure form of commune, canton and republic, which is the logical result of a rugged mountain relief. Here commune and canton are the real units of government. In the federal power at Bern, the Swiss peasant takes little interest, often not even knowing the name of the national president. In the highest ranges, a canton coincides with the mountain-rimmed valley, Valais with the basin of the upper Rhone, Glarus with the upper Linth, Uri with the Reuss, Graubünden with the upper Rhine, to which is joined by many pass routes the sparsely peopled Engadine, Ticino, with the drainage basin of upper Lake Maggiore, Unterwalden, with the southern drainage valleys of Lake Lucerne. While the mountains are lower, or where passes connect valleys of high levels, cantonal boundaries may overstep geographic barriers. The commune generally consists of the villages strung along a narrow lateral valley, isolated and sufficient unto itself politically. A close parallel to the Alpine commune is found among the Kabyles of the Atlas Mountains. Their political structure is based upon the Gema, or commune, a small sovereign republic whose independence is fiercely deferred. It enjoys complete local autonomy, is governed by an assembly of all the adult male inhabitants, and grants this body the usual functions except the administration of justice, which characteristically is replaced by blood feuds as the inalienable right of the individual. Romans, Arabs, Turks, and French have in turn exercised over these mountain Berbers only nominal control, except when their internal dissensions made them vulnerable. Significance of their small size. The mountains, by their segregating power of their ridges and ranges, first produced these little independent communities, and then, throwing around them strong protecting arms, enfold them in an embrace which long provides security to them in their weakness. These minute mountain states, therefore, tend to reflect in their size the isolation of their environment, and indirectly the weakness of the surrounding nations. The original Swiss Erzgenossenschaft of the four forest cantons, embedded in the high Alps, braced against the mountain wall, held its own against the feeble feudal states of Austria and Germany. The rugged relief of Graubünden and the spirit of freedom created there enabled its peasants in the Middle Ages to overthrow the feudal lords and to establish a federal republic. The typical mountain state was a league composed of 3 other leagues. Each component league consisted of a group of districts having the power of sovereign states, and consisting in turn of a group of communes, which were quite independent in local affairs. This Triune League formed in time an alliance with the Swiss Confederation, but did not become a member of it till the Vienna Adjustment of 1815. Similar is the story of the mountain shepherds of Appenzell, who formed a little peasant republic, despite their bishop overlord of St. Gall, and who later during the Reformation, on the ground of religious differences, divided into two yet smaller states. The relation between size and inaccessibility is most strikingly illustrated in the high Himalayan ranges west of Kashmir and north of the Punjab. Here is the Shinaka district, which includes the Chiles, Darul, Tangur, and other valleys branching off from the Indus, and which is inhabited by the Dards of Indo-European stock. Each Shinaka valley is a small cantonal republic, and each village of each republic is a commune managing its own affairs by an assembly. One settlement of only 12 houses enjoys complete autonomy. Besides the village assemblies, there is a state parliament handling questions of general policy to which each village sends representatives. One dissentient vote can defeat a measure. The majority cannot control the minority, for if one village of a state disagrees with the others, it is free to carry out its own policy, even in the matter of foreign alliances. Here is Home Rules run to seed. Sleight of power in mountain chiefs. Small size is sometimes coupled with monarchical rule, degenerating occasionally into despotism among aggressive robber tribes. The inaccessible Hunza Valley is occupied on opposite sides of its deep gorge by two rival states, the Hunzas and the Nagaris, whose combined population amounts to scarcely 25,000 souls. Hostile to each other, they unite only to resist an invading force. While the Hunza thumb is a tyrant, the Nagari ruler has little voice in the government. The Tibeto-Burman hill folk of the eastern Himalayas are divided into clans and concede a mild authority to a chief who rules a group of clan villages, but only rarely is able to secure power over a larger district. The Khassia hills of Assam are broken up into 23 petty states, each under its own Raja, or chief, who has, however, little authority beyond the administration of justice. Everywhere in mountain regions appears this repugnance to centralized authority. Protection by environment obviates the necessity of protection through combination. The spirit of clan exclusiveness, the absence of a common national sentiment, characterize equally the tribesmen of mountainous Albania, of Persian Nuristan, and highland Kurdistan. Along the rugged upheaved areas which forms the western boundary of India from the Khyber Pass to the sea, British officials have had to negotiate with the native Putan and Balak Jurikas, assemblies of the chief men of the countless clans into which the tribes are divided, as the only visible form of authority tolerated. Combination must be voluntary and of a type to exact a modicum of submission. These requirements are best answered by the confederation, which may gradually assume a stable and elaborate form among an advanced people like the Swiss, or it may constitute a loose yet effective union, as in the famous Samnite Confederacy of the Central Apennines, or a temporary league like that of the ancient Akkadians, or a group of confederated sheikhs of Belad el-Gobail, the country of the Highlanders, in mountainous Yemen, who in 1790 established a republican form of union for defense against their more powerful neighbors. The power of mountains to protect makes them asylums of refuge for displaced peoples. This fact explains the confused ethnology which often characterizes these isolated regions, especially when they lie near or across natural highways of human migration. As the tide of humanity sweeps around or across the mountains, a branch stream turns into a side valley, where it is caught and held. There it remains unaltered, crystallizing in its seclusion, subjected for ages to few modifying influences from without. Its people keep their own language and customs, little affected by a totally different race stock, similarly placed in a neighbouring alcove of the mountains. Lack of communication engenders an endless multiplication of dialects, as we find them in the Alps, the Caucasus, in Kafiristan of the Hindu Kush, and in Nepal. Diversity of speech, itself a product of isolation, reacts upon that political and social aloofness of mountain folk to emphasize and fix it. Survival of primitive races in mountains. From this principle it follows that the same highland region shows strong differentiation and marked social individuality from one district to another, and from one valley to the next, despite a prevailing similarity of local geographic conditions. In fact, the very similarity of those conditions, strong in their power to isolate, present the conditions for inevitable variation. A mountain region gets its population from diverse sources, or which is quite as important, at different times from the same source. For instance, Nepal receives contingents of Rajput conquerors, dislodged from the Punjab in the 7th century, the 11th, and finally the dominant Gurkhas at the end of the 18th. Today these represent different degrees of amalgamation with the local Tibetan stock of Nepal. They are distinguished from each other by a diversity of languages and a multiplicity of dialects, while the whole Piedmont of the country shows a yet different blend with the Aryan Hindus of the Ganges Valley, who have seeped into the Terai and been drawn up, as if by capillary attraction, into the hill valleys of the outer range. The Vindhyan Range and its associated highlands, long before the dawn of Indian history, caught and held in their careful embrace some of the fragile Aboriginal tribes like the Kolarian Ho, Santals, and Kurgus. Centuries later, the Dravidian Bhils and Gonds sought refuge here before the advancing Indo-Aryans and found asylums in the secluded valleys. Finally, those same northern plains whence the Dravidians had come, after the Mohammedan conquest of central India in the 16th century, sent flying to the refuge of the hills a large contingent of Hindus of mingled Dravidian and Aryan stocks, but stamped with the cult of the Ganges basin. These occupied the richer valleys and the more accessible plateaus of the highlands, driving the primitive Gonds and Bhils back into the remoter recesses of the mountains. Dravidians and Aboriginal Kolarian survive in their purity in the wilder and more inaccessible regions, but in the lower valleys our upper classes show signs of mixtures with the Rajput invaders, while the lower classes betray little Aryan blood. Diversity of peoples and dialects. Afghanistan, of disordered relief, set as a transit region between the plains of Mesopotamia, the Oxus and the Indus, have a confused ethnology in keeping with the tangle of dissected plateaus and mountain systems which constitute its surface. Here we find three distinct branches of the Indo-European race, divided up into various peoples of diverse tongues and subdivided further into countless tribes. The two branches of Mongol Tartars scattered, as if out of a pepper box, from the Helmand to the Oxus, tossed in among diverse peoples of Iranic and Gaucha origin in hopeless confusion. The various Afghan tribes, separated from each other by natural barriers and intervening alien stocks, though similar in physical type, speech, religion, and culture, have no sense of unity, no common political aims, while the appalling list of tribes constituting the population of the country offers little hope of Afghanistan ever developing national cohesion. Kafiristan alone, which lies in the Hindu Kush range for the most part at an altitude of 12,000 feet or more, harbours in its recesses many remnants of primitive peoples, speaking various languages and dialects, strangers alike to any native affinity or political union. It is a mere agglomeration of ethnic fragments in which the people of one village are often unable to converse with those in the next. Relief has fashioned the ethnology of the Caucasus in the same way. No other equally small area of the world contains such a variety of peoples and tongues, differing from one another in race, language, and customs, so fundamentally as the Caucasus. From the heterogeneous survival of extremely old ethnic stocks lodged in the high valleys, to the intrusive Russians in the lower Piedmont, the Caucasus might be called an ethnographic sample card. The rugged configuration of the Alps, from the Rhone to the Danube, has preserved the broad-headed Alpine race, which was perhaps a primitive stock of Central Europe. The great river valley leading into this massive highland, like the Rhine, Aar, Inn, and Adige, shows the intrusion of a long-headed race from both north and south, but lofty and remote valleys off the main routes of travel, like the Hither, Rhine, and Disentis, the little Stazerthal in the upper Inn, and the Passierthal of the upper Adige above Meran, show the race preserved in its purity by the isolating environment. Here each segregated lateral valley becomes an area of marked linguistic and social differentiation. Only where it opens into the wider longitudinal valleys are the peculiarities of speech and custom diluted by an intrusive current of another race. Switzerland has received three different streams of language, and broken them up into numerous rivulets of dialect. On a small area of 16,125 square miles, 41,346 square kilometers. 35 dialects of German are spoken, 16 of French, 8 of Italian, and 5 of Romansh, a primitive and degenerate Latin tongue surviving from the ancestral days of Roman occupation. The yet similar territory of the Tyrol has all these languages except French, whose place is taken by various forms of Slavonic speech, which have entered by the western tributaries of the Danube. Constriction of mountain areas of ethnic survivals. Rarely is a polyglot mountain population able to work out its own political salvation, as the Swiss have done. More often, political union must be forced upon them from without. Oftener still, when the Highlanders are primitive survivals, ill-matched against the superior invaders from the plain, they are doomed to a process of constriction of territory and deterioration of numbers, which proceeds slowly or rapidly according to the inaccessibility of their environment and the energy of the intruders. Deliberate, unenterprising nations, like the Chinese, Turks, and Indo-Aryans, long tolerate the presence of alien mountain tribes who remain like enemies brought to bay in their isolated fortresses. The conquerors throw around them at their leisure a cordon of settlement, which, slowly ascending the pavement, draws closer and closer about the mountaineers. The situation of many mountain tribes reminds one of a besieged stronghold. Russian wars against the Caucasus have rightly been described as protracted sieges. The heroic history of Switzerland in relation to its neighbours as being that of a skillfully conducted defence, both militarily and diplomatic. The territory of China is dotted over with detached groups of aborigines who have survived wherever a friendly mountain has offered them an asylum. Variously known as Lolos, Mants, or Mayots, they have preserved everywhere a semi-independence in pathless mountains, whither Chinese troops do not dare to follow them. But the more numerous and patient Chinese agriculturalists are in many sections slowly encroaching upon their territories, driving them farther and farther into the recesses of their highlands. The same process goes on in Formosa, where the Chinese have gradually forced the native Malays into mountain fastnesses along the peaks which rise to 14,000 feet, 4,500 meters. They are split up by internecine feuds into numberless clans and tribes, ignorant of one another's languages, raiding each other's territories and the coastal plains tilled by Chinese colonists. They await their doom, while the Piedmont zone between has already given birth to a typical border race of half-breeds, more Chinese than Malay. Isolation and retardation of mountain regions. To have and to hold is a motto of the mountains. Like remote islands, they are often museums of social antiquities. Antiquated races and languages abound. The mountaineers of the southern Appalachians speak today an 18th century English. Their literature is the ballad poetry of old England and Scotland handed down from parent to child. Clan feuds settle questions of justice, as in the Caucasus and the Apennines. Religion is orthodox to the last degree, sectarianism is rigid, and Joshua's power over the sun remains in some lowly valleys undiscounted. These are all the remarks of isolation and retardation which appear in similar environments elsewhere. Especially religious dogmas tend to show in mountains a tenacity of life impossible in the plains. The Kafirs inhabiting the high Hindu Kush mountains of Badakhshan, and apparently of Pelasgic, early Greek or Persian origin, have a religion blended of paganism, Zoroastrianism, and Brahmanism. One intruding faith has been unable to dislodge the previous incumbent, so the three have combined. The great historical destiny of the small, barren, isolated Judean plateau was to hold aloof the chaste religions of the desert-bred Jews from the sensuous agricultural gods of the Canaanites, to conserve and fix it, if needs be, to narrow it to a provincial tribal faith, to stamp it with exclusiveness, conservatism, and formalism, as its adherence with bigotry. For this is always the effect of geographical seclusion. But when all these limitations of Judaism are acknowledged, the fact remains that some segregated mountain environment performed the inestimable service for the world of keeping pure and undefiled the first and last great gift to the desert, a monotheistic faith. Buddhism, once the official religion of Korea, but disestablished 3 centuries ago, has taken refuge in the Diamond Mountains, far from the main roads. They're a dull, moribund form of the faith, dozens of its monasteries and monastic shrines of these secluded highlands. Driven out of India, Buddhism survives only in the Himalayan border of the country among the local Tibetan Burman peoples, Ceylon, whose mountain city of Kandy is its stronghold. The persecuted Waldenses, a heretic sect who fled in 1178 from the cities of France to the Alps, took refuge in the remote valleys of the Benice, Chisson, and Ogrong, some 30 miles southwest of Turin. There, protected equally against attack and mortification, the Waldenses have maintained the old tenets and organization of their religion. Conservatism of mountain peoples. The mountain dweller is essentially conservative. There is little in his environment to stimulate him to change, and little reaches him from the outside world. The spirit of the times is generally the spirit of a past time when it has penetrated to his remote upland. He is strangely indifferent to what goes on in the great outstretched plains below him. What filters into him from the outside has little suggestion for him, because it does not accord with the established order which he has always known. Hence innovation is distasteful to him. This repugnance to change reaches its clearest expression, perhaps in the development and preservation of national costumes. Tract, which is crystallized style and dress, appears nowhere so widespread, so abundantly differentiated as in mountain districts. In Switzerland, every canton has its distinctive costume, which has come down from a remote past. The peasants of Norway, of the German and Austrian Alps, of the Basque settlements in the Pyrenees, of mountain-bound Alsace and Bohemia, give local colour to the landscape by the picturesqueness of their national dress. Mental and moral qualities. With this conservatism of the mountaineer is generally coupled suspicion towards strangers, extreme sensitiveness to criticism, superstition, strong religious feeling, and an intense love of home and family. The bitter struggle for existence makes him industrious, frugal, provident, and when the marauding stage has been outgrown, he is peculiarly honest as a rule. Statistics of crime in mountain regions show few crimes against property, though many against person. When the mountain-bred man comes down into the plains, he brings with him therefore certain qualities which make him a formidable competitor in the struggle for existence. The strong muscles, unjaded nerves, iron purpose, and indifference to luxury bred in him by the hard conditions of his native environment. End of section 26.